this super skinny-looking girl who's a taxi driver. She drives like she's in GTA on beginner mode. Every day, same chaos, wrong turns, near crashes, and zero customer service. But then, one fateful evening, a well-dressed gentleman hops in and forgets his suitcase in the back seat. She opens it, and boom. She sees something so nasty, so unholy, her eyeballs almost do a backflip. But wait, hold up, let's rewind and start from the very beginning. A passenger stepped in of the taxi as Che-ah greeted him and asked for his destination. He responded with the intersection near Guanyang, and she confirmed the direction before assigning the GPS. The man gave her a quick glance and asked if she was a woman. Che-ah replied with a nod, explaining she worked as a taxi driver. He took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled before commenting she looked young. He asked why someone like her would choose this line of work, claiming there were better options for women her age. K.A. offered a polite, neutral smile, avoiding confrontation. He continued, suggesting once she had children, she wouldn't be able to work even if she wanted to. He leaned back, muttering women didn't think far enough ahead. She clenched the steering wheel but kept quiet. The passenger mumbled it was the reason women struggled to survive in society, always choosing what he called the easier route. Che-ah calmly reached for the volume knob and turned up the music slightly. The man immediately complained, asking her to turn it back down. She denied his request, telling him bluntly she needed something to cover her ears. The man scoffed, surprised by her boldness. She asked whether he believed the back seat came with some inherited superiority. Both of them sat in similar seats, yet somehow he assumed dominance once seated behind the driver. She questioned why people who acted meek and quiet in public transformed into loud critics the moment they sat in a taxi. He now sat straight, which was good for posture, but she wanted to know why it gave him the right to belittle someone doing their job. As Che-ah shifted gears, the man's tone grew angrier. He raised his voice, demanding to know how she dared to speak to a customer that way, and threatened legal action. Che-ah let out a short laugh, stating he smoked in a no-smoking vehicle and acted like she was the offender. She asked whether he thought she covered only her ears. She had held her breath too. He now wished her to shut her mouth, but she reminded him taxi drivers needed air like everyone else. He demanded again if she had finished speaking. Che-ah suddenly slammed the brakes and brought the vehicle to a stop. She informed him the fare was 7,000 won. He climbed out, fuming. As she watched him walk off, she sighed and adjusted her rearview mirror, muttering that her temper had gotten the best of her again. She touched her forehead, feeling a strange uneasiness, and considered heading home early. At that moment, a voice outside the car reached her ears. It mentioned something about going home. She looked up, startled, recognizing the voice. She blinked as she spotted a familiar figure, Yoon-soo Park, walking with a girl. Che-ah watched quietly, unsure whether to wave or remain hidden. The next morning found her seated in a church pew as the priest led the service. He asked the congregation to reflect on their actions from the past week in the presence of God. He spoke of patience, anger, and harsh expressions, encouraging everyone to pray. Che-ah frowned, recalling her encounter the day before. She thought to herself she would have been perfect had she just kept her mouth shut. Still, she didn't feel she had done anything wrong. That man had provoked her. She silently asked God whether he wouldn't get angry if someone poked at him endlessly. There were too many people like that out there. She prayed they be led to repentance instead of her. From behind, a woman greeted Che-ah and asked if something had happened at home. Che-ah turned and replied, surprised. The woman said Che-ah had looked troubled during prayer. Che-ah explained she had recently seen many sick people and prayed for their healing. The woman smiled and called her kind. Suddenly, someone called for a man. Che-ah's eyes widened and the woman excused herself. Che-ah glanced toward a group of women gathered around a man. One woman told him not to bring anything next time, but he responded that she had none, so he brought extra. The women praised his thoughtfulness. Another asked if there was anything he couldn't do. He responded humbly, claiming there were still many things beyond him. While Che-ah noted that man is Yoon-soo, who is neat, multi-talented, and diligent, and he is inhumanely perfect. One woman noted he wasn't interested in dating and found it odd given his age. Another suggested she'd introduce him to someone if she could find anyone worthy. They all agreed he was too good for most. Cha-ah, listening nearby, suddenly burst into laughter. The woman stared, surprised. Cha-ah announced she had seen him with a girl the night before. The women's jaws dropped. Cha-ah asked if she had misunderstood, and if the girl was perhaps his sister. The woman immediately turned to Yoon-soo with curious stares, asking questions, while Cha-ah quietly slipped away. As she entered her taxi, someone tapped on her window. Startled, she looked up to find Yoon-soo standing there. He asked if she was working, to which she nodded. He requested the trunk be opened. She obeyed. As he loaded his suitcase, Che-ah wondered why he chose her car. They rarely even exchanged greetings at church. He gave her an address and she began driving. From the mirror, she she noticed him watching her. She turned her head slightly and asked what it was. After a pause, he asked where she had seen him the previous night. She told him she had seen him near the intersection while working. He asked again if she was sure. She apologized, assuming he was upset by what she had said earlier. She admitted she had gone too far with the joke and had a tendency to get nosy. She promised to clarify everything with the women next week. He asked if she remembered the girl clearly. J.A. froze for a second and then denied remembering Danielle, well, to which he fell silent. As the ride neared its end, she informed him they had arrived. He removed his jacket and stepped out, thanking her and complimenting her driving. Chea, still unsettled, watched him walk away. She muttered about how creepy the whole situation felt. Then, as she prepared to drive off, Yun-soo turned his head and stared directly at her. A chill ran through her spine. She quickly looked away and drove off. Later that day, she returned home. When she opened the trunk, she saw the suitcase still sitting there. She groaned. She didn't want to get involved any further. Just then, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and answered politely. The caller greeted her. It was Yun-soo. She jumped slightly, asking how he had her number. She asked if he was calling about the suitcase. She offered to return it immediately. He told her to keep it. He assumed she hadn't opened it yet. She asked why she would open someone else's suitcase. He told her she could if she wanted, and even keep what was inside. Chea hesitated. She asked what was inside and why he was giving it to her. He calmly suggested if she didn't like what she found, she could bury it somewhere. Her hand froze. Her phone slipped from her grasp. As the zipper moved, her breath caught in her throat. When she opened it, her eyes widened. Inside lay the lifeless body of the same girl she had seen with him the previous night. Chea was found guilty as the defendant. Despite considering it, she remained silent. The court had given her charges of attempted murder, which Chea denied, mumbling under her breath it wasn't true, though she was sentenced to 5 years. Chea bolted upright as she was jolted awake from the nightmare. Breathing heavily, she glanced at her phone. Picking it up, she questioned what his problem was. Yun-soo believed she must have seen it and probably got surprised, laughing at the thought. He advised her to take a deep breath first. Chae simply said not to, as Yun-soo asked if she didn't understand, this would all be over soon. Chae questioned whether he didn't know everything would be over if she reported him. He seemed unaware of the high-end interior black boxes installed in every taxi. She had him on camera, and if he received it, he would be done for. Yet he still had the audacity to pull this. To her shock, Yun-soo seemed to enjoy it. He hadn't considered it, but guessed he didn't have a choice anymore. He asked her to go ahead and report him. As Yun-soo remarked, she wouldn't be able to because she was an ex-convict. He seemed amused, which made her shudder. She slammed the trunk shut as a lady passed by. The woman walked away while Chaya let out a deep breath of relief. Yun-soo brushed it off while Chaya clenched her fists and whispered it was fine. She didn't understand what made him do something this sick and twisted, but she decided to keep her engine running and head home quietly. She told him to take his suitcase immediately while silently pleading for him to comply. Unexpectedly, Yun-soo said he saw no reason to do so. He ended the call, causing Cha-ah to slam the trunk again while struggling to calm herself. She still had proof, and there was only one passenger today. She watched the dashcam footage and saw Yun-soo. She believed it was him. The recording showed him speaking about working last night, the same time she had been out working. She remembered seeing him near the intersection and figured he must have been upset about what she said earlier. She was only joking, but perhaps she had taken it too far. Chea was shocked to see nobody appeared in the footage the whole time. Seeing this, Chea drove into a forest carrying a few tools. She questioned whether this was the right thing to do. Even a mouse would bite a cat when cornered, but she had no one to bite. More accurately, she didn't even know who she should bite. Trying to stay composed, she forced herself to act quickly before her thoughts spiraled. She pulled out the shovel and began digging. Retrieving the suitcase, she dragged it toward a hole. Exhausted, she collapsed but held back tears. She slapped herself back to awareness, urging herself not to think anymore. She buried the suitcase, apologizing while fatigue clouded her thoughts. She just wanted everything to end already. Letting out a tired sigh, she thought it was finally over. Suddenly, a series of photo clicks echoed. She looked up and saw Yun-soo snapping countless photos. Chea stood frozen, trembling. She cursed under her breath and questioned what he was doing. Yun-soo smiled and claimed he had found her weakness. As Yun-soo showed Chae the picture, he remarked she seemed far from the gentle, angelic person she appeared to be at church. He expressed his disbelief, noting she had been disposing of a body with her hands covered in dirt. While Chaya looked in disbelief, without missing a beat, she kicked the phone aside and dashed toward it. But Yun-soo made her stumble, and she collapsed to the ground. Yun-soo slowly stepped toward the phone as Cha-ae struggled to move, her energy nearly drained. She barely managed to grip the phone, only to look up and find him standing before her. He commented she must still have plenty of energy left to hold on like that. Suddenly, Chae felt something shift. Her energy drained rapidly, and she questioned what was happening. Her body no longer reporter responded. Yunsu admitted he had tried to be kind, but humans always found a way to anger him. He figured no one ever knew what lay behind his mask. Sitting beside her, he mentioned he was sure she could understand. He calmly took the phone from her hand and grabbed her face. He pointed out she didn't want to return to prison, not after everything. She didn't want to waste her life again, especially not for something she hadn't done. Then he gave her an order to bring him one person every week to a location he would provide. Cha froze, shocked. Yunsu pointed at her, demanding a response. Though confused and unwilling, she realized her head was nodding on its own, as if her body moved without her control. Yunsu stood, staring at her, and suddenly his pupils began to glow with an eerie light. Just then, Chae woke up in her room. 6 days had already passed. She hadn't done what he asked. She hadn't reported him either. She wondered what she was supposed to do now. Later in her taxi, she whispered that nothing would change just because she left the house. She didn't have much time left. She considered doing nothing and just going to church. She feared prison and told herself maybe she should follow his demand. She believed she could do it if she truly tried. It wasn't really her, but suddenly her true consciousness returned. Yelling at her in disbelief, she leaned back, questioning why such things always happened to her. Suddenly, a passenger slammed the door and got into the taxi, barking at Chia to drive. She tried to explain she wasn't taking passengers at the moment. The man cut her off, accusing her of discriminating against him because he was drunk, but Chia denied it. The passenger yelled she couldn't speak to a customer that way. He said he was going to sleep and told her to hurry to Ilchan. Chia froze, unsure if she heard him right. She asked again where he was headed. The passenger scoffed, questioning if she hadn't heard the first time. He told her to go to Ilchan, the same address written on the slip given by Yunsu. Panic crept in. Chae unconsciously confirmed the location and started driving. As she glanced at the man slumped in the seat, she called out, mentioning his house must be on Ilchan Street. The passenger offered no reply. She tried to convince herself it was just a coincidence. He happened to be headed there. She wasn't doing anything wrong. She was just taking a customer to his destination. As they arrived, she turned toward him, saying they had reached the place, and asked him to wake up. As she turned towards him, the seat was empty. Chae called out again, but no one answered. Afterward, at home, Chae sat down and started analyzing the footage. She paused it as she clicked to a scene where the passenger vanished into thin air, just as they reached a specific spot. She replayed it several times, but each time she couldn't catch anything that made sense. She questioned how could this happen. She had no idea. The next morning, Chae questioned whether she should go to church. Yunsu's unsettling stare from the previous day kept replaying in her mind. She felt she had no choice but to go and see for herself, no matter what had happened. She had to witness it with her own eyes. With that thought in mind, she got dressed and left for the church. When she arrived, she cursed under her breath, sensing Yunsu's presence in the air. As she reached for the door, a sudden flash of him taking her phone from her hands rushed to her mind. The shivers ran through her body as the memory triggered her unease. She questioned herself. Why had she come here? She should just turn back and leave. But as she started to turn around, she caught sight of Yunsu, walking into the church with a child. He completely ignored her, moving inside with the child trailing behind. The boy bowed his head slightly as he entered. Yunsu glanced back over his shoulder before slamming the door behind him. Chae walked inside hesitantly. A woman approached the child, addressing him with concern. She had heard he'd been sick recently and asked if he was feeling better. Grim responded affirmatively, thanking her for her care. The woman added that it was still cold at night and mentioned she'd brought him something warm for when he slept. She then asked Grim if he needed a scarf. Grim politely refused, saying it was alright because his uncle Young-soo Henan had already bought him plenty, and he thanked her again. Chae stared at the interaction, processing the fact that this boy came to church with Yunsu every week. She wondered if Grim knew about Yunsu's real nature. Then Grim asked the woman if Ji-hue wasn't coming today. The woman replied that Ji-hue would be attending the evening mass. She then asked if Grim wanted to see her. Grim, his frustration evident, quickly replied, "It's not like that." Chae watched, thinking to herself, that kid doesn't know anything. He's just a pawn in Yunsu's game. As the church mass began, she shifted her attention, listening to the hymns and getting ready for the message. But Chae's mind wandered again, questioning why someone like Yunsu would care about a kid. She speculated that maybe Grim was being held against his will. Just then, Grim, sitting beside her, asked if he could sit next to her. Chae nodded in agreement. She stared at him for a moment, but quickly looked away, not wanting to engage too much. As the mass continued, Chae's thoughts turned darker. She was suspicious of everyone and everything at that church. She questioned, what was Grim's true role in all this? Was he like Yunsu in some way? Suddenly, Grim called her name, pulling her from her thoughts. Chae turned to face him, wondering what was coming next. He handed her a slip of paper, telling her to keep up the good work. Chae stared at the note for a moment, her thoughts racing, realizing maybe Grim and Yunsu are the same after all. Chae unconsciously dwelled on the questions about his remark once again. As she tried to grab Grim, she asked him who gave him the note. Grim simply stated that she already knew who it was, was, and quickly hushed her. Chea suddenly sat down, realizing that this had to be the work of that bastard. She questioned why he kept doing this to her, and what the deal was with it, glancing at him and asking if he knew what was going on. After the mass ended and everyone began to move outside, Chea called out to Yunsu, questioning if he thought this wasn't right. With a swift motion, she slapped the note against his face, demanding to know why he kept doing this to her. She asked what she had done to deserve this, and if he really thought she was impressionable enough to do whatever he told her. Unlike most people, she was crooked inside, and her body trembled with the thought. Chea stepped forward toward Yunsu, now questioning if he had the video. She wasn't going to be left alone with this. Before she could speak further, Yunsu interrupted, casually stating that she had done exactly what he asked of her last night. Chea flinched, shocked by the boldness of his words. She tried to explain that it was because her passenger had wanted her to go to that area, but Yunsu didn't seem convinced. He mentioned how strange it was that she just happened to end up in that very place, asking if she was really sure her passenger had told her to go there. He questioned what had happened to that guy, his eyes locked on hers, intensifying the tension between them. As Chea's heartbeat raced, she stared at him. She asked what he had done to him, but Yunsu was unwavering, simply stating that if she wanted to know, she had better answer him. He pressed her for an immediate response, making it clear that she had no choice but to comply, or else, Chea, feeling cornered, warned that she would expose him, revealing who he really was. She would tell everyone at the church first. At this, Yunsu burst into laughter, asking who she really thought she was. Her anger boiling over, Chea screamed for him to answer her. The scene quickly attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Grim cried out, and a few people questioned what had happened and why Grim was crying. A woman trying to console Chea asked if she had gotten into an argument with Yunsu. Chea tried to speak, but her words failed her as Grim suddenly dashed toward her. With desperation in his voice, Grim grabbed Chea, begging her not to leave. He pleaded with her to stay and play, his cries becoming louder as he clung to her, not wanting her to go. The onlookers whispered, speculating that it must have been because Grim hadn't seen Chea in a while. They began commenting on how Chea's voice sounded playful, as if she had been having fun with Grim earlier. They cheered, admiring how popular Chea was with children, and some even wondered if Grim had grown attached to her, given the age difference. Yunsu, unfazed by the scene unfolding, turned to Grim. He told him that it was time to leave, apologizing to Chea for the inconvenience. They began moving away from her, but not before Yunsu leaned in to whisper something in her ear. He told her to keep it up, handing her the note as they walked away. Chea stood there, her hand clenching around the note. She ran towards her taxi, slamming the door behind her. As she sat in the front seat, she cursed them under her breath. She quickly adjusted her mask and cap, determined to find out everything about who Yunsu really was. She wasn't going to stop until she uncovered the truth. With renewed resolve, she began following Yunsu. As Chea followed Yunsu's car, she wondered where he was going. Maybe it was home? She didn't think he'd live in a neighborhood like this. As she was distracted for a moment, she noticed something odd. His car suddenly vanished from view. She questioned where he had gone, only to spot him making a turn. Cursing under her breath, she realized he had tried to escape, but she wasn't going to let him get away so easily. Chea kept following him. Eventually, they reached the original children's center. Chea thought to herself she had a sinking feeling about it. In the meantime, Chea was surrounded by other cars. The cars were jammed in the meantime. She questioned what kind of mess she had gotten herself into as she ran to keep up. Chea dashed towards Yunsu's car where he was standing. She questioned if he had catched her. He was probably looking at her right now. But when she glanced over, she saw that Yunsu was entering the center. Confused, Chea questioned if he had really just walked in and whether he had even noticed her. Just as she was about to turn away, a woman knocked on her car mirror. She pleaded, asking if Chea was there for the one-day volunteer program. The woman then invited her to come in. Chea was confused and asked about it. The woman explained that Yunsu had mentioned he was bringing one more person today. Was that not her? Chea's mind raced as she clenched her fist, cursing under her breath. She questioned what was going on. He knew she was going to follow him. Chea thought to herself, Yunsu must have gotten a taste for toying with people, but she wasn't about to be an easy target. She would play along, but she wouldn't make it easy for him. With that resolve, Chea took off her mask, affirming that she was indeed there to volunteer. The woman smiled and said Chea could hang up her coat there. She gave Chea an apron and asked her to put it on, then mentioned for her to follow as they moved deeper into the center. As Chea walked, she glanced over at Yunsu. She asked the woman if it was possible for her to work with Yunsu, since she had never volunteered at a children's center before. The woman apologized, but explained that, to be honest, they didn't usually take one-day volunteers, and if they did, they never introduced them to the children. The children missed being around people, and if they grew attached to someone and had to part ways, it would leave a lasting emotional impact on on them. Chea nodded in understanding, but she couldn't help but ask about Yunsu. The woman lit up when she talked about him, saying, Yunsu is like an angel to the children. He's donated so much money to this place and visits 2 or 3 times a month. He's like a real-life angel. As they moved toward the kitchen, the woman asked if Chea could help with the dishes. Chea agreed, but as she washed, her thoughts wandered. She questioned, what is she doing here? She had followed Yunsu all the way here to expose his identity, but she had barely seen him so far. She was frustrated as she stood among piles of dishes, wondering why there were so many. She suddenly heard the voices of children calling out, asking for water. Chea recognized Yunsu's voice. He was telling one of the girls that there were no cups and that she should ask the lady in the kitchen for one. Lady in the kitchen? Chea thought. He's talking about her. Yunsu opened the door and stepped into the kitchen. He told the girl to ask the nice lady for a cup. The girl, looking at Chea, asked if she could have a cup of water. Chea agreed and reached for the glass, but as she did, it slipped from her fingers and fell to the floor. A small cut on her finger started bleeding, and a few drops of blood dripped down. Ta'a quickly told the girl to step aside, saying she would clean it up. She turned to Yunsu and asked him to leave the room while she did, but there was no response from him. Cha'a turned to him again, asking, when is he going to do her? Her voice wavered slightly. When she looked up, she found Yunsu staring at her. With a furious expression on his face, Chea froze, her heart racing. She had never seen him look so angry. His gaze was intense, full of frustration, and something else she couldn't quite place. Her mind raced, trying to understand what was happening. Afterwards, as Yunsu stared wildly at Chea, he stepped forward. Chea attempted to warn him there was glass on the floor, but he crunched through it without hesitation, approaching her. She pleaded with him not to come any closer. He grabbed her hand. Though she tried to cry out for him to let go, her body suddenly lost all strength. She believed he had done something strange again. As she looked up at his expression, his face carried a psychopathic calmness. He parted his lips, revealing his teeth in a way that sent chills through her. Suddenly, the sound of the little girl crying broke through the room, bringing Yunsu back to his senses. He seemed to realize he had been drawn to the blood. He quickly released Chea's hand and turned his attention to the girl. The woman entered at that moment, questioning what was going on and directing the question to Yunsu. He responded vaguely, suggesting the child had likely become frightened when the cup broke. Chea remained where she was, drained of strength. She thought it had happened again, just like before. Her body had refused to move. As the woman asked if Yunsu was leaving already, he replied something urgent had come up and he needed to go. Chea, realizing he was about to leave, thought she needed to follow him. Chea knew she had to pull herself together. Forcing herself to stand, she stumbled outside and saw Yunsu speeding away in his car. She climbed into her own taxi to pursue him, but after taking a turn, she lost sight of the vehicle. Frustration overcame her and she slammed her hand against the steering wheel. Once she arrived home, her mind replayed the earlier scene. She found it strange how angry he had seemed. She had never seen him scowl like that before. She wondered if the broken cup had annoyed him, though considering his character, it wouldn't have been surprising. While considering these thoughts, she remembered the cut on her hand. She hadn't even put a bandage on it yet. Suddenly, a realization came to her. A suspicion formed, but she dismissed it immediately, scolding herself for entertaining something so absurd. Despite herself, she searched the internet even though she felt certain nothing would show up. Her fingers moved across the keyboard as she typed. When someone sees blood and their eyes turn yellow, one search result appeared. Warning to beware of people who undergo sudden changes upon seeing blood. It described those who appeared kind but showed yellow eyes under certain conditions. The post warned to leave immediately if such a transformation occurred. She clicked on the link, but a message popped up stating the post was only available to registered forum members. She cursed under her breath, irritated. Deciding to register, she typed in a simple nickname, 555. A prompt then appeared asking if she was ready to become a true vampire. The message confused her, making her question what kind of strange site she had found. Regardless, she submitted the registration. Another prompt stated she would need to wait for approval. Annoyed again, she muttered under her breath, wondering why she had even bothered. She didn't understand why she was becoming so obsessed with this strange idea. Just as she stood to walk away, another pop-up appeared on her screen. This time, a chat invitation appeared, stating, "The Grasp of Darkness, the manager, has invited her to the chat." As Chea accepted the invitation, she entered the chat room. The manager welcomed her and informed her that the membership process would now begin. Chea found herself confused by what that process even involved. The manager then asked if she was ready to become a vampire servant. The question made her pause. She tried to understand what exactly it meant. The manager continued, stating that she would need to gain the consciousness of blood, which left her startled. The phrase sounded unsettling. She clicked on the prompt and began typing, trying to figure out what that was supposed to mean. Twice considered that gaining consciousness of blood sounded like a strange and unsettling confusing process. The instructions explained that she had to take a blank sheet of paper and write a specific sentence on it, but the catch was that it had to be done using her own blood. She thought it was completely messed up. Hesitating, she typed out her concern, questioning what would happen if she refused to go through with it. The manager responded coldly, claiming it would simply mean she wasn't ready to join them. That answer only made her angrier. She muttered to herself, wondering what kind of twisted joke it was. He wanted her to write with her own blood and seemed to think it was all perfectly normal. She regretted ever clicking on that forum. She had warned herself about wasting time online, and she knew she should have closed the tab the moment she saw something strange. Still, curiosity pushed her forward. She grabbed a ketchup bottle, thinking that it might be good enough. It wasn't real blood, but she figured it could pass for it. She wondered aloud why she was even doing this, but convinced herself it would be fine. The sentence she was asked to write read, "She, Che, I, swears to accept my fate, destiny as a loyal, innocent, and devoted servant of the great and mighty vampires of the night." The whole thing felt absurd to her. She grew more irritated as she wrote it out, questioning why her mind suddenly wandered to Yun-Soo. She didn't understand why he kept appearing in her thoughts. Despite her embarrassment, she sent the completed image of the sentence to the manager. To her surprise, the manager confirmed that her registration was now complete. That made her feel oddly relieved. She clicked back into the forum, eager to finally read what was posted. A headline caught her attention. "The dark murderers still live among us." The post described certain traits, pointed teeth, pale skin, and a shift in behavior when seeing blood, as identifying marks of a vampire. It went on to list the signs that separated them from normal people. First, they could not tolerate direct sunlight and only appeared at night. Second, they had superhuman strength and could control or restrict others' movements at will. Third, they bore deep scars on their bodies, evidence they had once been human but had become something else. And lastly, if their eyes turned yellow, it was a sign to escape immediately. Anyone who saw those yellow eyes would be watched forever. Taya stared at the screen, muttering under her breath, "If that was it?" She stood up and grabbed her taxi keys, shaking her head. The entire thing felt ridiculous. No sunlight, super strength. She felt like he had just watched a few cheap horror films. She couldn't believe she wasted time reading it. As she got into the taxi, she thought she should have focused on work instead. She was nearly broke, and believing in things like this wouldn't help her get back on track. Real life didn't work this way. She would need to figure things out on her own. But from the alley just behind her, a figure lurked, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on her as Chea drove away. Afterward, a passenger boarded Chea's taxi, requesting a ride to the neighborhood. Chea confirmed the location and asked which street. The passenger instructed her to head toward the second street, and she agreed. Just then, her eyes caught a glimpse of someone who looked like Yun-Soo, making her turn her face away quickly, uncertain whether it had really been him. As Chea got quite nervous, she asked the woman if by any chance, to which the passenger questioned what she meant. Chea opened her mouth to say something, but then scoffed and muttered, "Never mind." She figured she had become too sensitive and was now seeing things. That bizarre post she'd read earlier had clearly messed with her head. It felt more like a plot from a cheap movie than anything real. Suddenly, the passenger asked if she could turn off the AC. Confused, Chea asked when she had even turned it on and apologized, guessing it must have been by accident. She checked if it felt fine now. Looking at the mirror, she saw Yun-Soo faintly smirking, saying it was fine. She turned her face, and at that moment, slammed the brakes, letting out a sharp scream. Chea barely managed to handle the car. The passenger shouted, asking what she was doing and if she had been drinking. She insulted her driving and declared they were getting out, pulling the door open. Chea, stunned, tried to regain her composure. Looking up ahead, she noticed Yun-Soo walking straight toward her. Panic surged through her, and she stepped hard on the accelerator, speeding away. Her thoughts raced. Was it really him? She became convinced it was. The words from the post echoed in her mind, claiming those yellow-eyed beings never stopped watching. A wave of nausea hit her, and her heartbeat thudded heavily in her chest. Glancing in the rearview mirror, she noticed headlights behind her, distant but steady. Someone seemed to be following. Before she could dwell on it, a car sped toward her from the opposite direction. Jolted back into reality, she honked quickly and swerved, barely avoiding impact. Turning her eyes back to the mirror, she saw a car overtake hers and vanish into the night. Her breathing quickened. She wondered if she was losing her mind and checked her surroundings. She found herself near the police station. Hesitating, she debated whether she should go in and report what she saw. Just then, another passenger entered the taxi, mocking the idea of anyone trying to sue someone like him. The man bragged that people agreed to anything once a settlement fee was offered. He argued it wasn't like he had done anything too serious. Drunken mistakes happened all the time, he claimed, before inviting someone on the phone to join him for drinks. Addressing Che-A, the man asked why she wasn't driving and whether she had business at the police station. She denied it and asked for the destination. He mentioned the G neighborhood and commented that taxi fares were nothing compared to real money. Che-A chuckled dryly as he talked about hitting someone and solving it with cash. He then asked if he could smoke. Che-A declined. When he said he'd pay the smoking fine, she sarcastically asked if offering settlements was his hobby. The passenger stared at her coldly, then demanded she stop the car. His voice sharpened as he repeated himself, warning her that he had already told her once to stop. As he ordered her to stop the car, Che-A figured she must have pushed a button. She muttered that the fare would be 5,501 won. The man, however, ignored the amount and stepped out, only to command her to get out as well. Confused, Che-A asked what he was doing, but he only stared and repeated the order for her to exit the vehicle. He stepped in front of the window, flipping his hand toward her. Sensing trouble, Che-A quickly locked the doors. The man grabbed the handle, screaming at her to unlock it while banging on the side mirror. He demanded to know why she had locked him out. Che-A, unsettled, questioned what the hell he thought he was doing and whether she should just drive away. But the man lowered himself to get back to his seat of the car, shouting that she had tried to run away. Che-A asked what he meant, and he barked back, accusing her of thinking he was pathetic. He questioned whether she believed he was joking earlier when he'd said he had beaten someone. Che-A replied sarcastically, asking if that was something worth bragging about. The man sneered and said she didn't even realize what she'd done wrong. Asking if she truly thought she was in the right, Che-A, trying to stay composed, stated that no, she didn't know what she had done. She asked if he could please enlighten her. The man laughed, taunting her to listen to herself. He asked if that was how she spoke to customers, and claimed that if a customer was in a bad mood, she should apologize. He demanded to know how she dared to talk back. Che-A bit her lip, holding herself back. She realized she needed to stay calm. Trying to defuse the situation, she apologized, admitting she had spoken too rashly and would be more careful not to offend him. But instead of backing off, the man grabbed her wrist and warned her not to mess around unless she wanted something bad to happen. He hurled curses at her, but Che-A scoffed, yanking her hand away. She told him seriously he was a nobody and she wouldn't drive him anywhere. She ordered him out of her car, refusing to tolerate his abuse. The man laughed coldly, questioning who she thought she was to refuse him. Che-A told him she would report him if he didn't leave immediately, pointing out that he had just come back from the police station. She sarcastically added that maybe he lived there, seeing how badly he wanted to go back. The man responded by violently kicking the back of her seat. He warned her again, daring her to report him. He mocked her, asking if she really thought he was scared. Che-A cursed under her breath, growing more agitated. He kept taunting her, telling her to go ahead and see if he got out. Che-A suddenly hit the gas and drove forward, not caring about his presence anymore. The man continued shouting, asking if she thought he wouldn't keep kicking just because she was driving. Again, he kicked the back of the seat, harder this time. Che-A cursed, asking what his problem was. The next kick rocked the seat so violently that she nearly lost control and swerved close to a pole. She screamed at him to stop, warning that they could get into an accident. He only laughed and asked if she was scared now, mocking the confidence she had shown earlier. Then he kicked again, more forcefully, yelling at her to keep going. He threatened her, saying that if she dared to stop again, he would kill her. Che-A broke into a sweat, her grip on the wheel trembling. Her heart pounded, and she wondered what she was supposed to do. Then, out of nowhere, she spotted a board pointing toward a place named Sapum Naru. Something inside her clicked. Acting on impulse, she turned the wheel sharply and drove toward the sign. The passenger continued kicking, his rage undiminished. Che-A's thoughts blurred as the constant pounding drained her focus. Her body felt heavy, her vision unsteady. Still unsure of what she was doing, she brought the car to a halt. She exhaled sharply, chest rising and falling, trying to catch her breath. Turning her head, she noticed the name on the slip. Same name, same area. Her eyes widened. The seat behind her fell silent. She turned around, only to find it empty. The man had vanished into thin air. A chill crept down her spine as reality dawned on her. She turned to face forward, and there, standing calmly with an eerie smile, was Yunsu, watching her from just ahead. As Che-A regained consciousness, she questioned what she had done. Her body shivered as she stared ahead and saw Yunzu. When he opened his mouth, Che-A instantly sensed what he was about to say. Yunzu whispered, praising her for her good good work, and gave her a thumbs up. Chea's face flushed, a mix of fury and seriousness burning through her. She slammed the pedal and drove off, leaving Yeonsu clapping behind her. She gritted her teeth, but then his voice echoed from the back seat, casually asking if they were strangers now, and where she thought she was going without saying hello. Chea clenched the wheel tighter, trying to convince herself it couldn't be real. She prayed for him to disappear, just disappear again, but her hands trembled and she abruptly stopped the car. From the back, Yeonsu commented on her aggressive driving, questioning whether she thought she could keep working as a taxi driver like that. Then, with a mocking tone, he said maybe she should just stop driving and keep running around for him instead, because she was much better at that. Chea's heart dropped as she realized that this was real. She glanced back, and Yeonsu, still smiling, praised her again for the great job she had done that week. He admitted he had no idea she'd performed so well and asked how she felt about it. Chea's jaw clenched as she turned her face slightly toward him. Yeonsu burst into laughter and told her to relax, saying he'd leave for now. He whispered in her ear not to use him again, warning her never to repeat what she'd done. Chea froze at the sound of his breath near her. He stepped out, stating he didn't need that many people and that he would see her on Sunday. As the car sped off, Chea was left shaken, questioning herself. What had she done? Had she used Yeonsu? Her mind raced back to the earlier passenger, the one who bullied and assaulted her. She scratched at her hair as her breath hitched. She couldn't breathe. Swinging the door open, she stepped out, barely able to walk straight as her body trembled. She wobbled toward her apartment, trying to steady her thoughts. She questioned, how had he known that? Was he truly watching her? His words echoed again in her mind. He didn't need that many people. What did that mean? Did he intend to get rid of someone? As she stepped into her apartment, lost in thought, a sudden noise broke through the silence. She froze as she heard the voice of footsteps. They approached her door and stopped right in front of it. Chea's breath caught as she stared at the door, her pulse pounding in her ears. A knock followed on the door. Then came the voice asking to open the door, as it's her. As Chea stood up, barely able to clean up the mess and arrange the chores here and there, someone called out her name. She asked them to wait as she loaded the clothes into the washing machine. When she opened the door, it was her sister, Chae-sun. Chea recognized her immediately. After they sat down and the strange tension settled between them, Chae-sun asked how she had been. Chea replied the same as ever. She glanced at her, questioning the occasion, mentioning that Chae-sun hadn't said she was coming over. Chae-sun explained that Chei hadn't picked up her phone and hadn't seemed to be at home, so she had waited in her car and came up once she saw her return. Chei apologized, saying she had been a little distracted, recalling vaguely that someone had been parked downstairs. Chae-sun said she was glad they met that day, since it was the only day she had some free time. She handed Chea an envelope. Chea looked down and realized it was a wedding invitation. Chiazan confirmed it with a chuckle, and Chea stared in shock. Chiazan laughed at her expression. Chea muttered that it was pretty sudden, only a few days left. She asked when it had all happened and, despite her surprise, said she was happy Chea had been living a good life. She congratulated her sincerely. Chiazan thanked her quietly. Chea admitted she had completely forgotten and asked if she wanted some water, explaining that she didn't have anything else at home. But as she tried to stand, her legs gave way and she collapsed from exhaustion. All immediately asked if she was all right. Chea questioned what was wrong with her body, confused by how unresponsive she felt. Chea's voice turned cautious as she asked if something had happened again. Suddenly, Chea thought to herself that no matter how long it had been since they last saw each other, Chae-sun would never genuinely worry about someone like her. Chea asked what she meant by again. Chae-sun tried to sound gentle as she said it wasn't like last time, right? Chea turned to her sharply, questioning the implication. Chea said she knew Chea was doing her best, but something still seemed off. If she were in trouble again, their uncle would be disappointed. He was the one who helped her get a job as a taxi driver. Chea crushed the wedding invitation in her hand, while Chae-sun reminded her how much money he had spent back then and how much he had done for both of them. Chea stood up, screaming at her. She crushed the crumpled invitation and threw it. She shouted that Chae-sun hadn't visited her once after she got out of prison, and now she wanted to know how she was doing? Chae-sun tried to explain, but Chea interrupted, questioning if the wedding invitation was just an excuse. Was she really just checking whether she'd messed up again? Did she think she'd go back to jail? Chae-sun said nothing. Chea shouted that Chae-sun had pretended not to know her back then. She asked if Chae-sun remembered how everyone said they weren't family. Chea ordered her to leave, saying she would think about attending the wedding. Chae-sun nodded. Before she left, she opened the door and apologized. Chea bunked the wall while she thought to herself that she was such a fool. It had been so long since she had seen her, thinking that she should have just held back. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She sobbed, her vision blurring, and her mind drifted into a memory. In the flashback, a young Chae-sun asked a younger Chea to stop crying. Little Chea sobbed that she missed mommy and daddy. Chaesun gently told her they had to live with grandma now, and grandma wouldn't like it if she kept crying. Yaye admitted was their first time meeting grandma, and she looked really scary. Still, Chaesun told Yaye not to worry. She was sure grandma was a nice person, a great person even. Chaesun took her by the hand, leading her toward the old woman. She looked up with pleading eyes and called out, but grandma looked down at them with a disgusted face. She cursed quietly under her breath, saying, "There's two of them." Afterward, at the home, one of her aunts came in after work. She thanked the grandma for the hard work. The aunt asked how the kids were doing. Grandma coughed slightly and said the little one was sick. The aunt commented that she must have been exhausted from the funeral, asking if she had caught a cold. The grandmother replied that she thought so. She had been like that for days now. The grandmother remarked that it must have been a shock for someone so young, but questioned what a child like her could even understand about shock. Her own shock, she claimed, was far worse. The son, she barely acknowledged, had left behind 2 children. The aunt agreed, saying it was difficult to care for 2 kids at their age. The grandmother pointed out that still, one of them was more outgoing and friendly, so she was left in charge. The aunt questioned cautiously if that was really so. The grandmother nodded, stating that she was clever and sharp. She had even gone with her to the supermarket to buy ingredients to make soup for her sick younger sister. The first thing she grabbed were the ingredients for soup. If only the older one had been left behind, maybe it would have been worth raising her. Suddenly, the grandmother remembered the soup might be boiling over. She headed toward the kitchen and opened the door, calling out for the little one to come and have some soup, but what she saw surprised her. Little Chea was folding the blankets while huffing in fever. The grandmother asked if she was all right. Chea forced herself to say that she was fine, not sick at all. That was the first lie she remembered telling in her life. The grandmother asked if she was faking it and scoffed, calling it unbelievable. At the dining table, she reminded them that their uncle was coming that day, and they had to be on their best behavior. He was the one providing money to raise them. Both children nodded in agreement. Chea clumsily tried to hold the chopsticks. The grandmother scolded her, saying she had told her to hold them correctly. Chea affirmed with a nod. Later, the grandmother told them to greet their uncle. As the man entered, he glanced toward Chaesun and asked if she was Chaesun. Chaesun affirmed. He took her with him. Chea turned to her grandmother and asked where they were going. The grandmother sighed without answering. Outside the market, Chea called out for Chaesun, asking where she had gone. Chaesun told her she had gone to an amusement park with their uncle and his family. Chea asked about it with curiosity. Chaesun described it as way bigger than the one they had visited with their parents long ago. Chea got distracted by the lollipop in Chaesun's hand. Chaesun mentioned that she had gone on roller coasters with the cousins. As Chaesun offered a lollipop to her, asking if she wanted to have it, Chaesun quite hesitantly pointed to the shiny one and asked if she could have a little bit of that big one. Chea smiled in happiness, but eventually handed it to her, saying she would give it to her. Chea smiled in happiness. Suddenly, their grandmother's scoffing voice broke the moment. She accused Chea of stealing from her sister again, calling her greedy. She shouted that the uncle had bought that for Chaesun and asked why Chea was trying to take it. She yelled at her to give it back, her voice sharp and humiliating. Chea burst into tears. She turned to Chaesun, but Chaesun remained silent. The grandmother ordered her again to give it back. Tears streamed down little Chea's cheeks as she whispered that she wanted a lollipop too. In her present reality, Chea groaned in her sleep, murmuring faintly through her breath that she wanted a big lollipop too. Afterward, the scene shifted to Yunsu's home, where Grim asked what time they were leaving for the church. Yunsu replied it was at 2 a.m. clock, and Grim said that was good timing. Yunsu smiled, mentioning it was a gift, then asked if it was all right. Grim replied it wasn't bad, as he rummaged through the kitchen. Yunsu asked him to go easy on the black pepper, which Grim agreed to. Yunsu continued giving him directions, reminding him not to use butter either, knowing his sensitivity to certain ingredients. Grim glared at Yunsu and ordered that he was supposed to just freaking eat. Yunsu thought he would probably leave the leftovers anyway. When Yunsu asked why Grim was so annoyed, Grim explained that ever since Yunsu started that useless game with Chea, they had way too much food downstairs. Yunsu found it amusing, thinking he didn't expect Chea to actually listen to him. Usually people ran away or gave up, but this woman was different. Grim asked if Yunsu had just found himself a fun little plaything, which Grim denied. Yunsu commented that Chea was entertaining. Grim remarked that she was neither arrogant nor unhinged like Yunsu, who didn't even know what he was doing. Yunsu took a sip of blood from his glass, complaining that it didn't taste good. Grim told him not to consume so much, saying 1 person a month was enough. Yunsu muttered that once a month was boring. Grim insisted that was still plenty, warning that all toys broke if he was too rough with them, offering him a steak. Yunsu slammed the bench and asked if they were supposed to pray, to which Grim scoffed, stating that it was always so annoying. They prayed for the sacrificial lamps before having dinner. The scene then shifted to the church. Stepping out of the car, Grim commented that Yunsu had timed their arrival just to see that woman. Yunsu didn't respond. Grim glanced outside and saw Chaya standing anxiously in front of the church. Yunsu said it was funny, laughable, and pathetic how she looked, unaware of her own condition. He wanted to pass her by and see the horror in her face, but as Yunsu glanced at her while walking past, he was surprised Chaya showed no reaction. Grim pointed out that it wasn't the response Yunsu had expected. During the mass, the announcement was made for everyone to take their seats. Yunsu glanced again at Chaya, who remained distant and unresponsive. He sat down beside her and slipped her a chip, stating that she knew what to do. Chai took the note silently, but after a moment slid it back. She said clearly that she didn't want to. She wasn't going to do this anymore. Yunsu was shocked by her reaction. He glanced at Chea, questioning why she was acting this way, as if she had hit her head or grown so arrogant she no longer felt fear. Taking a breath, Chea declared she was sick of it. No matter what he said, she didn't want to live like this anymore. Yunsu told her to report him if she wanted. Chea replied she'd rather live in prison than keep looking at his disgusting face. As the church bells echoed through the air, she picked up the phone and called the police station. She placed the phone next to Yunsu's ear. Yunsu grabbed the phone as the line connected. A police officer answered, asking how they could help. Silence followed. The officer warned that if there was nothing to say, he would hang up. Yunsu quickly rejected the call, offering thanks before hanging up. He muttered he'd rather kill her. To his surprise, Chai told him to do it. She didn't care anymore. She said she had expected this the moment she came here. Yunsu gripped the bench tightly, questioning if she was serious, if she truly didn't care whether he killed her. Her silence startled him. He grabbed her, and in a blink, they vanished into thin air. They reappeared in a desolate place. Chai tumbled onto the ground, gasping in pain. She looked around and asked where they were. Yunsu replied that it was quiet and cool, perfect for clearing her head. Chai asked how he did that. Yunsu commented that some fresh air might help her snap out of her delusions. Approaching her slowly, he warned her to stop with the nonsense about reporting or dying. He made the decisions, not her. He told her to stop acting like she mattered, to stop thinking, and to just be a good girl who did as she was told. Chai looked up at him, trembling. She questioned if he even understood what he was saying. She fumbled around and grabbed a broken piece of mirror. Yunsu scoffed, saying he'd do her a favor and let it slide just this once. Suddenly, Chai slashed his face with the mirror shard. Yunsu stumbled back, startled, asking what she was doing. Chia charged toward him, screaming and trying to stab him. She cursed him, yelling for him to die. Yunsu grabbed her wrist, stopping the attack. Chea shook with rage and tears. She shouted for him to kill her before she killed him. She cursed his existence, saying she was done with all of this. She demanded to know who he thought he was, why he got to control her life. She stared at his face. The wound she had made began to disappear, the scar vanishing without a trace. Shocked, Chea took a step back. She muttered that she knew he wasn't human. She asked if he was a vampire or something. Yunsu simply smiled. Then, using his powers, he pushed her out. Chea gasped for breath in the cold air as Yunsu remarked that it didn't matter, she was gonna die anyway. As Yunsu remarks on a vampire, he wonders who gave them such a fancy name. He questions if she no longer wants to play with him anymore, considering she's the one who started it. He insists this is really her last chance. He orders her to apologize and then he will let it go. Chea chokes, her breath catching in her throat, and Yunsu smiles creepily, urging her to apologize quickly. To his surprise, Chea mumbles a response to stop talking nonsense and questions if he truly thinks she would say something like that. She asks him to just kill her. In response to her defiance, Yunsu, giving in to his anger, clenches his fists tightly. He remembers a time when he had asked someone to bite him, desperate to become a bloodsucker. The person had coldly stated that they do not bite the living. Yunsu, confused, had questioned if that meant only dead people could become bloodsuckers. The person denied it, explaining he simply couldn't turn Yunsu into one. Yunsu had asked why, as he longed to become a bloodsucker, to live freely, just like the person in front of him. His words had shocked the other individual. The person had turned to him with fury in their eyes, and suddenly, Yunsu found himself lifted off the ground, choking in midair. The individual had said perhaps Yunsu might have better luck fulfilling his wish in his next life. They truly hoped his wish would come true, though it sounded more like a mocking statement. Before Yunsu could react, a servant burst into the room, throwing a plate in alarm. Seeing her son strangled, she cried out for the sir and questioned what Yunsu had done. She pleaded for him to spare Yunsu's life. The servant, whose face was lined with worry, begged Yunsu to go and apologize immediately, pleading with the master to let her apologize in his stead. She begged for mercy, trying desperately to convince him to let go of Yunsu, but Yunsu, crying out, firmly denied ever apologizing, even if it meant his death. His resolve remained unshaken. The mother, her voice trembling, pleaded for Yunsu to beg for forgiveness. The situation was spiraling out of control, and she could see no other way to save him. Yunsu clenched his teeth, thinking to himself that he would never lose to a monster like the one before him. Not in this moment. His determination only hardened as he stood firm. Suddenly, Yunsu came back to the present. He saw his own reflection in Chea's eyes, as though he were staring into his very soul. Chea spoke, saying she would never give in, her voice steady despite the tension between them. Yunsu shrugged his hand, but as he did, Chea collapsed, falling unconscious. Without a second thought, Yunsu turned his face away, stepping out. The weight of the moment settled heavily on him as he left the scene behind. After some time had passed, Chea awoke. She was barely able to stand, her legs trembling beneath her as she tried to gather her bearings. She questioned herself, wondering if he had given up. Her thoughts were dark as she remarked to herself that the creepy bastard would now leave her alone. She wouldn't have to see him again. In the end, it would all be over. A few days later, Chea was in a taxi on her way somewhere. The vehicle picked up a passenger who questioned where he had been headed. As she tried to focus on drinking the coffee, she noticed a slip of paper. Surprised, she picked it up, and after reading it, she crumpled it in her hand. The passenger then asked if it was a wedding invitation, catching her attention. Chea quickly returned to her everyday life, pushing the thought aside. The passenger mentioned that the two people must be really close, as most people nowadays simply send out mobile invitations. Chea confirmed that it was from her older sister. The passenger, in turn, congratulated her, remarking how fantastic it was. Meanwhile, Chea made a remark, stating that she would probably go to congratulate her. On the wedding day, Chetsun felt a slight discomfort in her shoes as she shifted in her seat. They were quite uncomfortable. She couldn't understand why she had dressed up for this occasion. She thought she would simply greet Chetsun quietly and then leave, questioning why she felt the need to dress up in the first place. She inquired, "What time is it now?" She wondered if she was running late. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared on her phone, welcoming her to the Vampire Man's website. She opened the message inbox, finding a greeting from the person. He mentioned thinking he had seen someone similar to what he had described in his post, and questioned if he could help her. The message came from someone claiming to be a backpack researcher, stating that they would like to hear her story in more detail and if it was possible for them to chat further. Chea, troubled, turned off her phone, deciding to stop worrying about it. She realized it was nothing but distractions, things that no longer had any connection to her. She didn't want to get tangled up in something so unnecessary. As she entered the building for the wedding, she noticed a wedding plate with the names Minsang Kim and Chae-seon Han displayed on it. Seeing it, she couldn't help but feel an odd sensation, a discomfort. It didn't hit her until now just how strange it felt to be here, as though something was out of place. From behind her, a voice called out her name. It was the grandmother's voice. She questioned why Chea was here and what her purpose was in coming. The grandmother had questioned why Chea had come there, and Chea addressed her, turning her face toward the older woman and greeting her with a simple, "Long time no see." However, the grandmother grabbed her hand and tried to drag her away. Chea questioned what she was doing, but the grandmother hushed her, shouting angrily that Chea dared come there and was trying to ruin the special day. Chea smiled at her reaction, and the grandmother then asked if Chea was jealous of her sister getting married, wondering if she was hoping to ruin the day. Chea thought to herself that she needed to hold back because she couldn't fight on such a day. The grandmother shouted again, accusing Chea of trying to ruin the wedding, adding that she had never been able to stand the sight of her sister doing well, even when they were younger. As Chea tried to hold on, she finally gave in, saying she was so jealous that she could practically die. She had thought if she died in the wedding hall, she would get more attention than the bride. She had wondered if Chaeson would be jealous of her. Then, she clapped her hands to taunt the grandmother. The grandmother became annoyed and demanded that Chea stop speaking of misfortune. She shouted about how a criminal like Chea had dared to step into such a celebration, accusing her of dressing like some common beast. Chee. Chaya responded that her clothes were so fancy that someone might think she was the bride. She suggested that maybe she should have shown up in rags, then she could beg for a chance. The grandmother called her an unlucky brat, but Chaya had dismissed it, stating she wasn't there to ruin the day. She had just come to see Chaeson and leave. The grandmother shouted at her, asking why she would want to see Chaeson since she no longer had a younger sister. Chea showed her the invitation letter, explaining that she had received it from Chaeson, which shocked the grandmother. Chea then tried to move away, asking the woman to stop nagging her, but the grandmother grabbed her arm, resulting in her coat being torn. Chea asked what she was doing, and the grandmother shouted for her to shut up, demanding to know how she planned to go inside. Chea questioned if she was going to let her go. At that moment, someone called out for Chaya, drawing the attention of the onlookers. The people whispered, wondering if he was a model and asking what his name was, noting that he was incredibly handsome. As he had seen the wedding pullet, he stated that he had found her and had called out her name. He then glanced over at Chaeson in her wedding dress, and, seeing Chaya's tattered clothes, he questioned who she was. Chaeson, while seeing grandmother shaking her head to signal Chaeson, responded without hesitation, stating she didn't know Chea. Chiasa thought to herself that she shouldn't have come. She gritted her teeth as she saw Chiason's face and cursed under her breath, thinking it was just for show. The grandmother apologized to the person, stating they had interrupted his conversation, while she grabbed Chia and told her they should leave now. Chiasa scoffed, pulling her arm away as she moved out, giving Chiason one last furious glare. She gritted her teeth and moved toward the exit, but the person called out for her, stating that he had been looking all over for her. The person had been none other than Yunsu. Yunsu had been looking all over for Chea. She was shocked to see him there. Chea asked why he was there. Yunsu asked how he could leave her like that when he was parking. He mentioned how impatient she had been. Chea had, without thinking, questioned what he was doing. As he glanced at her clothes, he asked what had happened to them. Without another word, he took off his own coat and draped it over her to shield her from the cold. Chea cautiously asked what he was scheming, but before Yunsu could answer, Chea's grandma bowed to him while Yunsu introduced himself. He stated it was nice to meet her. The grandmother confirmed her identity, and Chea's friends had whispered among themselves, commenting on how handsome he was. One of Chea's friends said they had never seen such a good-looking man in their lives, while another asked Chea-san if she knew him. Yunsu interrupted, declaring Chea-san the star of the day. He grabbed Chea's hand and, with a confident smile, said that she is Chea's sister. He congratulated Chea-san on her wedding and claimed that Chea had told him so much about her. Chea-san's friends whispered, questioning if he was really her sister's boyfriend, commenting on how amazing it was and how classy he looked. Chea-san, surprised, had affirmed, thanking him. Curious, Kei-san asked how Yunsu knew Chea. He tried to downplay it, saying they were close friends, but Kea quickly declared, they are dating, obviously. Yunsu then affirmed, saying they loved each other to death. Chea continued, explaining that his name was Yunsu Park and that he was rich. Yunsu laughed, purposefully stating that he was indeed rich. He stated that Chea brags about him too much. Just as the conversation seemed to settle, the uncle walked in, asking why it was so loud. He had been taken aback upon seeing Yunsu question how he had come to be here. Yunsu casually stated that he was Chea's boyfriend, Yunsu Park, and extended his hand for a handshake. The uncle, nervous, introduced himself as Seon-tak. He then turned to Chea, asking how she had been and how her taxi business was going. Chea thanked him, but in her mind, she wondered when he had ever cared about her work. She smiled at Yunsu and reminded him that he had promised to give a large wedding gift, asking if he had forgotten. Yunsu laughed it off, assuring her he hadn't forgotten. He took out a wallet and turned to the uncle, telling him he was in charge of the wedding gifts. He didn't have an envelope with him, but he had insisted that the amount should be sufficient. The uncle's eyes widened as he saw the 10 million won in cash. The onlookers had gasped in surprise. The uncle asked that he not have to do this while he was still in shock. Yunsu shrugged it off, saying, it's nothing. After all, she's Chea's sister. Chea, irritated, wondered aloud why everyone was suddenly acting so different just because Yunsu Park was around her. The uncle commented that Chea had met such a nice person, but Chea, inwardly, thought that they all disgusted her. Chea, still holding onto Yunsu, said they should go now. As he had made no move to leave, Chea asked what he was doing. They were done, and she wanted to leave. Yunsu whispered something about the uncle and the grandma, making Chea question what he was talking about. He mumbled about a sister, and Chea turned to look at him in shock. He had been smiling in that creepy way, making her feel uneasy. She felt a shudder run through her body and grabbed Yunsu, urging him to go. Yunsu, still grinning, asked why she was in such a hurry, as he wanted to know more about her family. Chea, trying to avoid any more confrontation, asked him to stop talking and insisted they should leave now. Yunsu, still with that eerie smile, remarked, "At least give him some time to say goodbye, as they are not strangers anymore." Jae, growing more frustrated, screamed that it was time to go and they needed to leave. As they had walked out, Yunsu questioned what she was doing, claiming she had embarrassed her boyfriend in front of her family. Jae threw his coat at him, telling him to stop talking nonsense. She asked when he had come all the way there and what he planned to do now that he knew her family. Yunsu paused for a moment, then asked if her sister's name is Chae Son-han. He added that he is glad he came to see her. The two of them don't look alike and she doesn't seem as strong-willed or as vicious as you. Most importantly, she seems like she's never experienced fear in her life. He looked at Cheob with a grin and added that he bet she couldn't even imagine what fear feels like. As long as she does her job right, she'll never have anything to fear. Later, in a restaurant, a man greeted Cheob, stating it was nice to meet her. He introduced himself as the backpack researcher and thanked her for reaching out. He explained that he didn't meet up with just anyone, but her message had seemed quite urgent. Chea affirmed his statement, thanking him in return. The man noticed that Chea didn't seem well, prompting him to ask if something was wrong. After a brief pause, Chea decided to tell him the truth. She explained that something strange had been happening to her lately. The man questioned what kind of strange events she meant. Chea asked if he was familiar with the post he had made on the forum about vampires. At this, the man quickly shushed her, urging her not to say that word out loud. He warned that they didn't like it when others spoke of them. He whispered in a tone filled with fear, making sure no one could overhear. Chea affirmed that she believed whatever it was, he had become obsessed with her. The man asked what exactly she meant by that. Chea glanced around her surroundings, lowering her voice as she said that it might even be watching her at that moment. The man asked if she was sure, his concern growing. Chea simply asked what he was referring to. The man replied, stressing the importance of being certain that whatever it was definitely not human. Cha-ah nodded, mentioning the post about yellow eyes. The man visibly flinched at the mention of it. Cha-ah continued, stating that she knew someone whose eyes turned yellow. She then questioned if he had ever encountered someone like that. The man spilled his coffee in shock, his hand trembling. He asked if she had actually seen those yellow eyes. Before Chia could answer, he bombarded her with questions. Was she close to them? Are they a man or a woman? What do they like? How does she know them? Do they know she knows about their existence? Chia told him to ask one question at a time. In response, the man slammed his glass down, his face a mix of disbelief and panic. He stated that he knew she knew, but he was allowing her to live because of it. He grabbed her to check her eyes and mouth, making Chia question his intentions. She had asked what he was trying to do, trying to pull his hand away. The man muttered that she was human. Chia felt a wave of fear wash over her, taking a step back. She asked if he had lost his mind, questioning how he could tell if she was a vampire or a human just by doing this. The man reminded her not to say that word again. He then asked how she had figured out he was one of them. He explained that it was difficult to claim he was one of them based solely on his yellow eyes. He then questioned if there was anything else she couldn't tell him easily. Jae remembered Yunsu's orders, telling her to bring one person a week to the location he had given her. She asked him to stop, saying she had only come to find out how she could escape from the vampire she was facing. She asked him what she needed to do to get rid of the vampire. The man interrupted, telling her to shut up and not say that word. He had been panting and shivering, taking on a pleading stance. He begged her to refrain from saying that word as much as possible, appearing unstable and unsure whether he should reveal anything to her. Chea thought about how the man was calling her unstable. The man then stated that she might not be facing one of them at all, just another human. He asked if she could prove he was one of them, as that was the only way he could help her escape. Chai-A offered to show him, hoping he would be able to judge whether he was one of them or not. However, she quickly realized that the man was a madman. She thanked him for coming to meet her, but had decided it would be of no help. She moved away, preparing to leave. The man glanced at her as she moved toward the exit. Chea thought she had just wasted her time with a weirdo. She didn't even know what would happen if she took him to meet Yoon Soo Pak. As she got into the taxi, she started to think about what to do next. The trap she had been caught in had ensnared her family as well. Now it seemed there was nothing she could do. Shivers ran down her spine as she thought about how she had come there today, grasping at straws. Maybe she should have just dragged the man to Yunsu, but denied the records of their message, saying they would meet up today. She wondered what would have happened if she had been caught. She smiled to herself, thinking that she was starting to think like a criminal. 30 minutes later, she decided that if no passenger came, she would just go home. It seemed like the simplest solution. Suddenly, a woman knocked on the mirror, asking if she was going to Songgim. Chia was shocked, her eyes widening as she affirmed. The woman slammed the door shut, saying she was lucky because most taxi drivers wouldn't go to Songgim from that area. Shivering, Chia agreed, stating that it was true. She noticed the note lying down with the same destination. Chia raised the accelerator, ready to move out. However, the researcher boarded his car. car. He questioned if that woman had really seen the man she mentioned earlier, the one obsessed with her. He questioned if following her would allow him to see it, and he chose to follow her. The passenger asked Chee to take her to the Rodeo building on Sonim Street to share a forum. Chee entered the address into the system, glancing at the note as she read it. The woman has been talking on her phone, greeting someone with a cheerful voice. Meanwhile, Chee changed the address to the location noted on Yunsu's note. The woman continued talking on the phone, mentioning how she was meeting an old school friend who had called her out of the blue. They had been close back then, and she had been sad when they lost contact after graduation. As Chee rushed through the streets in the taxi, a researcher person followed her, sensing something was off. Chee's expression had been one of shock, as though he was hiding something, and he truly believed someone was watching Chee. The person following was certain that whatever it was, he would see it for himself. Chee, in the meantime, had been in a dilemma. She questioned whether it was okay to be doing this. Was it really all right for her to be involved in such a situation? She reasoned that with a stranger it would be better than involving her family. Then, reality hit her, and she realized what she was thinking. She needed to stop overthinking and focus. The woman on the phone continued chatting, now mentioning that her daughter had suddenly wanted to start ballet and was really into dance. Everything her daughter did had been so cute, and her husband was an absolute sucker for her. Chee tried to calm herself down, reminding herself to stop thinking about it. The woman added that her daughter had participated in an activity at school and had come home with some bread she had made. Chee tried to convince herself that she didn't know this woman. She was just a passenger in her taxi. The woman then said that the bread was surprisingly good and praised her daughter for being talented with her hands. Without warning, the woman offered the bread to Chee, asking her to try a piece. Chee questioned this sudden offer, and the woman explained that her daughter had made it. She insisted that Chee take a piece. Chee thanked her but declined, saying she was fine. However, the woman has been insistent, pushing her to take the bread and not refuse. Chee started to sweat and slammed on the brakes, stating that she didn't want it. The woman cried out, asking why Chee had stopped the car. She questioned if it was because Chee thought she was trying to poison her with the bread. Chee shouted at the woman, saying she didn't want to eat it and to stop annoying her. She pleaded for the woman to get out of her car, refusing to take the fare. The woman, still on the phone, mentioned that something had come up and she would call back later. She asked Chee who she thought she was talking to, shouting that if she had had kids earlier, she could be the same age as her daughter. The woman then insisted she had just wanted to share food with Chee, considering how hard she worked as a taxi driver. She questioned if this was really something to get so upset about, expressing disbelief that Chee told her to get out of the car in the middle of the drive. The person following had zoomed out, wondering what was going on. The woman cried out that it was illegal and tried to call the police station. Chee, desperate to end the situation, accelerated, telling herself that she just needed to drive and forget about everything else. The woman tossed the bread, telling Chee to eat it later if she wanted. Chee felt a heavy sense of finality, thinking this was the end, with only one road left behind. The person following had been watching from a distance, wondering what was happening. As Chee approached Songgim Street, her heartbeat had started to race. The pressure in her chest had been overwhelming. The GPS had announced that they had arrived at their destination. With the route guidance completed, Chee felt a huge weight in her heart, calling herself a monster. Suddenly, the woman called out, asking what Chee was doing. To Chee's surprise, the woman had questioned if this was the right place, and if she was sure she had entered the correct address. Chee was confused, asking what was happening. The woman looked at the address and immediately declared that it was wrong. She reminded Chee that she had asked to go to the Rodeo building. The woman insisted that Chee should keep going straight, questioning if Chee didn't know the area well. The woman stated that she was very busy and asked Chee to hurry up. Chee felt even more confused, wondering why she seemed to be the only one who hadn't been taken. After reaching the destination, the woman slammed the door, shouting at Chee to run her business properly from now on, before moving out of the car. Chee asked herself if she had done something wrong, but she denied it while shivering. She thought she had followed the instructions exactly and that Yunsu was the one who had messed up. Yet she denied the thought, knowing there was no way he would have made such a mistake. Something was wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint it. The person following zoomed in once more, capturing everything on camera. Observing Chea's expression, he felt something was strange. She was shivering, and everything about the situation felt off. Afterwards, in the parking lot, Chee thought in the end the lady hadn't disappeared. There was no way Youngsu Park had made a mistake, so there had to be some other reason, though she questioned what it could be. Suddenly, she heard a click and felt it was the sound of a shutter. Thinking back, ever since earlier, she had been noticing the same car beside her. The scene shifts towards the church, where Grim handed her a note. As Cha-e tried to speak, she warned Grim to stay out of it, or asked him to bring out Yunsu Park, stating she was referring to his uncle and and if he had anything to say, he could say it himself. When Grim asked what she was talking about, he warned her to just do as told since she couldn't even follow basic instructions. Chae-ah shouted she had done exactly what was asked, and they were the ones who failed to follow through, for which Grim whispered she should lose the tail first, shocking her. Grim asked if she was stupid or just dense. As Chae-ah looked around for the tail, she questioned, could he be referring to that person? As Grim questioned why Yoon-soo was keeping a woman like her around, Chae-ah thought he meant the car and believed there had to be a reason. While the mass ended, many of the women surrounded Yoon-soo, asking if he was busy again, as they wanted to treat him to coffee as repayment next time. Yoon-soo replied it was all right. Suddenly, Chae-ah entered, declaring she also wanted to do so, mentioning she had planned to buy him coffee for helping her the other day. She said it was perfect and they should all go together. When one of the women asked if she really meant it, Chae affirmed she would treat everyone today, while Grim wondered if she had lost her mind. As the woman asked Yoon-soo if he would join them, Grim tried to hold his uncle back, saying they were busy, but Yoon-soo agreed, saying they should go, making Chae sweat as she thought she knew he would never back down. Yoon-soo said he believed it would be fun, while Grim glared at him. Grim refused to go, thinking both of them were irritating. Yoon-soo remarked he was sure she already had a place in mind, and she confirmed it. As they stepped out of the church, the person following them believed that Mass must have ended and found it unexpected. He thought, who would have guessed she visited a church? And when would she come out? Suddenly, Chae appeared beside the mirror, slapping it and demanding to speak to the man, accusing him of following her since yesterday. She asked if he thought she wouldn't notice the constant flashes, just like before. The day before, the flash had bounced off the mirror, blinding him for a second, and he had assumed it was a rookie mistake. But within moments, Chae had vanished. He had wondered where she went, believing he had done a good job trailing her unnoticed, but she had grown tired of stalkers. Even though he had followed her all day, she hadn't gathered much. Maybe she would find something tomorrow, but she couldn't have missed such a mistake. In the present, the person thought she was no ordinary woman. He apologized to Chae, saying he only wanted to confirm if her story was real. Chae replied with indifference and told him to follow closely from now on if he wanted to see something interesting, causing his heartbeat to quicken as he felt it might be exciting. When asked if he said he wanted to check if vampires were real, she confirmed she had been referring to vampire. Inside the restaurant, one of the women looked uncertain as she asked whether it was really all right for her to buy everyone coffee. She wondered aloud if Chae only intended to treat Yoon-soo. Chae quickly denied it, but the woman pressed further, asking whether they were getting in the way of something. Another woman chimed in, hinting they had noticed something unusual going on. Chae tried to laugh it off, saying it was nothing like that and adding she actually felt safer with everyone around. Yoon-soo cut in, his voice casual, yet sharp, claiming there was no need for her to be afraid of him since he had been nothing but kind. The women exchanged glances. One of them asked what was really happening between the two, questioning whether there was something only the two of them understood. Then she bluntly asked if they were actually doing that, implying something far more intimate. Chia looked flustered, demanding to know the reason behind such suspicions and insisting there was absolutely nothing going on. Before she could say more, Yoon-soo spoke again, saying they could call themselves business partners. He explained he had thought Chia would be a great fit for his line of work, and so they had recently begun working together. He went on to say Chia had been doing so well that his life had become incredibly easy, asking Chia to confirm his words. Before she could answer, the phone bell rang. Chia seized the opportunity, excusing herself and stepping outside, claiming she needed to take a call. Gritting her teeth, she fumed at the absurd idea of them being business partners. She questioned what kind of businessman threatened and tried to kill his own partner. She resolved not to let him outmaneuver her again. At first, she couldn't figure out why he hadn't taken the lady, but then she remembered he had told her himself. That strange man had been watching them, and Yoon-soo couldn't afford to be exposed. He wanted to keep up the illusion of being human and live quietly among them. Chae wondered, if his identity got revealed in front of all those people, would he ever show himself around her again? With that thought, she grabbed the knife hidden behind her while also lifting a tray of tea. Steeling herself, she walked forward. One of the women noticed her return and called out asking if she was back, but without warning, Chae hurled the tray and collapsed to the ground. The woman gasped. One rushed to her side asking if she was all right, but then they noticed something horrifying. Blood trickled down from somewhere. Chae waved them off, insisting she was fine, but then turned toward Yoon-soo, asking whether he still looked fine himself. Yoon-soo's expression shifted. His eyes began to glow an eerie yellow, and the air around him grew heavy. A black aura seemed to wrap itself around the space. Just then, Chae felt herself pulled into a different place altogether. She looked around in confusion, wondering where she had ended up. The air smelled intoxicatingly sweet, and she feared she might get drunk just from breathing it in. Suddenly, her eyes turned blank as she crouched, lost in a trance, and moved to smell a nearby rose, whispering she didn't care anymore. The photographer, who had been observing from a distance, zoomed in through his lens and whispered in shock. Everyone was frozen. Only Yunsu was moving. Confused, he told himself he just needed to keep taking pictures. As Chea inhaled the rose's scent, Yunsu leaned down, fangs bared, aiming for her neck. Just as he prepared to bite, he shuddered. A strange sensation ran through him, and he cursed under his breath. Chea blinked, suddenly snapping out of the trance, only to see Yunsu standing back, panting, with his sharp teeth still exposed. Yunsu cursed again and stepped away. The woman, seemingly unfrozen now, looked around in confusion. One asked what had just happened. Trying to cover it up, he turned to Chea, joking that it had been a cute prank she had just pulled. As the other woman stood near Chea, she questioned if it looked bad and mentioned her wound seemed bigger. She insisted Chea should go to the hospital. Chea agreed and turned her face. The woman called out, asking why Yunsu was suddenly acting like this. All of a sudden, Chea interrupted, apologizing, thinking she needed to go. The woman asked if she was going to the hospital and whether she wanted them to go with her. Chea denied it, saying it was all right and she could go alone. They stated she should hurry and told her to call them once she returned. As Chea stepped off, she called for the mister, questioning where he was, when the black car appeared across the building. Chea reached the window and asked if he had the pictures. The person noticed her bleeding hand. Chea got into the car, asking if he had a bandage, and he gave it to her. She tended to her wound, asked if he had captured good pictures, and told him to show them. As she tried to grab the camera, the person stopped her. He stated he wanted to ask something first. What exactly had happened in there just now? Chea appeared confused. The man, with blank eyes, said he was asking what had taken place. Chea admitted she didn't know either. She felt like she had been dreaming. The person denied that idea, saying he wasn't referring to the dream. He asked why everyone in that room stood frozen for minutes, everyone except for one man. Chea was shocked to hear they had been frozen. She turned toward the camera and shouted at him to show her the pictures first. Chea stared in disbelief as the camera showed nothing. The man looked equally confused, questioning how it could be possible, as he had double-checked earlier. Chea demanded to know if he was serious and accused him of failing to do the only task he had. She reminded him he had said he wanted to confirm it with his own eyes. Their eyes met as Chea thought she had gone through all this effort only to gain nothing. She knew she shouldn't have trusted anyone so easily. Chea pushed the door open and slammed it shut, warning the man not to follow her anymore and to stop chasing vampires. She gave him one last piece of advice: he should run away. As she walked away, the man whispered not to make him laugh. He said the man from earlier was one of them. He claimed he had been outside, far away, pressing the shutter from a window. Yet the man looked directly at him, as if he had heard the sound. The scene shifted as Yunsu barged into his house. Grim asked if something had happened, but Yunsu ignored him, stormed into the bathroom, and slammed the door. Grim shouted, asking why he was slamming doors. Yunsu changed his shirt and tossed it aside. He told Grim to throw it away. No, to burn it. He muttered he should let it go since he was older than her and she was at an age where curiosity ran wild. But he shook his head, saying this crossed the line. If he lets it slide, she might pull off worse pranks next time. He stood in silence for a moment, pondering. He called it a prank and said he should respond in kind with a prank. His eyes grew vicious as he made up his mind. He stepped out, leaving Grim visibly worried. Grim asked if he was going somewhere. Yunsu said he was going downstairs. Grim was shocked and questioned why he was heading there. Yunsu started down the stairs. The more he thought about it, the crueler it felt. Yet he opened the door, determined to punish her. Afterwards, as a truck moved along the road and the driver steered ahead, he suddenly noticed a shadow ahead. He questioned what it was as he got closer, his eyes widened in shock upon seeing a coffin. The scene shifted as reporters broadcasted the news. A 43-year-old man who had gone missing from Seoul's Ilion Street was found dead inside a coffin, placed in the middle of the highway. The reporter asked the driver who discovered it if he had seen the coffin while driving. The driver affirmed, explaining he had been surprised to find it lying there, but true horror hit when he saw a body inside. The police described it as an unethical and deeply disturbing act that should never have happened. They announced a full investigation into the incident. At that moment, the spoon fell from Chea's hands. Her body trembled as she stared at the screen. The shopkeeper voiced shock, questioning what kind of maniac would do such a thing and remarking on how terrifying it was. The report continued, stating, Mr. Lee had last been seen stepping into the street to return home after a work dinner. The shopkeeper told her husband that she always reminded him not to drink too much. The husband beside her brushed it off, saying he always got home safely by taxi, even when drunk. The keeper raised a chilling question. What if the taxi driver was the maniac? Chae nervously echoed the suspicion, asking if it could really have been the taxi driver, shuddering at the thought. Chae sprang up from her seat and approached the counter, announcing she wanted to settle the check. The shopkeeper stated it came to 5,001, but added she was out of 1,000 bills. She asked if 500 table coins would be all right. As the coins clattered loudly across the desk, Chae flinched at the sound and insisted she didn't need the change. Without waiting, she rushed out of the shop. Walking swiftly through the streets, Chae questioned it all. The drunk man, Ilion Street. Everything left her with a dreadful feeling. Her heart pounded in her chest. Upon arriving home, she threw her bag aside, opened her laptop, and searched the date. 3 weeks ago, the 25th. She located, prayed silently it wouldn't be true. Opening an article about the missing man, her breath caught in her throat as she stared at the screen. The report said the man had gone missing on May 25th at exactly 4:30 a.m. Chae's hands dropped lifelessly to her sides as she struggled for breath, her eyes wide with horror. She muttered in disbelief. Was this revenge for what happened yesterday? She questioned if he would really go so far as to use a coffin just to stage a scene. She paused, denying it. Then it hit her. Where had she picked him up from? The answer rested in the evidence, and she realized she might be the one standing in court soon. Not him, her. All the evidence pointed toward her. As the thought sank deeper, Chae looked toward her desk. During her encounter with Yunsu, she had torn a button from his clothes. She opened the drawer and took out the button. Since Yunsu Park didn't appear in photos or videos, this button might be her only proof. She questioned if the button could truly do anything. Still, she told herself she would make him an accomplice using this one trace. No matter what, she would drag him out before the world. She might not have been special, and her life had never been easy, but the one thing she knew how to do was survive. By any means. She would claw, scratch, hang on, and make him trip over the leash he held in his hand. Chae moved swiftly to dig into the suitcase where the dead body had been found. Opening it, she placed the button inside. Her mind screamed with desperation and defiance. She prayed this small trace would someday come back to fatally wound him. She slammed the suitcase shut and set it on the road, determined to make this her first move in a silent war she never wanted but could no longer avoid. Chae tapped the desk impatiently as she scrolled through the news, eyes flickering across each headline. She wondered if anyone had found it, though no articles mentioned anything. Maybe no one reported it. She considered going back to bury it again, but knew it was too late. She muttered to herself. It was all over. She had already handed herself in a way. There was no turning back anymore. Later, she had dreamed she was running through a thick jungle. Her breaths came short and fast as she spotted a rope dangling from above. Huffing and desperate, she thought she needed to climb, but as she reached for it, she saw it transform into a noose, a death rope. Chae had jolted awake, gasping, and cried out, asking when she had fallen asleep. Her gaze landed on the article, where the news blared again. Her eyes widened in horror. A suitcase had been discovered on the highway. Her heart dropped. She hesitated, her hand trembling over the mouse. She wanted to look, but part of her screamed not to. Still, she clicked. Multiple articles opened up. They reported the discovery of a corpse inside a suitcase, decomposed and foul-smelling. Police were now reviewing CCTV footage in the area. A deeper investigation was to follow. Chae leaned back as there was no mention of the button. She wondered aloud if the button hadn't been enough to lure him out. It had only been a button after all. She bit her nails, denying any conclusions. It was still too early to know. Elsewhere, Yunsu watched the screen and tilted his head. He questioned if she was dense, if she thought bringing out the body would change anything. He turned off the TV. He had thought she was clever, but it turned out she was just another fool. For a moment, he considered leaking a picture, but he dropped the thought. She must already be miserable, overwhelmed with dread. The idea made him smile. His expression held a strange satisfaction. It almost broke his heart. Grim snapped at him, yelling to stop laughing. He asked if they both wanted to get caught. Grim glared at him, ordering him to stop these games. He asked what they would do if anyone started connecting the dots. Yunsu's brushed it off, claiming he didn't make mistakes. He knew what he was doing, but Grim didn't buy it. He brought up the night Yunsu had come back with blood on his sleeve. Something had been off about him that night. He hadn't been himself. Grim warned him. What if he had made a mistake while in that state of mind? Just then, Yunsu's phone phone rang. He and Grim exchanged a glance before Yunsu picked it up. A man's voice came through. He asked if Yunsu could hear him. The voice smiled as it spoke. Yunsu's expression darkened, his fist clenched at the sound of that voice. He spoke coldly, asking to what he owed the pleasure. He addressed him as father. Yunsu's father told him calmly it seemed he had made another foolish mistake, just like 30 years ago. Yunsu asked what he meant. His father stated clearly, the body found inside the suitcase in Korea today contained his button. Yunsu's eyes widened. He asked how it had ended up there. His father's tone dropped to a chilly low. He questioned if Yunsu intended to let the world find out about them. He stated for millennia they had been known only by name. Very few truly knew they existed. The pre-K reason was the strict rules in place to ensure they remained undetected by the world. It was not merely the rules themselves, they also worked closely with the world's richest and most powerful individuals, protecting one another in secrecy. However, what Yunsu had done recently was regarded as quite foolish and, frankly, unacceptable. First, he had left a coffin in the middle of the road, then a button with his insignia. His father questioned if he had left that button on purpose to reveal his presence. With no immediate response, his father warned him to answer. Yunsu denied having done so intentionally, replying firmly, "Of course not." His father stated he would handle both incidents from his end, erasing any trace as if nothing had happened. Yunsu sighed deeply, and his father added that as a consequence he was prohibited from hunting for the time being. To further frustrate him, his father directed him to live like a normal human for a while. Find a hobby, go on a trip, spend time and money, and avoid making things harder for their kind than they already were. He reminded Yunsu that he had grown tired of his reckless incidents, especially after the disaster that occurred 30 years ago. To unsettle him further, his father asked if he had forgotten the past. Yunsu warned him sharply to stop. His father urged him to remember his old friend whom he had killed. Yunsu interrupted, demanding his father stop bringing it up. His father questioned why, suspecting the boy might be listening. Yunsu turned to look at a shocked Grim. His father then questioned if Yunsu believed he would remain unaware, considering he had been hiding Grim all this time. Yunsu dismissed it as nonsense and questioned the spy's presence, since he already knew about Grim. His voice rose as he insisted his father stop. After a brief pause, his father said he had said all he needed to say and bid him goodbye. When the call ended, Yunsu groaned and cursed, wondering what the button's purpose had been. He asked himself if Cheya had ripped it off him and whether she had staged the entire scene on purpose. He marveled at her cleverness. Grim asked what was happening, and Yunsu explained that restrictions had been placed on him, meaning he would have to lay low for a while. Grim speculated it must be because of recent events. Yunsu apologized to Grim and then asked if he could deal with the man following Cheya. Grim, though shocked, agreed to obey the order. Before leaving, they exchanged glances that spoke volumes. The scene shifted back to 30 years earlier. Someone knocked on the door, calling out for Yunsu. Recognizing the visitor as Sion, Yunsu cautiously asked what was happening. He noticed Sion was bleeding and carrying a small baby. Sion said the child was his son. Yunsu was quite shocked to hear this and learned the baby's name was Grim. Yunsu questioned what Sion meant by calling Grim his son. He asked if he had fathered the child with the woman from 10 years ago. As Sion glanced at him, Yunsu noticed blood on his lips and cheek. Concerned, he asked where the woman was and why Sion was wearing his clothes. Yunsu called out again, demanding to know why Sion wasn't answering and where the woman was. Sion turned his face toward Yunsu, tears filling his eyes. The scene shifted to Cheya, who cursed fiercely. She said she had intended to turn herself in, but insisted it would not happen unless that bastard, Yunsu Park, came with her. She needed to stay in hiding until the button was found as evidence, preferably. Suddenly, Daeyeon grabbed Cheya from behind, causing her to gasp in shock. She questioned why he was there and what would happen if someone saw them together. Daehoon accused Cheye of trying to shift all the blame onto him, shocking her even more. He reminded her of a promise she had made to tell him about the person involved if he put the button in the suitcase and left it on the highway as instructed. Yet here she was, trying to pin everything on him and run away. Cheye tried to slip away but paused, thinking he would never let it go. She revealed the name of the man she believed was responsible, Yunsu Park. She said he ate once a week in her presence. Her instincts seemed right, and Daehoon questioned her about it. Chea explained she suspected Yunsu Park had the power to restrict people's motions and hypnotize them, particularly before he ate them. She said she had seen it last time and believed he hypnotized his victims to keep them docile. This made Daehoon gulp nervously. Chea added that on the surface, Yunsu Park was a perfect member of society. He volunteered at an orphanage every month and regularly donated to charities. The button found in the suitcase belonged to Yunsu Park. Daehoon shouted in agreement, saying he had known the button looked familiar for some reason. Chea asked him where he had seen it before. Daehoon Daehoon lunged forward to show her the button, stating it bore the same design. Chaeya admitted she could not identify the brand despite her efforts, and asked Daehoon where he had gotten the button. Daehoon recalled it had been about 30 years ago. His house had been at the top of a hill, and he often played with a boy from his neighborhood. One day, they saw a man standing in front of his friend's house almost every day. Daehoon asked if his friend knew the man, but the boy denied recognizing him and wondered why the man came to a stranger's house so often. Young Daehoon said he would be moving out later that day. As the boy walked away, the mysterious man glanced at him once more. That night, young Daehoon was sleeping when he suddenly scratched his stomach and gasped, awake. He asked his mother what time it was, and she replied it was already 9. Oh, clock Ayun. Daehoon wondered if Hansuk had stopped by, but his mother said no. Daehoon thought about how they had planned to go to the playground that night. He guessed Hansuk might have forgotten or perhaps stopped by, saw Daehoon sleeping, and left. He worried if Hansuk was upset with him. Looking upward, Daehoon saw the steep alley and staircase leading to Hansuk's house, the same house where his mother was being bitten. Daehoon hid behind a wall, his heart racing. He prayed silently for whatever was happening to stop. He heard a woman pleading for mercy, begging to be saved. Daehoon cried, overwhelmed by fear. Suddenly he fell down, asking himself who the attacker was and why he was doing such things. Terrified, Daehoon pleaded for help, and at that moment he thought he lost consciousness. When he came to his senses, he wondered if the attacker had gone. A button had fallen down the stairs, bouncing in front of him. Daehoon took a cautious peek but saw no one nearby. The next day, Hansuk's family had disappeared without a trace, as though they had never existed. It was so believable that Daehoon almost fell for it. He nearly believed the family had never been there, if not for the button he had found. The button was the same as Yoonsu Park's, and Daehoon could not accept this as coincidence. Chae insisted the person who killed Hansuk's mother was Yoonsu Park. While Grim was hearing this, shuddered at the horrifying revelation that Yoonsu Park had killed his mother. Chae smacked the button and insisted she wanted it to stop immediately, claiming this was all she knew. Daehoon cautiously asked about the suitcase and whether Yoonsu had done something with it too. However, Chae decided she didn't have time for this and suspected someone might be following them right now. Daehoon called out to her, but Chae told him to lay low for the moment. Although Daehoon continued calling after her, Chae moved away and got into a taxi. She told the driver to take her to the subway terminal, and the driver agreed. Despite Daehoon's repeated calls, Chae ignored them. Suddenly, a pop-up screen appeared showing a new message from a group named the Vampire Manual. Chae thought that Daehoon didn't know when to quit, so she decided to leave the forum. Just then, the sender changed to someone called Grasip of Darkness, who identified as a manager. Chae suspected this person was the forum administrator. The message mentioned important information about Yoonsu Park and requested her presence at Gungang Cathedral. Chae was shocked to learn there was information about Yoonsu and wondered if the message came from Yoonsu himself. She dismissed the idea, since he didn't seem like the type to send messages or request meetings. She questioned who could have sent the message. Chae ordered the driver to turn the car around and headed to the cathedral. Upon it, she was surprised that it would still be open at this hour. Looking around, she found no one inside. Suddenly, Grim called out to her from behind. Chae screamed in surprise and asked why he was there, questioning whether he had come with Yoonsu. Grim explained Yoonsu was not there and revealed he had sent the message. Chae asked if he was the forum administrator. Grim showed her a letter of declaration and mentioned few people would put their real names on such documents. Chae blushed in embarrassment and cursed Grim silently. She demanded to know what was going on and why Grim wanted to meet alone. She pressed him to explain what he intended to say about Yoonsu Park and wondered if they weren't on the same side. Grim urged her not to associate him with Yoonsu, whom he called a bastard. He offered to help if she wanted to fight back against Yoonsu. Chae sighed and questioned how she was supposed to trust him. Grim replied, Yoonsu Park would be unable to act for a while. I asked for clarification. Grim revealed he knew the button she had placed in the suitcase was very important to them, explaining the wolf was Yoonsu Park's insignia. Chae was shocked and thought the button from 30 years ago must have belonged to Yoonsu as well. Grim explained investigations into her and Yoonsu's actions had been blocked, but Yoonsu was punished by being forbidden to hunt for a month. He would probably stay quietly at home, unable to harm Chia during that time. Grim noted Chia had been holding up well against Yoonsu Park. He then showed her a note. Chae asked what the note was. Grim confirmed it was Yoonsu Park's address. He shivered and said if Chae was the one who received it, he believed she could kill Yoonsu Park. Chae was shocked and asked if Grim really knew how to kill Yoonsu. She quickly reminded him he was a vampire too. Grim told her she no longer needed to hide and could do as she pleased. He started to leave. Chae called after him, but he refused to wait, leaving her screaming in agony. Grim's heart raced as he walked away, realizing he had spoken carelessly about killing Yoonsu Park, the unstoppable unstoppable and fearless Yoon-soo Park. When Grim reached his room, he called out for Yoon-soo but found only a note. Shocked, he read the note aloud. He called for Yoon-soo again and asked where he was. Yoon-soo revealed he was on a plane. Grim asked where Yoon-soo was going. Yoon-soo said he was going on a trip. Grim asked when Yoon-soo planned to return. Yoon-soo said he did not know and would come back when hungry. Grim was left shocked by the answer. The scene shifted outside the country as a receptionist asked Yoon-soo what he thought of a particular item. Yoon-soo revealed he already had it. When the keeper showed him another, Yoon-soo said he had that one as well and simply requested the items he had picked up to be sent to his address. The receptionist affirmed this. Yoon-soo sat down on a chair as the keeper asked if he was ready to order. Yoon-soo said he would have 1 cup of coffee, which the receptionist confirmed. She then asked if she could get him anything else, while Yoon-soo's thoughts drifted back, remembering the first time he saw this woman, which must have been about 20 years ago. He reflected that she had aged while he himself had not changed. The world around him had changed, and though he used to find that amusing, it no longer interested him. Time was an untouchable fact that he could not control, which frustrated him endlessly. The scene then shifted to Chea. As she reached Yoon-soo's home, she gasped, thinking if she opened the door, Yoon-soo Park would be there. She had assumed the boy had given her a fake address, but it turned out to be real. She also remembered how, just as Grim had said, all the articles about the cases had been deleted. This meant someone had covered up the incidents. Chea knew Yoon-soo hadn't been to mass at all that week, so maybe he really had been holed up at home. She wondered, however, if this was all a trap. What could she even do inside that house? Chae sighed, realizing worrying wouldn't answer any of those questions. She had worried enough that week and saw no reason to waste more time. She just needed to face whatever awaited her head on. As she reached to touch the gate, it opened automatically. Chae was shocked the door had opened on its own. A chill ran through her as she questioned what kind of place this was and whether people could really live here. Could Yoon-soo Park really live in a place like this? As she approached the door and reached to open it, Grim appeared, questioning why she was so late. Chea called out to him, grabbing his arm and asking if Yoon-soo Park was inside and what he was doing now. Grim told her Yoon-soo was not home. He had left for Europe a week ago, which shocked Chea. Grim then asked what she had been doing for the past week since he had given her Yoon-soo's address and everything. Chea tried to explain, but Grim closed the door. Chea wondered what was going on. The house was clean and extremely well organized, but it creeped her out, making her want to leave immediately. She asked Grim why he had asked her to kill Yoon-soo Park instead of doing it himself. Wouldn't it be easier since they lived together? Grim explained he could not do it himself. Chea questioned why, but immediately scoffed, asking if Grim actually knew how to kill Yoon-soo Park. Grim admitted he did not, which frustrated Chea even more. Annoyed, Chea asked if Grim was joking and what he meant by wanting her to do the job. Grim revealed he had witnessed Yoon-soo Park kill a vampire. Chea was shocked by this revelation and demanded to know how Yoon-soo had done it. Grim said he could not remember, only that it had happened in this house. That meant there had to be a clue somewhere within the house. Chea was surprised it had happened there. Grim suggested that if they could find the clue, they might figure out how to kill Yoon-soo Park. Grim asked Chea to follow him upstairs. Chea thought the upper floor felt different from the first. She asked where they were, and Grim told her they were in Yoon-soo's study. Chea noticed the study looked as if it hadn't been used in a long time. Grim questioned what Cheaha was doing there, teasing if she had come for an open house, and urging her to start searching. He said it was impossible to enter the study when Yoon-soo was home. Cheaha asked why Grim didn't search as well. Grim said he could not, which annoyed Cheaha further. Cheaha thought the clue had to be important and doubted Yoon-soo would keep it on display. Grim had mentioned no one was usually allowed inside the study. Cheaha believed Yoon-soo's arrogance made him assume no one would dare look there, which might make the clue more obvious. Cheaha pulled open a drawer and was shocked to see a broken goblet. As she took it out, Grim was equally shocked and said it was the goblet, the one they had been talking about. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, saying he hadn't realized they had guests. Both Grim and Shia were shocked to see who it was, as Yoon-soo questioned what the two of them were doing there at that moment. Shia was shocked to see Yoon-soo Park there. She turned toward Grim, questioning if they were working together after all, cursing the bastards under her breath. Just as she hid the goblet behind her, Yoon-soo asked why she looked that way. He compared her to a little cat caught stealing a fish as he stepped out fully into view. He smacked the goblet closed inside the drawer, causing both Chae and Grim to become visibly nervous. Yoon-soo then clapped his hands, saying it had been a while since they had a guest in their home, and asked why he shouldn't treat her to dinner. Chae flinched at this, firmly denying that it was all right and thinking absolutely not, she wasn't going to do it. She insisted it was rude of her to come by so late at night and she couldn't possibly eat. However, Yoon-soo called out to Chaya, ordering her to stay stay for dinner. Grim tried to interrupt, agreeing with Chea that it might be uncomfortable for her to eat there, but Yunsu's dead blank stare fell on Grim, paralyzing him on the spot as he commanded that Chea was staying for dinner. Chea felt suffocated by the situation. She wondered what Yunsu was up to since he hadn't even asked why she was there or what she was doing. Grim seemed just as caught off guard, and Chea cursed her confusion, not understanding what was going on. As they walked through the house, Yunsu asked Chea what she thought of the home. She was surprised by the question. Yunsu explained that he had put a lot of effort into decorating the first floor, but had never had anyone to show it to. He added that he could no longer see what people thought of it, which shocked Chea. When Yunsu asked again for her opinion, Chea replied that it was very nice and cool, almost inhuman. Yunsu affirmed that she had understood perfectly. He then called out to Grim, asking if they still had any meat left from last time. Grim flinched at the question. Yunsu complained that if he had to go out and caught another. Chea was shocked by this and wondered what Yunsu intended to catch. Chea and Beth thought Yunsu was trying to pull some kind of prank. Green told Yunsu that he should keep looking, since there should be some meat left in the fridge. Yunsu then spotted a lump of meat, and Chea thought it looked like nothing unusual, just regular meat. But she knew it wasn't what she thought it was. A steak with sauce was presented to her, and Yunsu asked if she would eat it. Chea questioned whether he was going to eat it himself. Yunsu said he wasn't hungry. Chea understood that he didn't eat often. Yunsu then said he had eaten everything she brought him and told her not to worry. Yunsu picked up a glass of wine and asked Chea to have some while staring at her with his dead eyes. Chea processed this for a moment and then apologized, saying she couldn't drink. Yunsu said it wasn't regular wine. Chea tried to explain that she had driven there, but Yunsu told her that if she drank it, he would let her go. When Chea looked at him, Yunsu said that if she drank it all, he would let her leave quietly. Hearing this, Chea shivered and cursed under her breath. She grabbed the glass and gulped it down, wondering what the hell it was since it tasted just like juice. Yunsu burst into laughter. Chea grumbled that if he was happy now, she was leaving, cursing him as she went. Yunsu said he wouldn't walk her out. Chea cursed him again as she slammed the door behind her. Yunsu remarked that she was very funny. Meanwhile, Grim asked Yunsu why he had come back so early. Yunsu said he was bored. He then asked Grim why he had been in his study, reminding him that he had told him not to go in there. It seemed coming home early had been the right choice. Yunsu then questioned Grim about why he had brought Chea there and what they had been doing. He directed Grim to answer him. At that moment, Grim asked Yunsu if he had killed him. Yunsu questioned what he meant. Grim said that Yunsu had killed his father with the goblet and that he was dead, wasn't he? Yunsu was baffled by Grim's question. He asked what Grim was talking about, calling it ridiculous. Grim insisted he remembered everything clearly now. Before, he had only a fuzzy hint of a memory, but the moment he saw the goblet earlier, it all came rushing back. He recalled his dying father and Yunsu smiling over his dead body. Yunsu was stunned to hear that Grim had seen that. Run confirmed he saw it all and with tears streaming down asked if he really did kill him. There was no response from Yunsu. Grim urged him to say something, to at least make an excuse. He screamed for Yunsu to deny it, to say it wasn't true. Yunsu thought he couldn't lie, revealing that it was true. Grim's shock deepened when Yunsu silently admitted the truth. Grim demanded to know why, then ran out of the room. Yunsu was left behind, shivering. He gasped for breath as he leaned against the wall for support. As he made his way upstairs, he muttered that Grim had seen the goblet, and wondered if Grim had been hiding the fact that he knew all along, ever since that day for 30 years. In the past, when Yunsu saw Grim looking at the goblet, he had screamed and snatched it from him. Grim apologized to Yunsu for the goblet. Grim then asked desperately where his father was. Yunsu looked into Grim's blurry, worried eyes and hugged him, suggesting they lived together in the house. He had thought Grim was just a child who didn't understand, but maybe that was only his wishful thinking. Yunsu heard voices as Sion called him. He pleaded, asking if Yunsu could do it, if he could kill him. Yunsu was huffing as if waking from a nightmare while Grim headed out. Grim knew the truth, but wished it wasn't so. He wished he hadn't been lying to him, wearing a mask for 30 years. He wondered why he had hidden it. Was it because he didn't want to accept the truth, or because of the distance he felt when he saw his face that day? The connection between them that he never dared to approach. He knew everything, but let Yunsu behave otherwise, because Yunsu Park was all Grim had. He questioned whether it would have been better if he had never known, if the truth had stayed buried, but he denied this. Now, with rumors that Yunsu might have killed his mother too, Grim couldn't remain silent any longer. He couldn't stay with Yunsu. Meanwhile, Daehun had seen Chea come out of the house earlier, cursing as she left. He wondered aloud who that child was, and who lived in the house. The boy looked strangely familiar, but Daehun couldn't recognize him. Suddenly, Grim vanished right before his eyes, leaving Daehun shocked. He questioned if that boy was one of them, and if the house could be their lair. If Yunsu Park was inside, what did that mean? Daehyun wondered what Chea's identity was in the first place. The scene shifted when Daehyun entered his house, greeted by a familiar voice that welcomed him back. He immediately brought up the matter he had asked about the other day, questioning his companion regarding any updates. The man understood what he meant and responded, stating it concerned Yoon-soo Park. He explained how locating him had turned out more difficult than expected. It remained unclear where he lived. Though he had tried to track his movements, he couldn't get a clear view of him. On top of it, Yoon-soo hadn't been seen for 3 weeks. He expressed frustration, wondering aloud if this man was even real, possibly a ghost. Daehyun considered it, figuring he should have expected such a result. He then remarked how he could probably dig up something if he pushed a little more. His companion then added that he had also gathered information on someone else, Che-a. Daehyun perked up, asking what had been found. The man began explaining how she had lost both her parents at a young age and had one older sister. Raised by her grandmother, her past didn't appear too unusual at first. However, the real issue came with a piece of her background not many knew. She held a criminal record, which was attempted murder. Daehyun looked startled upon hearing it. The man clarified that she had been caught threatening her ex-boyfriend with a knife. She had served 5 years before her release. What puzzled him most was how, only a year after getting out, she began working as a taxi driver. He noted how this shouldn't have been possible. Daehyun nodded, affirming that those with criminal records involving violent crimes weren't legally allowed to work in positions involving public transport. His companion questioned how she had managed it. Had she obtained the license illegally, or did she belong to a family wealthy enough to cover up such issues? Daehyun stood still, deep in thought, saying he could investigate further. His companion agreed, offering to keep digging if needed. He then pulled out a photograph of a woman, handing it over, informing that Thistasan had gone missing later that same day. He asked whether he should continue searching for clues related to her. He called out for Daehyun, but Daehyun's attention had already shifted, and he muttered Chea's name under his breath. Elsewhere, Chea entered her building, her mind spinning with disbelief. She had gone through Yeon-soo's entire house, and yet he let her walk out freely. She questioned, could he really do nothing right now? Did that mean she was free, even if only temporarily? The thought made her feel like she could finally breathe without tension. She reached her door, but as she opened it, she let out a scream. Grim stood inside, waiting. She burst out, asking what he was doing there. Calmly, he welcomed her home. She asked why he would say something like that. Grim casually told her he planned to crash at her place for a while. She stared at him, confused, asking what he meant, and told him to stop being ridiculous. Grim then admitted he had fought with Yoon-soo. Chea quickly suspected whether it was because she had broken into their house. He tried to reason with him, saying he couldn't stay there just because of that. Grim replied, stating how she had a lot of questions about Yeon-soo Park. He told her this would be a good chance to get some answers. Afterwards, at night, as they both lay down in silence, Chea asked about Yeon-soo's hometown. He replied without hesitation that he didn't know. She then asked how tall he was. He told her a little over 5'11". She pressed further, asking about his weight. He then asked whether she planned to ask where the mole on his neck was. Chea smirked, saying she hadn't planned on it but now wanted to know. Grim cursed quietly, asking her to stop. Chea asked if he wasn't sick of playing video games all week. Grim snapped back, saying he was more tired of her questions. All week it had been questions about Yeon-soo. He was surprised she hadn't died of curiosity already. Chea called his name softly, then asked why he thought Yeon-soo was so obsessed with her. Grim looked caught off guard. He asked if she really didn't know. Then he said it was likely because she hadn't run away. Everyone else either fled, went crazy, or broke down. She hadn't shown fear, nor had she attempted to leave. Chea felt quiet for a moment, then said it wasn't possible for her to escape from someone like Yoon-soo anyway. Days passed. Cheha complained, growing sick of eating ramen noodles. She asked Grim whether it tasted good. He said it was fine. She reminded him that he was a vampire and had been eating cup ramen the entire week. She asked if he felt all right. He casually said it didn't bother him and pulled down his hoodie. At a distance, Dahyun watched them. He clenched his jaw, quietly cursing. He remarked that sly fox had lied to him. The boy beside her was the same one he had seen the other day. He realized now he was one of them. That had to be the reason Chea approached him. She knew about his work, that he hunted them. She had approached him with a cowardly plan in mind. He cursed. How dare she deceive him like that? Now that he had discovered where they stayed, he knew what had to be done. He had to eliminate the entire place. He had to burn it down. Back inside, Chea asked a random question. She asked if vampires starve to death. She clarified clarified that she meant Yunsu. Since he couldn't do anything for a month and couldn't hunt, wouldn't that mean he'd starve if left alone? Grim disagreed, saying vampires had food saved for emergencies. Che-ah brushed it off, saying it would be lame if vampires actually settled for that. It wouldn't match their image. Meanwhile, Daehyun prepared. He held an oil can and examined the building. He questioned how he could break in. No CCTV cameras appeared to be in sight. Suddenly, the gate opened automatically, which made his heart skip. He paused, then stepped through. Once inside, the gate shut behind him without warning. Daehyun let out a breath and forced himself not to panic. He told himself they had accepted it now. They knew he was coming and had stopped resisting. He grinned to himself, laughing softly while taking another step forward. He didn't notice the shadow moving behind him. As Daehyun poured the oil across the ground, he whispered for Yunsu to come out. He shouted, claiming he knew he was being watched. They were all working together, Che-ha and Yunsu Park. Both of them had plotted something against him. He struck the lighter, ready to ignite it, but just as he was about to do it, a crow flew at him, startling him and knocking the lighter from his hand. Daehyun gasped, his breath catching in his throat as he reached for it. Just before his fingers touched it, a foot came down and crushed the lighter. He looked up, startled, and said the words under his breath. It was him. Before another word escaped, dizziness overtook him. He staggered, vision swirling. As he collapsed, his voice trailed off, asking who it was. When his eyes opened again, Hansok stood in front of him. He called out, asking if it really was Hansok. He questioned where he had been all this time and how he could disappear without a single word. He shouted about how hard he had searched for him and how much effort he had spent. But as he tried to approach him, an invisible barrier blocked the way. Daehyun touched the space between them, pressing his hand against it. He mumbled how something was there. He cried out Hansok's name again, telling him how he appeared in his dreams over and over. He always called for help, always begged to be saved. He questioned what this was, why he couldn't reach him. He slammed his hand against the unseen wall, shouting again. Because of this, he couldn't save him. In reality, Daehyun sat behind bars. On the other side, Grim stood, staring quietly. Grim asked if he remembered who killed his mother. He asked whether he remembered what he looked like. Daehyun blinked. He said nobody could have known. It had been too dark. He'd stood too far away. Nothing had been clear, except those yellow eyes as they had glowed. He remembered the glow, but not who they belonged to. He said maybe it was Yunsu Park, maybe not, but he was sure Hansok knew. He said it again. He knew it had been Yunsu. He asked whether Hansok was a vampire too. If so, would he make him one? Daehyun pleaded for him to hurry. He asked again and again, "Bite me and turn him as well." The Grim turned away. He walked out and slammed the door, his voice echoing a simple plea. Stop calling him that. Outside the room, Grim stood in silence, breath unsteady. He muttered the same words. Stop calling me Hansok. He questioned how Daehyun had recognized him. Maybe the hallucination had worked too well. It had taken him back to childhood, stirred something buried deep. He regretted doing it. He hadn't found the killer. He hadn't uncovered Yunsu's real motives. Nothing useful had come from it. Only a name. One he had wanted to forget forever. He begged again, "Don't call me that." Meanwhile, Daehyun sank deeper into a hallucination. He wandered, confused, calling Hansok's name again. He questioned, where had he gone? Why wasn't he answering? Then he sensed it, something terrifying behind him. He turned as his heart was pounding. 3 figures surrounded him. All had glowing yellow eyes. He recognized them as vampires. Daehyun stepped back and then forward again. He asked whether they would turn on him this time. He welcomed it. He told them to bite him, but the look in their eyes made him pause. Something felt wrong. Their gaze wasn't welcoming. It was cold, silent, and dead. Daehyun's breath caught. He asked why they looked so terrifying, thinking they are planning to kill him? He laughed nervously, he remarked, not so fast. He dared to kill him, knowing if they even knew how many of them he had killed before. They couldn't defeat him. He was too strong. He kept boasting, speaking louder, trying to scare them off. Back in reality, Daehyun thrashed inside the prison cell, lost in illusion. Yunsu still lay sleeping elsewhere. Daehyun swung wildly, slashing through the air, imagining enemies falling around him. In his hallucination, he lunged with his blade toward one of the vampires, but just then Yunsu's finger twitched. The moment Daehyun aimed to strike again, thunder cracked outside, and Yunsu's eyes opened. Yunsu woke up, unsure how long he had been asleep. After noticing the full moon, he assumed nearly a week must have passed. He wobbled down the hallway, completely drained of energy. He sensed he had reached his limit. Past this point, a vampire might die from dehydration, and for some strange reason, he found the idea mildly amusing. Then he paused, suddenly aware of a foul stench. He doubted the smell came from within the house. It reeked of dead blood. He caught the scent of smoke and questioned what had caused it. Someone had definitely been there while he remained unconscious. He wondered who it could have been. Grim crossed his mind, but he dismissed the thought quickly, convinced convinced it wasn't him. No matter who it was, he needed to feed soon. His thirst had become unbearable. Huffing, he stepped down and made his way toward the prison. The sight awaiting him left him startled. Corpses lay scattered and smoke poured from the blazing mansion. He cursed aloud and demanded to know who had done it. Elsewhere, Dae-hyun slammed his bloodied hand against the mirror of Chea's car. Chea, startled, asked what had happened. Noticing his soaked appearance, he shouted at her to drive. Chea hesitated, saying she had been about to leave. But Dae-hyun repeated the command, louder and more desperate. Confused and frustrated, she questioned what could have possibly triggered such behavior. Dae-hyun, panting heavily, muttered something about yellow eyes. He turned to her and said he had found them. A chill ran down Chea's spine. Nothing about his behavior seemed right. The man who once talked non-stop now sat in complete silence. She grew tense, uneasy over whose blood covered him, but what troubled her most was the look in his eyes. She reached for some tissues near the dashboard and offered them, hoping he would clean himself, but instead he grabbed her wrist. He screamed, asking what she thought she was doing, then lunged at her with a knife. Chea jerked the wheel, swerving sharply around a curve. Daeon kept screaming, accusing her of being one of them, a vampire. He ranted about how they all pretended to care before killing him. He admitted he had already murdered every vampire he had encountered, though many remained. Cheo-e, shaken, feared he had gone mad. She wondered whether he had been killing innocent people all along, blinded by delusions. Dae-hyun muttered he needed to kill her before they got to him, before they silenced the only person who had seen them. He swore he would eliminate every last one. As he raised the knife again, Chaya lost control and the car crashed violently. Trembling, she turned to find Dae-hyun unconscious beside her. She cursed under her breath, unsure how to handle someone who had just tried to kill her again. As she panted in fear and exhaustion, Daehyun stirred. Back at the mansion, Yeonsu cursed upon realizing the fire had already been set before the intruders had fled. He kept wondering who could have been responsible. The idea of Grim returning quickly faded. The bodies had been stabbed with a knife, something he knew Grim would never use. He questioned when it could have happened. He had been too weak from starvation to sense anything. Still, drinking dead blood was out of the question. He needed to hunt. He had to feed. Yet his failing body couldn't take another step and he collapsed to the ground. Moments later, a car pulled in. Inside, Dae-in had been restrained. Yunsu spotted Chea stepping out and called for her. She approached him slowly, taking in the sight of his withered state. Then she turned toward the flames devouring the mansion. Looking back at Yunsu, she offered a small smile and remarked, "He looked like someone who could use a little help." With a smirk stretching across her face, Chea remarked it looked like he needed some help. Yunsu huffed, agreeing it certainly looked that way. As she approached him, she suddenly crushed his hand beneath her boot. She coldly observed he really couldn't do a thing now. When Yunsu responded, noting she seemed to be enjoying herself, Chea stood still for a moment, wondering if she should just leave him like this. At this rate, Park might actually die, but in that moment of decision, something clicked. Dae-hyun was still alive. Yunsu mentioned she seemed to be in an equally sticky situation, and asked whether she didn't think they could help each other out. He said they might find a way that worked for both of them. But Chek-hai growled at him to shut up, asking what he could possibly gain from helping her. Yunsu revealed it was freedom. If she saved him, he would grant her that. As the car engine turned over, Chea cursed her life under her breath. She admitted she obviously wanted freedom, but she demanded a promise for her life too. She insisted he vow never to kill her, no matter what happened, and to hurry. Yunsu smirked, calling her clever, and confirmed it with a nod. As Chea returned to her car and dragged Dae-hyun forward, she asked if Yunsu needed blood. Yunsu huffed, admitting he did. But since she was already helping, he requested a little extra push. Chea demanded to know why he needed her to do that. Yunsu explained it was about the blood. He needed her to draw some. A small amount would suffice. He just had to smell flowing blood. Chea, shocked by the request, wondered why she had to do something so twisted. But with clenched teeth, she cursed and slashed Daeon's cheek. Blood spilled instantly. She asked if that was enough, but by then, Yunsu already stood before her, fully revitalized, smiling with renewed strength. Before she could react, Yunsu darted past her and sank his fangs into Dae-hyun, sending a shiver down Chea's spine. As she staggered back, she questioned what she was witnessing. Dae-hyun, groaning, asked if he was finally becoming one of them. As he looked at the scene unfolding, he trembled and muttered he had turned into a vampire. Then, he collapsed lifelessly while Yunsu wiped his lips clean. Yunsu stepped forward, approaching Chea. She screamed at him not to come any closer, and warned him not to cross the branch lying between them. But Yunsu crushed the branch underfoot and calmly stated she needn't worry. He intended to keep his promise, as long as she kept one rule. Ye, startled, pointed out he hadn't mentioned any rule before. Yunsu Yunsu replied and asked her to attend mass every Sunday. Chea, confused, asked why. Yunsu told her to think. She had seen his real self and she knew his identity. It made sense for him to watch over her, to make sure she didn't say anything foolish. All he asked was for her to show up at mass. Chea questioned if that was really all he wanted, if that was truly the end. She asked if he would delete the video, if he wouldn't make her do anything strange, and if he would disappear from her life entirely. Yunsu assured her it was exactly that. But before he could say anything else, Cheoff slapped him across the face. She called him a bastard and said he was really done now. As she turned away, she added she had no intention of ever talking to him again. She would erase him from her memory, and now they would go their separate ways. As Chea walked off and the flames behind them grew higher, she got in her car and drove. Thoughts churned in her head. Was this real? Was she truly free? Her heart raced and tears spilled from her eyes without warning. And for the first time in a long while, she felt alive. As Chea opened a cold can of beer and took a long gulp, a sense of calm washed over her. The bitter taste somehow tasted like freedom. No one was following her anymore. No one was threatening her. For the first time in a long while, her life felt ordinary, and that was more than enough. But before the peace could settle in, Grim barged beside her, his voice cutting through the silence as he questioned if this was really the right way to live. Chea blinked at him and asked why he was still around. She pointed out that she and Yunsu were completely done now. They weren't even within spitting distance of each other anymore. They were strangers. Grim frowned and asked why she kept talking about spitting. He said his presence had nothing to do with Yunsu and asked her to stop dragging his name into things. Chea tried to respond, but Grim didn't give her a chance. He mentioned he had paid for her car repairs. The comment caught her off guard. Before she could say anything, Grim added that he also covered her rent and even advanced payments. Chea's irritation flared as she snapped back, accusing him of using Yunsu Park's card, and told him to get his facts straight. She demanded to know what point he was trying to make. She wasn't going anywhere. He was going to stay right here. Grim calmly replied that as long as he had paid for things, he had a say in the matter. Chea groaned and took another large gulp of her beer. Grim asked, half curious about her alcohol tolerance. Chea had already gone quite red and was clearly drunk. She called out his name, slurring a little, which made Grim realize she had definitely crossed her limit. She suddenly asked if he was Yunsu's kid. Grim nearly choked on his juice, shocked by the absurd question. Chea continued, asking if he wasn't, to which Grim quickly clarified, of course not. Chea giggled and said it was strange. He looked similar, especially those irritating eyes. Her comment made Grim visibly annoyed. She continued, saying she didn't even like Yunsu. Then suddenly she apologized, though more to herself than to Grim. She admitted to hitting Yunsu Park. Grim stared at her, dumbfounded. She explained, with a proud grin, that she had smacked him hard across the cheek. The memory sent chills through Grim, thinking, is she serious? Chea said he should have seen the look on Yunsu's face. It didn't matter who messed with her, whether human or vampire, they'd face consequences. She finished her beer and leaned back, stating that she felt happy now. The next morning, Chea stood in front of the church, hesitating. She cursed under her breath. She didn't want to go inside. The memory of Yunsu's instruction played in her mind. He had told her to come to mass, but Chea couldn't even take a step forward. She had barely calmed down after taking a break all week, and now she had to face him again? Her body froze as she reached for the door. She decided she would just wait outside and show her face when he came out. That should be enough, right? Soon, the mass ended. The announcement echoed from inside, wishing everyone a blessed day. Chea thought the mass was already over. That meant Yunsu would be coming out any second. But just then, a figure passed by her. Her heart sank. It was Yunsu. He looked at her for the briefest second before turning his face away and walking past without a word. Chea stood still. That 1 second drained all her energy. He hadn't said anything, but maybe the silence was enough. Just then, a familiar voice called out. A woman recognized Chea and asked why she had shown up so late. She said she had been waiting and was glad to see her. She grabbed Chea's hand and, smiling, mentioned she hadn't seen her around lately. She then asked Chea's age. Chea quietly replied, 28. The woman's eyes lit up as she stated that it was a perfect age. Her friend's son was in town, and he happened to be single. She assumed Chea and Yunsu were no longer together. Chea immediately yelled that they weren't. The woman nodded quickly and asked if she could set her up with her friend's son. She mentioned how good the two of them would look together. Chea tried to protest, but the woman didn't give her a chance, insisting she shouldn't be so stiff. Just then, a man stepped between them. Chea groaned inside. This was getting irritating, but then she took a glance at the man's face and froze. He recognized her, and in that moment, Chea knew something unexpected had just begun. As the man called out, asking if it was Chea, the woman asked if the two of them knew each other. The man confirmed they had known each other a while back. Then the woman said she was going to introduce them, but she guessed there was no need and she apologized. The man responded not at all, expressing happiness that she did. Chae attempted to apologize, explaining she was a bit busy today and would see them next week. But the person held out Chae's fingers, suggesting they should grab coffee nearby since it had been a long time. The woman agreed, saying she would treat her and have a cup of coffee before she left. Chae tried thanking them, but the woman insisted it seemed like the two of them had not seen each other in a while and they should catch up. The man agreed, saying she had gone through the trouble of bringing them together, so it would not be right not to go. Chae appeared quite surprised and said she would stay for a little while at the coffee shop. At the coffee shop, the woman sparkled with curiosity and asked how the two of them had known each other. The boy said they had worked part-time at the same store when they were younger. The woman agreed, guessing the store only hired good-looking workers. She then asked if Ha-Ha-Wan had been popular. Chae replied that she guessed so. Ha-Wan added that Chae had been more popular than him. The woman asked about this, and Ha-Ha-Wan confirmed Chae was cute, causing Chae to cough and choke. The woman asked if Chae needed water. The woman said it must have been a long time since the two of them last saw each other. Ha-Wan agreed, thinking so too. He asked how long it had been for Chae, suggesting about 7 years. Chae asked, has it already been that long? Later, as they got into the car, Chae still insisted she could really take the bus home, but the woman pushed her to get into the car so the two could chat on the ride back. Chae finally got into the car. Ha-Wan glanced at Chae, making Chae wonder, what is he thinking? Ha-Wan smiled and asked if something was on his face, but Chae turned away, denying it. Ha-Wan asked how she had been, saying he had always wanted to know, but had never heard anything about her. Chae asked him to drop her off in front of the convenience store, pleading. Ha-Wan asked where her home was, and Chae said it was nearby. Ha-Wan agreed and stopped the car. Chae thanked him for the ride. Ha-Wan called out to Chae, saying he had really missed her as he got closer. He touched Chae's face and leaned in to kiss her, but Chae stopped him with a dead-eyed stare. Ha-Wan smirked and said as he got out of the car and opened the door for Chae that they would be seeing each other more often anyway. Chae looked quite worried and asked what he meant, but before he could answer, a scream interrupted them. That he is not going! Yunsu pushed Grim out, questioning how long he was going to keep eating stuff like that, to which Grim replied, who cares? It's none of his business. Grim said he was really pissing him off. Grim was surprised to see Chae out there with someone beside her, and she glanced at him as they stared at each other. As Grim dashed toward Chae, calling her sister, he questioned what had taken her so long, since he had thought she was coming home right after church. He asked where she had been. Chae felt jittery and asked what was wrong with him. Grim, with an annoyed expression, asked if it was because she was late that someone weird had come to get him. Chae questioned why, wondering aloud why Yunsu Park was here. Ha-Wan asked Chae if she knew these people, while Grim glanced at Ha-Wan, questioning who he was. Grim then asked if her sister had gotten a boyfriend, but Chae denied it and asked if he would mind being a little quieter. Grim responded by asking if that meant his uncle had been dumped. Chae sighed and scratched her head, while Ha-Wan looked shocked. Ha-Wan then asked if this was her boyfriend or if Grim was her boyfriend, saying he had no idea about any of this. Chae tried to explain it was not like that. She turned to Grim, telling him to go back to Yunsu, but Grim said he was going to her house, which annoyed Yunsu. Chae grabbed Grim, telling him he was driving her nuts, and if he planned to come over, he should hurry up. She pulled Grim along as she moved out, turning toward Ha-Wan to thank him for the ride. She glanced at Yunsu and told both of them they should never see each other again before walking away. Ka wondered what on earth was going on and how someone's life could get so twisted. Yunsu glanced at Ha-Wan, but tried to leave. Ha-Wan called out to him and tried to grab him, but Yunsu dodged the attempt and stared back. Ha-Wan asked how long he had been seeing Chae. Yunsu replied with an annoyed face. Ha-Wan apologized for asking such a question when they did not know each other. He explained that he had been looking for Chae for a long time and admitted he had hurt her badly in the past. Ha-Wan said Chae was so pretty and kind, and he should have assumed she would have someone new by now. Yunsu asked what it was he wanted to say. Ha-Wan grabbed Yunsu, making him furious. Ha-Wan questioned if he really loved Chae and if he was going to marry her. Ha-Wan pressed on, asking how far he was thinking of going with Chae. Yunsu smacked Ha-Wan's hand away and asked how far he was thinking of going. Then he smirked and said, marriage. He asked what Ha-Wan was going to do about it, which made Ha-Wan visibly emotional. Yunsu said they were in a bit of a rough patch right now, but their personalities and bodies worked better together, and they would probably get married soon. This statement jolted Ha-Wan. Yunsu patted him on the shoulder and said he was sure Chae felt the same, adding that the only person who could handle her personality was him. Then Yunsu turned and said goodbye, getting into his car and driving away. The scene shifted to Chae's house. Grim asked who the guy had been, who he was, and why Chae had looked so scared earlier. Chae whispered that the man was Ha-Wan Han, her ex-boyfriend. The scene shifted to the past, where Chaya had been writing in her diary about how much she missed her mother and father. She had expressed a longing to have a mommy and daddy. The teacher noticed Chaya's feelings and gently inquired if she missed her parents, to which Chaya quietly affirmed. The teacher recalled that Chaya had mentioned living with her grandmother and asked how things were at home, wondering if everything was all right. Che-A had responded casually, indicating that she was managing fine. The teacher then complimented Che-A on being a good writer and mature for her age, suggesting she might have a lot she wanted to express, but perhaps had not yet said out loud. She wondered if Che-A had considered keeping another diary in addition to the journal she submitted for school. When Che-A asked what the teacher meant, the teacher explained that it could be a private diary, one the teacher would not check, where Che-A could be truly honest with herself and write only for her own eyes. On her way home, Che-A thought about the compliment and the suggestion. She reflected that perhaps she was a good writer and mature, but as she approached her grandmother, she called out cheerfully that she had received praise at school. However, she immediately noticed that her grandmother was crying. Her grandmother, clearly affected by alcohol, asked bitterly why Che-A, the daughter of the woman she despised, was there. The question had jolted Che-A. Her grandmother turned her face away and demanded to know why she was in the house. Che-A had known her grandmother hated her mother fiercely. The grandmother had never seen Che-A's father again after his marriage, and when she had finally seen him after 15 years, he had already passed away. All of her bitterness and resentment seemed to have been aimed at Che-A, who looked so much like her mother. The grandmother grabbed Che-A's arm tightly, accusing her of being the woman who stole her son and calling her a granddaughter who resembled the hated mother. Che-A cried out while her grandmother screamed in anguish, questioning why it had to be her. Che-A did not know how long she had cried that day. All she had wanted was for her grandmother to see her as herself, not as a reflection of her mother. The constant hatred and cruelty had only deepened her wounds, filling her heart with bitterness and turning her into someone hardened and vicious. Afterward, the grandmother scolded Che-A for eating too much, warning that she would get fat. Che-A had retorted that she was already too skinny and lost her appetite whenever she saw her grandmother's face, so she ate even less. She questioned why her grandmother would worry about her gaining weight under those conditions. Her grandmother scoffed and grounded her, dismissing Che-A as a brat who would soon curse at her. At that moment, Che-A stood up and declared that she was leaving the home, surprising everyone. She said she intended to leave as soon as she graduated. The grandmother sneered, saying Che-A did not have the money and called her useless. Che-A calmly explained she had worked part-time jobs and saved a significant amount of money. She insisted she was going to leave, asking if anyone was unhappy with her decision, then turned and left. Chaezon called out after her, asking what she had meant earlier about leaving. She reminded Che-A that she had barely studied and worked instead, and that was why she was struggling. Che-A responded by pointing out that Chaezon received an allowance, went to cram school and tutoring, and got family support. Che-A asked if Chaezon had ever wondered why she did not receive the same. Chaezon tried to say more, but Che-A explained firmly that living under the same roof did not mean they shared the same life. What was paradise for Chaezon was hell for Che-A, and that was why she intended to escape. Che-A had packed her belongings, deciding to bring the rest later. She felt a quiet sense of relief and happiness, knowing it was her house now and she had escaped the hatred and discrimination. Later, at work, the owner had called Che-A to remind her that now that she was a full-time employee, she would be responsible for training the part-timers. Che-A confirmed this, realizing she had almost forgotten the day because of the move. One part-timer asked if the new part-timer was the man from the business department. Another expressed excitement and said they couldn't wait. When the door opened, everyone had exclaimed in surprise. A handsome man greeted the group warmly and introduced himself as Haewon Nam. Che-A recalled the hateful looks from her grandmother and uncle. She realized in that moment she had met someone who might be her savior. At first, she believed she was just intrigued by him. As Cheo directed Haewon on how to do the job, Haewon smiled, thanking her for explaining. Cheo blushed as it was when she realized she liked him, but she felt unhappy. She knew she was the only one who felt this way. Yet when Haewon approached once asking if they wanted to leave together, she realized it wasn't only her, and he felt the same way. She became thrilled. Once, a guest questioned what kind of tea it was, for which Chea apologized. The customer said his friend had ordered chamomile tea, but it smelled like some other tea. Haewon came in, stating it was chamomile tea. As the customer cursed, the other whispered to him that he had told him she had a boyfriend. Chea told Haewon he didn't have to help her. Haewon replied he kind of just felt jealous, which made Chea blush. Every day felt like a blessing, and she believed she had been rescued from the muck and filth her life had become. But little by little, things started going wrong. Haewon intentionally bumped the table, causing hot tea to spill on the customer's hand. Once, during a gathering at a club with the girls, they mentioned it had been a while since they got together for a tea team dinner. They commented about the customer of yesterday, remarking he had been a total douchebag. They ordered more food while Chea thought she was feeling tipsy and excused herself, saying she was going to the bathroom. She bumped into someone, apologizing, but the person grabbed her, questioning if he could get her number. Chea got angry, shoving off his hand, stating she had a boyfriend. She swayed, about to fall, but the person attended to her, questioning if she was all right and where her table was. Then Haewon appeared, stating it was fine since she was his girlfriend. The person excused himself, affirming as he moved away, while thinking he was scary. Chea stated she must have been drunk, for which Haewon said they should leave early. Chea questioned it, and Haewon said he would inform everyone and get their things. Chea tried to stop him, but saw Haewon moving away. That day, Haewon slapped Chea. She couldn't comprehend he had hit her. He had slapped her cheek. She questioned why there was no one else around, a kind of place where he wouldn't get caught, revealing his true face. Haewon warned he had told her not to talk to other men, and hadn't he said he was a jealous person? She knew how much he loved her. Chea questioned if it was right and if this truly felt right. Even her grandma never hit her. She hated her and left emotional scars but never hit her. But he was right. She had been wrong, since she made the person she loved misunderstand her. Haewon warned, if she looked easy to get, what would that man have thought of her? Chea questioned if it still felt right, really right, for him to hit her. She wondered if it was her fault. Did she deserve it? Was it because he loved her too much? And why did he hate her? She questioned again if this truly felt right, as she shivered. Once, Chaeson messaged Chea, saying she was sorry, apologizing about yesterday and pleading for her to answer her calls. Chea ignored it while Chaeson walked toward her apartment, thinking this must be it, but realized the door was open. She questioned if she had stepped out. As she got inside, Chaeson recalled Chea's words about the allowance. Chea thought she never knew, since Chea had never said anything. She knew Grandma disliked Chea, but had no idea she treated her so differently. She wondered how Chea felt living in that house. Chaeson peeked into her diary and flipped through it to read it. She became shocked as she read Chea had written how she hated Chaeson for pretending not to know anything, cursing how she wished she could do the same as she felt jealous and lonely. Suddenly, Chea appeared, questioning what she was doing and why she read it, moving to tears as her true self, one she didn't want exposed, was revealed. She screamed, asking why she would read her diary, the records of her insecurity. She dashed forward to grab it, stating Chaeson had everything, and the diary was the only thing fully hers. Chaeson tried to apologize, saying she was just sorry. She also tried to say she couldn't find the key for it. Chea screamed at her to get out, shouting, "Get out!" Afterwards, Chea ran toward Haewon and hugged him. Sometime later, as snow was falling, Chea said it had been snowing a lot this winter, for which she added, maybe that was why it felt so cold at home. Hwan questioned if her place wasn't insulated, for which Chea denied and said a draft came in from the windows. Hwan stated she should cover them, and he remembered the window above her bed. She should cover that one, or she might catch a cold, to which Chea affirmed. Chea believed at least this person loved her and she should let go of her suspicions, or so she thought. Reaching home, she felt it was fear. She questioned how Haewon knew what her house looked like. Chea became terrified, thinking she never told him anything about it. She took a peek, wondering why this was out here, as she pulled out her diary. In that moment, all her uncomfortable suspicions she had buried deep rose up as she clicked on to find the log had been opened. Afterwards, at a restaurant, Haewon told Chea her hair was very long, and he bet her hair could keep her neck warm during the winter as well. He affirmed this, adding that if she ever put anything up on her window, that flinched off Chea. Chea called out to Haewon, questioning how he had known a window was above her bed, since she did not think she had ever told him. She questioned if he had, but she stopped midway, thinking if he had been inside her house. She wanted to ask him about it, though her lips would not move. She felt like she should not know the truth, but to her surprise, Haewon declared he had been to her house before, as she was his girlfriend and he had stopped by out of curiosity about what her place looked like. Haewon smiled, stating they should not hide anything from each other since they were dating. He touched her neck, affirming his point and questioning if that was not right, laughing it off while making Chea shiver and sweat cold chills all over her body. Haewon said he was going to the bathroom as he excused himself, moving out. Chea turned toward his phone, grabbed it, and opened it, thinking about what she should look at first, knowing she needed to act fast before he returned. She opened the phone and went into the photo gallery. She was shocked to see the number of stalking pictures of her. Questioning her disbelief upon seeing this, she questioned if all the photos were really hers, but suddenly Haewon came back, stating he had left his phone behind, questioning Chea. The phone fell from Chea's hand as Haewon Haewon called out to her, saying this was not hers and she should not go through other people's things like this. Chae, quite shocked, confronted Haewon, questioning why he had so many pictures of her alone. Haewon stated it was because he was curious. Chae questioned if he thought that was an excuse, while thinking it was like talking to a wall. Chae said this was stalking. Haewon grew furious, questioning what she was saying. Chae screamed that what he was doing right now was stalking and obsession, but in anger, Haewon threw the phone just past Chae. Chae flinched, quite shocked by this, as Haewon said it was not right to say such things. Chae's suspicions all came through, and the last puzzle piece was the slap from Haewon. She affirmed that this was not right. Chae said she could not take it anymore and they should break up, warning him not to stalk her anymore as she was going to report him to the police. She left, saying she was serious. While running, she wondered if she would be alright, since he already knew where she lived and would not give up easily, though she denied that he would ever come back. But suddenly, as she reached home, the huge banging continued. Chae cried out, pleading for it to stop. Haewon kept banging on the door, calling out for Chae, while Chae cried, questioning why he was doing this to her and what she had done that was so wrong. Haewon continued banging on the door, calling out for Chae. Chae screamed at him to stop and warned that if he did not leave immediately, she would call the police. She cursed him, saying he should get lost, as she flopped onto the floor. The banging stopped, and Chae collapsed on the bed, wondering if he was finally gone. As she lay on the bed, she questioned and realized he had left. Exhausted, she wondered what this feeling was. It seemed like someone was watching her. She opened her eyes slightly, questioning what she saw. She opened them fully to see Haewon upon her. Haewon questioned if she had gotten some rest, saying she did not look so good, and asked if she had a nightmare. Chae tried to stay calm as she woke up, saying she had a bad dream and questioning how he got there. Haewon questioned why it mattered, while Chae said he was right. It did not matter. Haewon asked if she needed something and why she was going to the kitchen. Chae grabbed a knife, warning him not to come any closer, saying if he did, she would kill him. Shivering with the knife, she warned him to stop doing this. Haewon questioned if she was acting this way because of the earlier fight, making Chae shocked. Haewon asked if she did not think this was a little excessive, but, to his surprise, Chae slashed a little bit of his cheek before running out. Chae was huffing as she ran, thinking she could not get through to him and that he was not normal. Just then, Haewon grabbed her hair, and Chae, in a hurry, cut off a strap of her hair as she ran out. She screamed at him to get away, saying she would report him. Haewon confronted her, stating she could never escape him, since she had no friends and basically no family. She was not welcome anywhere, and did she really think she could leave him? Chae was split open inside. Haewon grabbed Chae's hand, cautioning that if she could stab him, he bet she would, saying he was the only happiness in her life and her savior, and she could never stab him because she loved him. But to his surprise, Chae stabbed him. Chae turned to see Haewon, as the knife had already penetrated his stomach. Yeon-shae cried out and screamed as onlookers questioned what was happening. They screamed somebody had been stabbed and how terrible it was to do such a thing, while Yoon-soo puzzled through it as he glanced at the hand. Chae had thought he saved her, but he pushed her further into darkness. 7 years later, he had come back, and her nightmare had started again. In the present, Yoon-soo entered his apartment through the door. As he recalled Haewon grabbing onto his jacket, Yoon-soo threw the jacket into the bin, stating it was him from back then, 7 years ago. He had followed the scent of blood to the place where Chae and that man were, but he was full at the time, so he had just walked by. However, he never forgot the scent of that sweet blood while remembering the fate. Yoon-soo drooled, thinking how surprised he had been when he saw Chae at church a few years ago. Yet after everything that had happened, he never expected to see that man again. He questioned who could have thought he would walk right up to him, begging to be eaten. Suddenly, Yoon-soo remembered his father's warning forbidding him from hunting for the time being. Since he was already a hunter, that old man would definitely discipline him if he made another mistake. As Yoon-soo opened his buttons, thinking he should use Chae, he reflected on how he knew she had gone to prison because of that man. He did not know exactly what had happened, but there must have been something between them for her to stab him. A smile crossed Yoon-soo's face as he thought if he played his cards right, he would be able to use her. As he stepped into the shower, the scene shifted toward Chae. Chae called out to Grim, warning him to be careful not to drop anything and to follow her. Grim, quite annoyed, affirmed he would. Chae handed the garbage to Grim, placing it into the bin while giving him the paper and glass to handle. Grim complained, questioning why there was so much, along with flattened boxes, remarking how annoying it was. Chae asked why he kept whining about it when he was actually doing it well. well. Grim questioned where the plastic bottles should go, while Chae told him to keep doing this since she was going to throw out the trash. As Chae looked around here and there, she thought she was feeling anxious because of Haewon again, and that she should have used that bastard Yunsu Park at a time like this. Suddenly, Yunsu appeared behind her, questioning her without offering anything first. Chae grabbed a stone reflexively and without thinking threw it toward Yunsu, but he effortlessly dodged it. Chae screamed, asking why he was here, to which Yunsu remarked she was always so full of energy. While Yunsu questioned Grim about why he was there, Yunsu asked what Grim was holding, wondering if he was sorting the recycling. Grim grew embarrassed and ran off, brushing it off. Chae got annoyed, warning him to finish what he was doing and questioning where he was going, while Yunsu was quite surprised that Grim was taking out the trash. Chae turned to Yunsu, questioning what he wanted and if he had forgotten they agreed not to see each other anymore, asking why he came to find her. Yunsu stated he was not looking for her, glancing at Grim. Chae realized the implication. Yunsu said Grim never did things like this, so he must listen to her quite well, to which Chae responded that he did everything she asked. She questioned what was so important and what Yunsu wanted her to do about it. While Yunsu pondered for a second, he said it seemed Grim listened to her and pleaded for her to convince him. Chae asked for the reason. Yunsu replied he should stop pretending to be a runaway for no reason, since Grim was not even at an age where kids ran away from home. He was such a pain, and Yunsu was sure she felt uncomfortable having Grim around after all, since he was a vampire. Chae was taken aback by this. She questioned if he really thought Grim would just listen to her and go home if she told him so. She remarked how ridiculous a favor it was, and asked why she would do anything he told her to do. She questioned if he did not know there was no reason for her to obey his orders anymore. She ordered him to stop coming for insignificant things like this as she moved away. But in an instant, Yunsu grabbed her arm and tugged her toward him. Yunsu said he would get rid of Haewon for her, shocking Chae. Chae wondered how Yunsu Pak knew about Haewon. Yunsu said the two did not get along. He meant she had even stabbed him with a knife, while Chae was surprised at how much he knew. Yunsu said she had not looked well when she was with Haewon the other day, and it really hurt his heart to see her like that. He called out to Chae, questioning what she thought and if she was interested in his offer. Chae was quite taken aback as she stared directly into Yunsu's eyes. She called out to him sharply, questioning who he thought she was, which surprised Yunsu. Chae stated that he was trying to make her go along with a murderer again. No matter how much of a bastard Haewon was, she asked if Yunsu really thought she would do something like that. She stepped closer toward Yunsu, reminding him that she had saved his life back then under the condition she would never have to do something like that ever again. If it were not for that, she would have just let him die. Yunsu remarked that she was lying, which caught Chae off guard. Yunsu claimed she must have been in a difficult situation because of that man as well, or was she really such a kind person that she simply could not leave a dying man behind? Chae gritted her teeth in frustration. Yunsu told Chae it was fine if she wanted to say so, and it was also fine if she rejected him for now, but if she ever found herself in a situation where she needed help later, she could come and find him. Turning away, Chae told him not to make her laugh. Yunsu said he would be waiting for her, but Chae argued she hoped he would get so tired of waiting that he never came back again. Yunsu remarked she did not need to worry about it. Chae moved out, cursing under her breath. Back at home, Chae questioned why Yunsu Park had made that offer. She wondered if it was really that important for Grim to go home, and if Grim was so special to Yunsu, then she understood it. Still, something felt strange. She questioned why Yunsu had said he would get rid of Haewon for her. She was sure he knew she was not the type to go around killing people like he did, and with her personality, she would reject any such offer. So why make such a ridiculous offer? While pondering whether it was some kind of bribe or money involved, Chae felt something was off. Why would Yunsu say he would get rid of Haewon for her? Grim then remarked that it was probably because Yunsu was hungry. Chae questioned what he meant by hunger, but Grim denied saying that. Rather, he just guessed Yunsu was hungry. Chae repeated the part about Yunsu offering to get rid of Haewon, and suddenly, an idea struck her. She thought Yunsu must want something. Chae then asked Grim if it was true that Yunsu was not allowed to hunt and how long that had been going on. Questioning was Yunsu still not allowed, Grim said it probably had not been that long, as the rules were pretty strict. Chae thought if Yunsu could not even hunt, how was he going to take care of things? She was certain he was definitely scheming something else. The scene shifted toward the church, where Chae looked around around anxiously, thinking about where Yoonsu might be. She knew she had to see him quickly because she was sure Haeun would be there. From behind, Haeun called out to Chae-ah. Chae-ah turned to him as he greeted her. Chae-ah told him she had already said she did not want to see him again, as it made her feel uncomfortable. Haeun had done all sorts of terrible things to her, but in the end, she was the one who stabbed him. If he still harbored bad blood and started telling others what happened, Chae-ah would be in a tight spot. Chae-ah glanced over at Yoonsu, thinking she could leave now that he had seen her. She dashed outside, stating she was going to go, but suddenly Yoonsu called out for Chae-ah again. She was quite surprised to hear him speak to her. Annoyed, she cursed at him and asked him to go away, but there was no response. Haewon then stepped in between them, greeting Yoonsu. Chae was quite surprised to see him greet Yoonsu and wondered if the two of them knew each other. Haewon said the two of them must not have made up yet since they came separately. Then Haewon questioned if the two of them were together. He glanced at Chae and stated that they were seeing each other with the intent of getting married, which shocked Chae. Chae questioned what he was talking about. Haewon insisted this was what her boyfriend had told him, that they were getting married soon. As Chae processed the different meanings of marriage, wedding, married, and wedding dress, she exclaimed what kind of nonsense he was spouting. She turned to Yoonsu, questioning what was going on. Yoonsu laughed it off nervously, sweat forming on his forehead. Jae found herself standing at a crossroads, both literally and metaphorically. Her thoughts began to spiral. Was there a choice to be made? If so, what kind of options did she even have at this point? She imagined a screen flashing before her eyes, asking whether she would like to view the character profiles. First came Yoonsu Park, occupation, vampire personality completely insane, and a special notice labeling him a murderer. Not exactly the kind of catch someone dreams about. Would she like to make another choice? Up next was Haewon, personality, creepy pivot freak, and a stalker. Note, she had stabbed him with a knife. Chae couldn't help but wonder what kind of twisted joke life was playing on her. She internally screamed, questioning what kind of messed up situation she had been thrown into. Why in the world would Yeonsu claim they were getting married? Her eyes narrowed into a glare directed at Yeonsu, silently demanding answers. Someone needed to clean up this mess, and it certainly wasn't going to be her. Haewon, appearing clueless, asked Chae if something was wrong, and whether he had misunderstood the nature of her relationship with Yoonsu. Trying to hold back her irritation, Chae sighed and questioned whether he didn't think it was a little early to be talking about marriage, especially as she clenched her teeth at Yoonsu, who clearly had gone off screen. Yoonsu, quite surprised that she was playing along, looked delighted. The fact that Chae had chosen to stand beside the crazy vampire murderer actually made him smile. He claimed he must have gotten too ahead of himself. He was simply mad about her, that was all. He reached out and affectionately stroked Chae's hair, which only earned him a string of silent curses from her. Chae grabbed his hand, holding back the urge to snap it off, and stated that she didn't realize he was already thinking about marriage. At this pace, he'd probably be dreaming about kids next. Yeonsu, not missing a beat, teased that if she was already thinking that far ahead, then she really was impatient. He snapped his fingers and asked whether she was upset that he hadn't proposed properly. He told her not to worry, he'd make it grand, as big and dramatic as she could imagine. Their banter turned unexpectedly lovey-dovey, though Chae inwardly cursed her circumstances, thinking that if it weren't for Haewon's interference, she would have been in serious trouble today. Around them, whispers started to swell. The onlookers, already intrigued, gasped at what they believed was a genuine proposal. They questioned what they had just witnessed, Yeonsu proposing to Chae, and was she saying yes? Just in time, a group of ladies approached the two of them with giddy smiles, recalling how they had mentioned working together some time ago. The ladies questioned when the wedding date would be and laughed among themselves, wondering whether they'd be invited for cake. They commented that the two of them looked great together and even offered their congratulations. Chae flicked her hair with practiced elegance, realizing there was no saving their reputations now. They were stuck in this farce for the moment. The announcement for the mass came through, urging everyone to take their seats. Chae, however, was panicking. She thought that this was getting out of hand. If things kept going like this, she might actually end up marrying Yeonsu, and it would all be because of Haewon. She glanced toward where Haewon had been standing, only to realize he had disappeared. She questioned if he had left and why Yeonsu kept dragging her into unnecessary nonsense. Yeonsu noticed the shift in her expression and asked if something was on her mind. Before she could restrain herself, Chae's fist shot out, lightly punching Yeonsu in the face. She winced at her own impulse, reminding herself she was in church and needed to restrain her violent urges. She demanded to know why Yeonsu kept doing this, and why he continued provoking Haeon. Was he offering to get rid of Haeon because he wanted to hunt him? After a pause, Yeonsu lifted his head and casually stated that he simply thought Haewon's blood would taste delicious, which made Chae shiver. That one sentence sent a cold wave through her spine. She asked if that had really been his intention all along. Was he planning to hunt Haewon? When she looked at Yeonsu's face again, she was horrified to see him drooling, eyes gleaming with hunger. Goosebumps spread across her arms. Just then, the group of ladies returned and excitedly asked how the two had ended up engaged and demanded to know the full story. Cheya quickly excused herself, saying she was busy and that Yunsu would explain everything in detail. As she dashed off, she mumbled under her breath that they should enjoy the pain of listening to Yunsu's nonsense, since he had caused all this trouble to begin with. Outside, Haewon suddenly appeared, asking if the mass had already ended. Cheya questioned why he had been waiting outside this whole time. She was fed up, completely exhausted from all of it, as she attempted to move past him. Haewon reached out to stop her, but Cheya shoved his hand away, warning him to let go. Then, unexpectedly, Haewon said he was there to apologize, which froze Cha. She turned toward him, visibly disgusted, and questioned what he was even trying to apologize for. Was he referring to what had happened 7 years ago? To which Haewon confirmed it. He said he didn't expect her to forgive him, and he wouldn't approach her anymore now that he knew she had someone good by her side. He wished her well and told her to take care before turning to leave. Chae stood stunned, watching him walk away, unable to process the fact that Haewon had actually apologized. A week had already gone by, and Haewon truly hadn't shown up. Cheya kept thinking he had said he wouldn't come near her again. She kept wondering if he truly hadn't lied, as she still couldn't believe he had actually apologized. 7 years! She questioned if he really believed such a long time had been enough for him to seek forgiveness. She kept asking herself what value an apology even held anymore. Chae scoffed quietly to herself, thinking she would have to carry on for the rest of her life with the burden of being an ex-convict. She murmured under her breath how laughable the entire situation was. He only wanted to ease the weight on his own conscience. But then she shook her head, forcing herself to stop, reminding herself she had to move on. She believed it would be fine as long as she never had to see him again. That was the only thing she cared about now. While walking alone, someone bumped into her. The encounter made her feel uneasy, and she recalled she still had one remaining problem, Yunsu. Chae stepped out with a heavy sigh, thinking about how she ought to handle the person now. Upon reaching her home, she called out for Grim, telling him to return to his father's place. Grim looked confused and asked what she meant by his dad. Chie clarified she was referring to Yunsu Park, the one who kept lingering around her like some former husband trying to catch glimpses of a child they never had. Grim rolled his eyes, saying he was just bored, and told her to stop bothering him. Chie asked who in their right mind followed someone around purely out of boredom. Grim simply shrugged and reminded her she already knew he had always been a bit odd. Chie paused, silently admitting he had a point. She then told him to make peace with the person and leave her house. She added he better not invite that man back inside again. Grim asked where she was headed. Chea responded that she was going to work. Before leaving, she reminded him not to live off just instant noodles again. She scolded him for being just a kid eating nothing but junk food, then walked out while Grim sat back and thought about Yunsu. The scene shifted as Chea entered her taxi, pondering if she should really go out that day. Meanwhile, Grim debated whether he should step out to buy ramen, eventually heading out. As Chea tended to a passenger and asked where he needed to go, Grim entered a convenience store, wondering if he should just sit and eat there. While Chaya drove her passenger towards Seojang, something unexpected happened. The front door to her house creaked open and someone stepped inside. It was Haewon. He wandered around, rummaging through her books, then picked up a piece of cloth and inhaled its scent. A wave of dizziness hit him. His eyes fell on her laptop. Moving toward it, he opened a deleted folder and clicked a file. A video started. He questioned what he was watching, suspecting it might be dashcam footage. He raised the volume, and suddenly the screen showed Chaya punching someone. A man lay on the floor. Jia cursed, claiming she could do it since he was already there. Then she took out a knife, preparing to slice the man. Just then, a voice startled Haewon, asking what he was doing there. It was Grim, standing right behind him. Haewon seemed caught off guard, his voice shaky as he questioned when Grim had gotten there. His confusion deepened as he wondered aloud whether Grim had been there the whole time without him realizing it. Grim's gaze locked onto Haewon's, quiet yet intense, and for a moment, Haewon appeared visibly unsettled. He quickly turned his face away, trying to regain his composure, and muttered that he was only there because Chee had asked him for a favor. She'd told him to bring her a laptop, and that was what he had done. Grim stepped forward as he calmly stated that the laptop Haewon was holding actually belonged to him. The claim visibly surprised Haewon. He blinked, questioning if Grim had just said it was his laptop. Haewon repeated the words back, trying to process them. There was disbelief in his voice as he insisted the device belonged to Chee. He was sure of it, but before he could say much more, Grimm's eyes began to glow faintly, a subtle but clear sign of his hypnosis taking effect. Haiwon froze in place, his body reacting against his will, his mind struggling to understand what was happening. It was as if his movements were no longer his own. He stared ahead, bewildered, watching as the entity in front of him began to approach. Grimm reached out, placing a firm hand on Haiwon's face, his intentions unclear, but the contact seemed to snap Haiwon out of the trance. He jerked back slightly, gasping as the mental fog began to clear. Disoriented, he questioned if he had imagined what had just happened. His eyes darted to the laptop, now in Grimm's possession. He hadn't even noticed when it had been taken. He stared at Grimm, clearly disturbed, as Grimm calmly asserted once again that the laptop was his and that Chaya must have simply been mistaken. Grimm then asked Haewon if he planned to leave, implying the conversation was over. Without further argument, Haewon nodded stiffly and moved toward the door. Yet, as he tried to open it, confusion returned. Something wasn't working. He struggled with the knob briefly before Grimm effortlessly opened the door for him, making a biting remark about Haewon not being so bright. Then, without waiting for a reply, he bid him farewell. Haewon rushed out, his thoughts spiraling as he moved down the hallway. He kept questioning everything. Was he certain he hadn't heard anything unusual? And where had Grimm even come from? The entire encounter had left him shaken. He cursed under his breath, trying to make sense of it all. What was that kid planning to tell Che-ah now? As he reached the staircase, his thoughts were interrupted by Choya's voice. She was standing there, staring directly at him, her eyes filled with fury and disbelief. She shouted, asking why he was there. Her tone made it clear that she had known he wouldn't back off so easily. Haiwon tried to explain, but Choya wasn't interested. She barked at him to leave. Haiwon reached for her arm, insisting that he was only there because he was worried about her. He claimed he thought she was still living alone, just like she used to. He said it was concern that brought him back, but Chael wasn't buying it. She shoved him away, cursing him and telling him to stop pretending. Her voice rose with emotion as she told him that if he thought she was still the same person she had been back then, he was fooling himself. She warned him that she would call the police and said she didn't care what he might tell people. She reached for her phone, her hand trembling slightly, and declared that she had nothing left to lose anymore. But Haiwon stepped closer, reaching out again, and warned her that calling the police on him might not be a good idea. He then mentioned something he had brought with him, the file of the man from her deleted folder. Hearing this, Che-ah froze for a moment. She stared at him, trying to understand what he wanted from her. She asked what she was supposed to do with it, and what he expected her to do. Her voice cracked slightly as she questioned why he was doing this to her now, of all time. Hwan inched forward, closing the distance between them. He told her they could return to how things used to be. He sounded almost desperate now. His hand reached out to her again as he urged her to come back to him. Chea rushed back to her apartment, her heart pounding in her chest as her eyes darted toward the laptop. Her mind raced with questions. Had anyone been here? Grimm, standing nearby, confirmed it without hesitation. He told her ex-boyfriend had been inside. She turned to him sharply, asking for details. Grimm mentioned that he had been looking through her laptop. A curse slipped through Chea's lips as dread settled into her stomach. So he really had seen it. Panic began to rise as she wondered whether he had copied the file onto a flash drive or perhaps emailed it to himself. Her thoughts spiraled, dragging her deeper into despair. Everything felt like it was unraveling again. Her mind drifted to the past, to a moment when she had stumbled upon a man. At the time, she had thought it was Haewon and had called out to him, apologizing for how messed up everything had become. Fear had haunted her every move, and she had grown afraid of even ordinary strangers. She began to believe Haewon's shadow followed her no matter where she went. She questioned whether she was slowly losing her grip on reality. Back in the present, she woke up with a gasp. Grimm, standing beside her, pointed out she looked worse with each passing day. She offered a faint smile and told him not to worry. Yet inside, she knew he was right. She could feel it too. Haewon was out there somewhere, watching her, waiting for the perfect moment to show up again. She knew he'd return. It was only a matter of time. A sudden headache pulsed through her skull, sharp and jarring. She clutched her head, wondering why it had hit her like that. A passenger's voice called her back to focus, asking to be taken to the H district. Chea turned to look, and for a moment, her breath caught. The passenger looked just like Haewon. She tensed and told him she knew he'd do this, but as she looked closer, she realized it wasn't him. The man frowned, asking what she meant. Chea apologized quickly, explaining she had mistaken him for someone else. The passenger scoffed, saying there was something off about her, then stepped out of the cab. Chea let out a deep breath, thinking she couldn't handle another day like this. Maybe it was best to head home early. She wondered what had made her act this way. She had survived Yunsu Park. Then why couldn't she handle Haewon? Why did the thought of him alone throw her off balance? As she drove, her eyes caught sight of a familiar figure walking by. The very person she'd just been thinking about. She pulled over quickly. Her mind flashed back to the convenience store. That guy. Yes, it had been Haewon. Her phone rang. An unknown number appeared on the screen. With hesitation, she answered. A voice came through, calm and mocking. It pointed out she had come home early today. Chea's stomach twisted as she immediately recognized the voice. It was Haewon. He was still stalking her. She muttered that he just wanted her gone, but Haewon's tone shifted. He said she should watch how she spoke, reminding her that if the file ever got out, she'd return to prison. Ki exploded, cursing under her breath. She stormed outside, yelling at him to get out and demanding he show himself, but no one answered. She stood alone in the empty street. Her voice echoed. Then the sky opened up and the rain came pouring down. Ka stood in the rain, tears mixing with the water streaming down her face. She screamed out into the void, hating herself for what she had done. She whispered that she should never have stabbed him, should have held back, and should have shouted for help instead. Maybe then she wouldn't have ended up like this. Maybe she wouldn't be living like a criminal. But even as she thought that, she wondered, would Haewon have let her go? Would anything have been different? She cried louder, demanding to know what he still wanted from her. How much longer did she have to suffer? What more could she do to fix this miserable life? Why did nothing ever change, no matter how hard she tried to escape? She shouted that she should never have dated him, never said those things, and never dragged that man into Yunsu, drenched, exhausted, her voice hoarse from the screaming. Chae dropped to her knees. Her thoughts turned numb. Her pride, the only thing keeping her mind intact, crumbled under the weight of everything. Then, as her body shook, a shadow cast itself over her. Someone stood above her, holding an umbrella. It was Yunsu. Chae taunted if he enjoyed the show, calling out for Yunsu while mentioning she was sure he had been waiting for her to fall. She looked toward Yunsu, remarking if he was that happy, as if everything had gone exactly as he planned. Yunsu stared back at her in silence. Chae gritted her teeth, stating she wasn't pitiful, while Yunsu replied he had never said so. Leon cried out louder, insisting she wasn't pitiful, and asking him not to look at her in that way as tears ran down her face. Yunsu then asked if she wanted him to kill him for her, referring to Haewon. Chae looked up at him and tried to speak, but Yunsu interrupted, mentioning he just needed a little of her help. Chae clenched her fist before finally agreeing, stating, fine. She stood up and declared she would let him taste the blood he craved, which made him smile in relief. While Chae gritted her teeth again, she thought she no longer knew anything, unsure how much further she might fall or where her true rock bottom would be. But what she did know was clear. If she were to fall, she would not fall alone. As the last bit of strength left her body, she collapsed. Yunsu, however, caught her just in time. Chae spoke faintly, asking Yunsu to do it properly and eliminate him for good. Yunsu held onto her tightly, stating she was helping him and he would make sure to do it right, pulling her closer into a hug. Meanwhile, Chae thought about how she would get rid of Haewon and also She fluttered away into unconsciousness, her eyes slowly closing, while Yunsu continued to hold her, realizing she had passed out. Some time passed before Chae opened her eyes to find Grim sitting nearby. She asked if she was home, and Grim confirmed. He then questioned her choices, wondering why she would go out in the rain until she made herself this ill. He added no normal person seemed to be around him, which made Chae smile faintly. She said if she ever had a younger brother, she imagined he would have been just like him, catching Grim off guard. As Chae battled through the fever, Grim watched her closely. Grim then asked if she wanted to hear a secret. He explained vampires never made promises unless they were truly serious about them, which shocked Chae. He added vampires had restrictions on every action they took. If they ever promised something, it meant they swore on their life. For that reason, they didn't allow others to get close, nor did they form friendships or start families. He recalled she had mentioned how Yunsu promised her life. Chae was struck with his words, Grim continued, stating that meant Yunsu would never be able to kill her. He added this was likely why Yunsu kept trying to check on her during mass, careful not to be caught, since he had made such a promise. Chae slowly turned her face toward Grim as he stepped away, brushing it off by claiming he was just speaking casually. Suddenly, Chae's heart skipped a beat as her thoughts returned to Yunsu. Days passed and Grim asked Chae if she felt better, and she nodded in reply. She then passed him the phone, asking if he had Yunsu's number. over. Grim questioned what she intended, and she told him to call and ask Yunsu to come see her immediately. Afterwards, Chea opened the door and was greeted by Yunsu. He remarked she seemed better now and mentioned he had thought she was dead. Chea responded she couldn't just die while people worse than her were still walking around. Yunsu replied it was a shame and added he wished others had seen her looking so weak. Chea laughed and said he hadn't looked so great either back when he was starving and begging for his life, though she guessed he didn't remember much of it. The air between them turned strangely heavy. Ka turned serious as she asked when he had meant it, when he said he needed her help and what exactly she had to do. Yunsu calmly explained her only task was to call Haewon out. She looked confused, asking where the place would be. He said he would let her know later. Ka hesitated, stating she hoped he didn't expect her to lure Haewon out alone. Yunsu chose not to respond to that. She asked if he was being serious and questioned why she had to do something like that. She mentioned how easy it was for them to kidnap people and pointed out how it seemed to be his hobby. So why did he suddenly need her involvement? Yunsu questioned if she wasn't planning to help, which made Chea flinch slightly. She turned away, silently thinking she had no desire to see Haewon again. Yunsu handed her a knife, prompting her to ask about it. He stated there might be something dangerous. Chea questioned if he wouldn't be nearby during the meeting. Yunsu mentioned the opponent was nasty, unpleasant in every way. Chea looked back at him, asking what would happen after she called Haewon. She then called out to Yunsu, stating he would come to her right away, wouldn't he? The scene shifted to Haewon, who opened his door to see a photo of Chea. He wondered what she might be doing, and admitted he probably made her really upset last time. He thought giving her some space would be best, as pushing too hard could drive her away. After all his efforts to find her again, suddenly his phone rang. It was Chea. Haewon was stunned. As he picked up, he calmly responded he understood. Haewon got into his car, telling himself Chea had finally recognized his sincerity. As he sped through the streets, he reminded himself not to mess things up. He soon arrived at a location he recognized as a warehouse. Spotting Chea from afar, he parked and stepped out, asking if she had been waiting long. He apologized for the sudden meeting and clarified he didn't mean he wasn't happy she called. He told her she looked as beautiful as ever. Then he smiled and said he hadn't expected her to ask to see him first, implying she had decided to come back. As he tried to touch her, Chea slapped his hand away. Haewon called out her name, confused, and said he thought, but Chea interrupted, stating she had thought about it all night. She questioned what exactly she had done to him that was so wrong. She asked what he had done to justify everything he had been doing to her, but in the end, she realized one mistake she had made. It was not ending things when she had the chance. Haewon blinked, confused, and asked what she was talking about. Grim was too stunned to speak as he stared at the figure before him. The scene shifted to Chea. She recalled the day Grim ran from Yunsu's car and left while crying. She thought to herself that they probably hadn't made up that day. She also remembered that Grim hadn't come back in the past few days and was certain he had returned to Yunsu. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Chea wondered if it was Grim returning. She opened the door, but instead, she saw Yunsu standing there. Surprised, Chea quickly tried to close the door, but Yunsu grabbed the doorframe and asked her to wait. Chea questioned what he wanted. Yunsu asked if Grim was there. Chea was shocked and asked if Grim wasn't with Yunsu. Yunsu's expression tightened. Chea shut the door and asked if Yunsu had looked everywhere Grim might be. Yunsu nodded affirmatively. Chea then asked if he had checked Grim's old house, the one they had burned down. Yunsu said that had been the first place he had gone. Chea asked if Yunsu had gone there today and suggested Grim might go back there. Yunsu remained silent. Chea was surprised and wondered what was going on with him. Then Yunsu said he would like it if Chea came with him. Chea was taken aback as she thought he was joking. Yunsu added that he never listened to him before. Chea remembered Grim's words asking if he could stay with her. Chea thought for a moment and then agreed that she would come with Yunsu. Later, as rain began to fall, Chea sat beside Yunsu in the car. She thought it was raining again and wondered if it was the monsoon season. She glanced at Yunsu's face and noticed he looked nervous, which was unlike him. They arrived at the palace. Chea observed the garden, which was completely burnt, but the house remained frighteningly intact. They opened the door, and Chea thought the flames hadn't done anything to the house itself. Yunsu led the way inside. As they entered, a thick smoke billowed out. Chea couldn't see clearly. She doubted Grim would be there. She called out to Yunsu, saying she didn't think Grim was inside, and suggested they leave, but Yunsu didn't move. Chea questioned what he was doing there, but Yunsu gave no response. Concerned, Chea asked if he had found Grim. As she stepped aside, she suddenly froze. Chea gasped, her eyes locked on the lifeless body of Grim lying on the floor. Chea saw Grim lying there and questioned if it was really him. She wondered why he was like that and why he was just lying there. She swayed lay down, struggling to breathe. The air felt cold, so cold it seemed to make her warm breath meaningless. The coldness, the uncomfortable feeling, Grim's doll-like appearance, and Yunsu's silence all told her what she needed to know. Grim was not alive. Yunsu lifted Grim up and turned to step out, while Chaya was still trying to process everything. She gasped as she fell down, thinking Yunsu had firmly closed the door behind him. She could not bear to stay in that house any longer. Maybe with time she would be able to understand what happened. After some days, Chaya called out to Yunsu but received no response. She slammed the phone down, questioning why he had not been answering her calls since it had been days. Chaya wondered what had really happened to Grim and whether he was truly dead, but she thought of Grim's vampire nature and questioned whether it made sense for him to be dead, considering there was not even a scratch on his body. Now that she considered it, Grim had told her about seeing someone kill vampires before. He had also mentioned searching for a way to kill vampires. She suspected if this meant he had found how to kill them, and by killing himself, she recalled how she should have stopped him from leaving back then and cursed herself for not doing so. Not knowing what else to do, she grabbed the phone and left the house, deciding she needed to ask Yunsu for answers herself, so she took a cab. The scene shifted to Yunsu as he reflected on the situation. He wondered why things had unfolded this way. For days, Grim had not woken up. Yunsu questioned if Grim was truly dead, but it seemed impossible. Grim was half vampire, and dying so easily did not make sense. He thought, could it be some kind of suicide? But Yunsu denied this, reminding himself Grim had never even spoken of wanting to die. He questioned, why then did Grim look like a corpse? Yunsu muttered quietly, trying to move his hand. He managed to lift it, but felt how odd everything seemed. The sensation felt strange, as if Grim were really dead. Yunsu insisted this made no sense. Only vampires could kill other vampires, and vampires were rare in Korea now. Suddenly, Yunsu turned his face towards something glowing in his pocket. It was the button of an insignia. Yunsu recognized it as the symbol of a bat. The scene shifted again, revealing a person who stated it was about time Yunsu showed up. Yunsu thrashed the chessboard in frustration. The person remarked on Yunsu's aggressive way of greeting and called out to him. Yunsu argued, saying his homecoming present for him was not exactly pleasant, addressing him as father. Yunsu's father affirmed it very well. He had thought Yunsu might come looking for him to learn what had happened to the boy, but judging by the upset look on Yunsu's face, he must be dead. Yunsu was too stunned by the question to respond, thinking, is Grim really dead? Yunsu's father stated this was the price to pay for breaking the rules as he splashed through the king. He accused Yunsu of killing the boy, which made Yunsu furious. Yunsu glared at his father, crumbling the toy, and the mirrors shattered around them. Yunsu grabbed his father, slamming him down while questioning why he had killed the boy and destroyed everything around them. He asked if his mother had not been enough, and why he had to take Grim away too. Yunsu questioned why his father always took everyone from him. He demanded to know why his father killed the boy when the boy had nothing to do with any of it. Yunsu's father pushed him back harshly, calling him arrogant and saying his arrogance knew no bounds. No matter who Yunsu had killed or saved, who was he to have any say in anything? He questioned if he had forgotten the power he had just used was given by his father, yet Yunsu dared to use that power against him. It seemed necessary to remind Yunsu once more. He was still alive, not by his own willpower, but because his father took pity on him. Yunsu began choking as he closed his eyes. The scene shifted to Chea as she went to the palace. She thought it was open and wondered where Yunsu was, seeing the door ajar. She called out, questioning if he was there, but noticed Grim's body still lying there. She thought Grim remained in the same state and questioned where Yunsu was and why he had left Grim behind. She stepped closer to Grim and knelt down, thinking Grim did not really look dead. She asked if he was asleep or maybe unconscious. She believed there was no way he was dead and thought he must be sick. Chea was certain Yunsu was out searching for a way to cure Grim, convinced that Grim was not gone. She recalled Grim's words and memories of him caring for her during difficult times. Her resolve crumpled as she called out to Yunsu, wondering when he would return. Suddenly, both Chea and Yunsu jolted awake. Chea realized she had not been able to sleep for days and must have passed out. She saw the empty bed before her and was shocked, thinking he was just here. Suddenly, she heard a voice behind her. As she turned, she saw the injured Yunsu behind her. Yunsu muttered, questioning why he had forgotten. When vampires die, they disappear. Tears welled up in Yunsu's eyes as he knelt down. As Yunsu fell down, Chea screamed, questioning what he was talking about and what he meant by vampires disappearing when they died. Chea understood he was referring to Grim, but Yunsu gave no response. Tears dripped from Yunsu's eyes, and Chea was shocked. She wondered why he was crying and if those tears meant Grim was truly dead, despite being a vampire. She urged him to say something, cursing him for making her cry. She shook him, begging him to speak. Yunsu needed to say something, so she squeezed onto him again, but Yunsu smacked her hand away. Chaeya was stunned by his sudden rejection. In the process, she got a small slash on her cheek. She gasped as the blood streaming down caused Yunsu's eyes to glow intensely. Chaeya stumbled back, leaning away from him. Yunsu stepped closer, and Chaeya asked him to wait. She questioned if he was going to bite her, fearing how close he had gotten. Chaeya reminded him that he was not allowed to kill her. Yunsu responded by stating she was not going to die. Chaeya questioned his sanity. She thought he was not in his right mind and might be trying to kill both of them. She called him a bonehead and tried to smack him again, but Yunsu leaned in closer and quietly said he wanted to die. Chaeya was shocked by his words. Yunsu gently tugged her face as he moved even closer, and Chaeya thought this was wrong. Without warning, Yunsu licked her wound, sending chills throughout her body. Yunsu pleaded silently for more. Chaeya screamed, telling him enough was enough. Yunsu paused, sensing someone in the manor. He turned his face and said he could sense someone nearby. Just in time, Chaeya struck Yunsu's face with a stick and tossed it aside, demanding he get out of her way. Chaeya moved quickly while screaming. Yunsu called out after her, begging her not to leave, since someone was out there. Chaeya stumbled away, thinking how vampires never seem to consider anything except their own struggles, but she was worried about him nonetheless. Suddenly, someone grabbed Chaeya from behind and threw her into a room. Yunsu closed the door just in time and questioned his father's sudden return. His father looked at him and remarked Yunsu was already hunting again, saying he truly was incorrigible. He stated he had come back only to make sure of something. Since he could sense only 2 vampires there, the boy must surely be dead. Then he warned Yunsu to watch himself as he slipped away, disappearing. Scaredy was scared, hearing the man call Yunsu father. The man seemed important, someone capable of making the great Yunsu Park powerless. If what he said was true, then Grim was really dead. Suddenly a voice questioned if he was gone for good. Yunsu, while the person in front of her questioned if the person was truly gone. Chaeya was shocked by what she saw in front of her as Grim stood in front of her. Chaeya screamed out for Grim, questioning what had happened to him and why he looked the way he did. Yunsu, hearing her voice, opened the door and saw Grim standing there in front of him. He was too stunned to react immediately and called out Grim's name, his voice trembling. Grim noticed Yunsu and took a step back, but then called out for Chaeya. He expressed a strong desire to go to her house, which shocked Chaeya. Grim insisted if Chaeya didn't let him go, he would never come back. He pleaded with urgency, asking her to hurry, which also surprised Yunsu deeply. Chaeya quickly affirmed she understood, urging Grim to calm down. She told him they should go home. Yunsu stepped aside and let Chaeya and Grim leave while he stayed behind. Chaeya and Grim got into her car, and Chaeya called out for Grim again, questioning what had happened to him. Grim looked at Chaeya and said he didn't remember anything. Chaeya noticed a spot on his lips but chose to look away, silently confirming her suspicion as they drove toward her home. Getting into her home, Grim soon fell asleep, and Chaeya thought about how the first thing he did when he arrived was to wash up and then go straight to sleep. She wondered what had happened to him, convinced it wasn't nothing. Later, Chaeya went to bed, feeling the need for rest after everything. She thought she must be exhausted and maybe relaxed now that Grim was home. Just then, Grim turned his face toward Chaeya. He really didn't remember anything after they had taken him away. No memories surfaced, but one thing he was certain of was that he had been dead. Meanwhile, Grim gasped as he came to consciousness, confused about what was happening and overwhelmed by a strange thirst. He questioned why he was so hungry as he glanced toward Chaeya, who was sleeping beside him. The hunger gnawed at him fiercely. Suddenly, Chaeya woke up and Grim moved out. He had teleported to the lake beside the mansion. He muttered that this wasn't working, trying desperately to quench his thirst. He cried out in frustration, wondering why the thirst wouldn't go away and why he had to suffer from it. He almost bit Chaeya, and the whole experience felt strange. Grim cried out again, recognizing how odd his behavior was. He felt more like an animal than ever before. A deer appeared beside Grim at the lake. Grim confronted the animal, preparing to kill it. He thought how strange it was that although he had just eaten, he was hungry again, as if he had been starving for 15 years. In the present moment, Grim was painfully aware of his hunger. The scene shifted toward the next morning, with birds chirping outside. A lot of noise echoed throughout the house, with clanging sounds everywhere. Chaeya cursed loudly, wondering what on earth was going on so early in the morning. She yelled about the noise, questioning who was being so loud in the hallway. She turned her face to see Grim still sleeping peacefully. Chaeya thought Grim was surely sleeping well despite all the chaos. Then she questioned if someone was moving in, though she doubted anyone would want to live there. She opened the door and saw Yunsu standing there. Chaeya cursed quietly, feeling it couldn't be him. She questioned Yunsu about why he was there so early in the morning. Yunsu responded sarcastically, asking if she couldn't see he was moving in. Chaeya cursed once again, frustrated frustrated by the unexpected situation. Chae asked if Yunsu was really moving in. Yunsu confirmed he was, mentioning it was just across the wall. He told her not to make that face and urged her to welcome him to the neighborhood. Chae screamed, questioning why on earth she would welcome him. She demanded to know what had happened to the person who used to live there. In a quieter voice, she whispered if he had eaten that person. Yunsu paused for a moment, then asked if she had considered that maybe he moved in by completely normal human methods. Chae whispered back, incredulous, that someone living a perfectly fine life would suddenly move out, and he thought that was normal? Yunsu shrugged and said, a fine life in a cramped, shabby place like this wasn't impossible. That only made Chae furious. Flames of anger seemed to surround her as she cursed Yunsu out. She accused him of being here because of Grim. She said obsession was a disease, and he was obsessed. Obsessed with her and obsessed with Grim. She questioned if he had ever thought he was a little too obsessed. No wonder Grim was acting up, she added, and she bet Grim would be thrilled to find out Yunsu was moving in here. She knew not all vampires were like this, and she said Yunsu was doing all this just because he couldn't get a little kid to come home. Cheha then taunted Yunsu, asking what he was going to do if he was going to crack and cry again. Yunsu snapped and stepped closer to Chaya. He told her she kept talking about obsession, but if she wanted to see what real obsession looked like, she knew her blood was quite delicious. He poked at Chaya's wounded cheek. Chaya chomped at his finger and cursed him before running out, telling him not to think about it as she slammed the door behind her. Inside, Chaya was annoyed. She thought Yunsu was really pissing her off. She questioned how he could just move in the very next day. She thought he was such a freak, though she guessed she had known that already. She wondered if this meant she would have to keep seeing Yunsu's annoying face while Grim was staying here, and that thought only made her angrier. She questioned what she should do next. Grim suddenly asked Chaya what she was doing. Chaya told him not to ask. Then she suddenly stopped mid-sentence, thinking about how she was supposed to tell Grim about Yunsu moving in. What if Grim ran away again? She decided to keep it a secret from him for now. Chaya said she didn't have any cup ramen at home and asked what Grim wanted to eat. Grim shrugged, saying he wasn't hungry. A strange smell wafted through Grim's nose as he stared at Chaya, tending to her bandaged wound. He swallowed hard and turned his face away, thinking he needed to get out of there as soon as possible. Later, at the convenience store, Grim asked why Yunsu was there. Chaya glanced toward Yunsu and wondered what was wrong with him. She worried about what she was supposed to do if Yunsu followed them around, and what this meant. Grim told Chaya to stop communicating with Yunsu through their eyes. It was just making things more annoying. Yunsu stood beside Chaya, and an awkward, suffocating wall seemed to surround them. Chaya glanced first at Grim, then at Yunsu, and silently begged for someone to say something to break the tension. Chaya called out to Grim, asking him to hurry up and finish so they could leave. She questioned why he was eating when he clearly wasn't hungry. Grim admitted he had no appetite at all, and Yunsu thought it was quite odd. Suddenly, a person stepped beside them. Yunsu intentionally slashed his arm a little during the movement, and the person screamed upon seeing the blood. Chaya quickly told the person to wipe it off. The person thanked her, saying he must have scratched himself on something. Chaya looked at Yunsu, suspecting he had caused the wound, but she wondered why Yunsu wasn't reacting to the sight of blood. The look on Yunsu's face was different, like he had done it on purpose. Yunsu then stepped toward Grim and grabbed him firmly. He told Grim he had become a real vampire. Grim struggled, trying hard to hold himself together, but it was clear he was having a difficult time controlling his urges. As Yunsu tried to convince him to return, Grim abruptly shoved his hand away, warning him to back off and to leave him alone. Without another word, he took off running before letting out a scream. While running, only one question lingered in Grim. What was he supposed to do now? No matter where he went, the stench of blood overwhelmed him. He could detect it on everyone. This person, that person, every human reeked of blood. Seeking refuge beneath a bridge, he hid there, silently praying for it to stop, tears flooding down his cheeks. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. Grim stared at the figure, bewildered. He noted aloud that the person didn't smell like blood. A girl stood there, curiously asking what he was doing in a place like this. Grim instinctively asked who she was, adding that it was odd she didn't carry the scent of blood like the others. The girl knelt in front of him, remarking that he was the boy who died the other day. To her disbelief, he looked entirely alive, much like herself. Just as he twitched slightly, she questioned whether he could sleep and how he was feeling, but Grim warned her to stay back. The girl tilted her head, asking why he was trembling and whether he had seen something frightening, or if it was her whom he feared. Grim attempted to flee, but she swiftly slammed him back into place, demanding to know where he thought he was going. He remarked that he must be so starving and thirsty it was making him lose his mind. Everything around him must have smelled like blood. Grim, taken aback, asked how she knew that. In response, the girl pulled out a sealed packet and held it out to him. She urged him to drink, saying it contained animal blood and would ease his hunger for a while. Relieved, Grim took it and began drinking. She gently reminded him to take take it slow, reassuring him that no one would take it from him. She unintentionally muttered that he looked adorable as he drank. Then she called him out, observing that he hadn't tasted human blood yet. Grim paused, slightly hesitant, but admitted that he hadn't. The girl softly said she had figured as much. She promised to bring him blood whenever he was hungry, but in return he had to agree to one condition: never to drink human blood. Grim looked stunned. She added solemnly that once someone crossed that line, there was no going back. Grim hesitantly asked what she meant. The girl stood up, brushing herself off, and said she had to leave but would return when he needed her. Grim tried to stop her, but before he could speak again, she vanished into thin air. The scene shifted to where Yunsu stood frozen in thought when Chea, noticing his expression, questioned him about what he had said to Grim this time to cause such a reaction. Yunsu, still deep in thought, replied by wondering aloud whether they truly didn't need to go after him. Then, with certainty, he stated that Grim would come back on his own. Just then, Yunsu received a call. Answering it, he spoke into the phone, addressing the caller as father. Chea looked shocked, realizing who must be on the other end. Seeing Yunsu sweating slightly, she guessed it must be that man, the one he rarely spoke of. Without saying anything else, Yunsu turned and began heading toward the car. Chea asked where he was going, but Yunsu simply slammed the door and drove off, leaving her behind. Frustrated, Chea yelled after him, asking what any of this had to do with Grim. After he left, she muttered bitterly that she no longer understood whether they were constantly arguing or making up, and frankly, it wasn't her problem anymore. Then, suddenly remembering something important, she gasped. She had to go to the hospital today. In the hospital, while waiting for the elevator, Chea scolded herself for nearly forgetting the appointment. The chaos between those two had completely distracted her, but all she wanted now was to get her cast removed. As the elevator doors slid open, she was startled to see Yunsu and his father standing inside. She called out to Yunsu, asking what on earth he was doing there. He had rushed off in such a hurry, and had she known he was headed to the hospital, she would have asked him for a ride. Yunsu shifted his eyes toward his father, who caught his gaze and offered a faint smile. Then his father turned to Chea, and with an amused expression, asked Yunsu if he happened to know this young woman. Chea asked who the man was and whether he was with Yunsu, but as soon as she received a piercing glare from him, she instinctively turned her head away and gasped softly. She glanced at Yunsu, who appeared visibly uneasy, beads of sweat forming on his face. Awkwardly, Chea introduced herself as just a neighbor of Yunsu. When the elevator doors opened, she gave a small frown and bowed slightly before stepping out. As the doors slid closed behind her, she muttered under her breath, questioning what was wrong with that man. Something about him gave her chills. She wondered if he was truly the one Yunsu referred to as father. The scene then shifted to the apartment. Yunsu's father sat on the couch sipping tea and commented on how pleasant it was, asking why Yunsu didn't have some as well. Yunsu replied plainly that he neither ate nor drank anything outside. His father raised a question about whether Yunsu suspected him of trying to poison him, to which Yunsu remained silent. With a small laugh, his father claimed he would never go that far, but Yunsu reminded him that he almost did, just a few days ago. Changing the subject, Yunsu asked why he had called him so suddenly. His father chuckled, saying he had felt uneasy after scolding his son during their last meeting, especially after being apart for so long. The mention of it made Yunsu scoff slightly. Then, with a sharper tone, his father said there was another reason for this visit. He wanted to speak about Yunsu's recent rebellious behavior. He went on to say that he had assumed Yunsu was living quietly after the incident involving his friend's death. However, he had begun acting out lately in ways that raised concern. He referenced the bizarre display of corpses placed in coffins right in the middle of the road, shocking Yunsu. He added that Yunsu had even broken the hunting restrictions a few days ago. Because of that, he felt it necessary to see him again. On top of everything, Yunsu had the audacity to attack his own father, all for killing some boy. He glared coldly at Yunsu, accusing him of acting far too human lately. He then questioned whether this strange behavior was due to a woman. He clarified further, saying he was referring to the woman they had met in the elevator. Yunsu groaned, confused, asking what his father was talking about. His father calmly replied that he never forgot the scent of blood once it reached his nose, and the scent on that woman was the same one from before. She was prey that had been hidden in the manor that day, which stunned Yunsu. His father then asked if Yunsu had failed to kill her back then, or had chosen not to. Yunsu answered that he had been forbidden from hunting at that time. His father pressed on, asking if that was the only reason she was still alive, since Yunsu now seemed quite attached to her. Beads of sweat appeared again on Yunsu's face, as his father studied him closely, noting that his expression now was the same as it had been when he saw her in the elevator, as if he had been caught in a dilemma. With a sly smile, his father declared that he would lift the hunting ban, and asked what Yunsu thought about that. Would he hunt the woman now? Yunsu turned his head away, replying with clear discomfort that he had no idea what his father was talking about, and telling him to stop making such assumptions. His father simply stated it didn't matter. He only hoped Yunsu wouldn't meet the same end as his friend. Yunsu flinched at those words, as his father warned him not to forget how falling in love with a human woman had ended for that man. Recalling the fate of his father's friend, Yunsu called out, insisting that the woman was nothing more than a toy to him, someone he could kill at any time. He remarked, "How foolish would I have to be to fall for a mere human?" He chuckled to himself, brushing it all off as ridiculous nonsense. Later, the scene shifted to Yunsu driving. He cursed under his breath, annoyed that he had unexpectedly run into Chae-ya at the hospital, and in front of his father of all people. As he recalled his own words from earlier, he scoffed at how absurd they sounded, and then, echoing his father's words in his mind, how he simply hoped Yunsu wouldn't end up like his friend. Yunsu grimaced. Climbing the stairs back at the apartment, he mumbled about how frustrating everything had become. Just then, Chae-ya spotted him. She asked if he was only now getting home, adding that he sure had a way of making others worry about him. She mentioned that Grim wasn't around, so he was free to go out if he wanted. To her surprise, Yunsu didn't respond at all. He walked past her without a word, giving her only a cold glare before exiting. Taken aback, Chae-ya stared at him in disbelief. She muttered sarcastically, wondering what was wrong with him now. The scene shifted to the girl nudging a young man awake, urging him to get up. Still drowsy, he asked what time it was. She tossed his clothes toward him, telling him it was time for him to leave. The man groaned, saying it was only 5 in the morning. She insisted he hurry and gather his things. It was nearly time for her father to come home. He paused, surprised, and remarked that she must come from that kind of family, asking if she was an only child. She ignored the question and urged him to stop wasting time. If he ran into her father, he wouldn't survive. Chuckling nervously, the man asked if her dad was overly strict or something. She didn't answer directly, but kept pushing him toward the door. He finally agreed to leave, but asked if he could at least get her number. Instead of replying, she snapped her fingers as if casting a spell. The man blinked, looking around in confusion, and asked where he was. She coolly told him he had the wrong house. Bewildered, he apologized, and she shut the door in his face. Alone again, she muttered that he had been cute. No matter how much fun she had, it always ended this way. She sliced open a blood packet, poured it into a cup, and took a sip. She told herself there wasn't anything she could do about it. Stepping out of her room, she encountered her father. Greeted him, she thought he should have been gone for another hour. She questioned internally why he had returned so soon. Her father, addressing her as Rose, mentioned casually that he saw a man leaving their house just now. Rose tensed, asking if he had been watching. He questioned why she kept associating with humans, even here in Korea. She warned him not to start nagging again. He disliked her hanging out with vampires too, and besides, she had erased the man's memory before sending him away. Everything was fine. Without emotion, her father replied that it was fine now because he had killed the man, causing Rose to stiffen in shock. She turned to him furiously, demanding to know if that had really been necessary or if it was simply because he didn't trust her. Her father calmly answered that it was both. It was easier to dispose of a dead body than to keep a living person quiet, and more importantly, he didn't trust her. Even if she was his biological daughter, it made no difference. He then told her they would be returning to their home country that night and instructed her to prepare. Rose, still upset, said she wanted to stay a little longer, prompting him to ask the reason. She responded that it had been a long time since she was last in Korea and she just wanted a few more days. His expression darkened as he brought up Yunsu, questioning her about him. Rose reacted with alarm. She questioned why was he bringing Yunsu up now, suspecting he might have discovered she'd met the boy. She asked if she wasn't allowed to see him. Her father replied that Yunsu wouldn't even remember her, which made Rose realize he probably hadn't found out about their encounter yet. She said that they used to be close, although she admitted she wasn't entirely sure about the details anymore. He stated plainly that no good would come from the two of them meeting again. Yunsu didn't like her, and besides, she was his daughter. Rose brushed it off, assuring him not to worry as she retreated into her room. Once alone, she sighed with relief. It seemed like he didn't know anything, meaning he also didn't care much about what she did. Yet, the sense of confinement she felt remained. Her father being a vampire and her mother likely human only complicated things. She longed for the freedom of being outside. Finally, stepping out, she thought about how she could breathe again. A little girl nearby pointed to her, pointing that her hair is beautiful. Her mother gently scolded her, saying it was rude to comment on strangers like that. Rose Weiss overheard the exchange and, with a soft smile, asked the girl if she thought she was pretty. The scene shifted to Grim, standing in front of Yunsu's apartment. He slowly reached for the door, hesitated, and then touched it as it creaked open, as if to see me. Looking around, Grim called out softly, asking what he should do now. Yunsu asked him to come in. He needed to shut the door. Inside the apartment, he questioned whether he had hunted a human, to which Grim denied it. Yunsu asked if he had drunk an animal's blood, noting how he had animal blood on him that day in the study. Rising from his seat, Yunsu walked over to Grim and asked if he remembered what happened before passing out. Grim tried to recall. He said he thought someone had fed him something, but he wasn't sure, as his memories were still hazy. Grim said the man who took him was blunt, a foreigner with a cold demeanor. Yunsu called out to Grim, saying it had been his father, and reminded him that he'd already told him that. Grim asked why he took him. Yunsu found himself wondering the same thing. Why had his father taken Grim? He claimed it was to punish him for breaking the rule, yet it was strange how he returned only to check if Grim was alive. More importantly, he had seemed unsure whether Grim was dead. Something didn't add up. There had to be another reason. Still, Yunsu knew he didn't have time to dwell on it. The reason he had come to take Grim away as soon as possible, he had killed Grim, and if his father found out he was alive, he would return to kill him again. Grim asked what he should do. Yunsi suggested they leave immediately. As Grim opened his mouth to speak, Yunsi cut him him off, saying there was no time to hesitate. He would start teaching him how to hunt and eventually how to drink human blood. But Grimm screamed that he didn't want to, that he never wanted to drink human blood. Yunsu sighed and called out to him, but Grimm told him that someone had warned him not to. Yunsu asked who it was. Grimm said it was a woman. She had told him not to drink human blood, explaining that once he did, there would be no turning back. Yunsu didn't understand what he was talking about, but before he could say more, Grimm ran out, yelling that he needed more time. He screamed that he still didn't know whether he was a vampire or not. He was disgusted by the constant smell of blood and even more by the thought of drinking it. Yunsu turned to him, warning that if he kept wasting time like this, he might end up hurting Chea. He asked whether Grimm would be able to live with that. Grimm said he would never drink human blood, but the next moment, he dashed out the door, only to run into Chea. He quickly hid behind her. Chea asked why he was there, glancing toward Yunsu. She told Grimm to go inside, and he obeyed. Then, Chea called out to Yunsu, asking why he was trying to take him away by force again, to which Yunsu didn't respond. Chea said Yunsu had acted the same way at the convenience store. Chea asked why he was so terrible with kids. He kept pushing Grimm away, and if he continued, Grimm would only keep running for him. Forcing him wouldn't help, but Yunsu ignored them both and turned toward his door. Chea yelled at him, accusing him of ignoring her sincerely, especially after he'd followed her around, begging for help just a few days ago. She slammed the door, saying he'd first dumped his kid on her and was now acting like she didn't exist. She asked what the hell was going on, and if he had a problem, he should just say it. Yunsu sighed and asked her to stop acting so self-important. Chea retorted that she had held back long enough. If not for Yunsu's strange behavior, Grimm would have already gone back to him. She added that it was cruel to ignore someone trying to help. As Yunsu's foot accidentally bumped into Chea's, he grabbed her and warned her to stay out of his business. He said he was going to take Grimm and leave soon. Then he stepped inside and slammed his door. Chea stood still, wondering what his problem was. She thought he was angry at her just because Grimm wasn't doing what he wanted. She told herself there should be a limit to how heartless someone could be. If he really planned to take Grimm and leave, then she would just have to wait and see. She glanced over at Grimm, who sat on a chair staring into space. She asked what was wrong with him. He was zoning out again. Something about him seemed off. He had been gone for days, and now he wasn't eating anything. Something had definitely changed since that day. The scene shifted to Rose, who was rustling through the trees just beside Cheha's apartment. She wondered how to catch the kid's attention. She was late because she had waited a few days after father returned home. She realized he must be starving. Then she asked herself whether he had caused an accident. She also tried to remember which floor he lived on. Suddenly, someone nearby questioned her identity, startling her, as Yunsu Park just beside her asked about the girl. Upon recognizing him as Yunsu Park, Rose found herself wishing to avoid a confrontation. Yunsu Park remarked that there were no other members in Korea except the two of them, or perhaps he should say there aren't. He inquired whether she had arrived with father, snapping a twig as he coldly commented that she should have quietly returned home. He questioned what exactly she believed she was doing there, given that their rule forbade intruding upon each other's territory. Rose asked him to wait, wondering aloud if he failed to recognize her. Introducing herself as Rose, she mentioned that perhaps he didn't remember her because of how different they had both looked in the past, him appearing as he did now, and herself likely resembling a small girl back then. She reminded him that during the time they had lived together in the manor with father, the three of them, herself, Seon, and Yunsu, had been quite close. A distant memory flickered in Yunsu Park's mind. He recalled overhearing a conversation among the adults, stating that Rose was supposedly the master's daughter, and more importantly, a bloodsucker. He questioned whether the rumor had been true. In response, Rose diverted the topic, asking about his current state. Yunsu Park stated that she too was a vampire, to which Rose descended slightly, clarifying that she hadn't come to discuss that. Instead, as he likely already knew, she had come to see the child he was looking after. Yunsu Park came to realize she had met Grimm. He asked why she was interested in Grimm, what it was that she wanted. Rose held out a packet, asking him to give it to the boy, assuming he must be in desperation. Upon noticing the packet contained animal blood, Yunsu Park remarked on it, prompting Rose to explain that Grimm was unable to consume human blood. Yunsu Park raised his voice, demanding to know whether it had been her, the one who had told Grimm not to drink human blood, to which Rose admitted it. He questioned what she believed she was doing, criticizing her for confusing someone already struggling with his identity. In response, Rose shouted that he couldn't possibly understand. According to her, the problem wasn't the confusion, but the repulsion itself, that bloods were different from vampires like him. Yunsu Park dismissed her words as nonsense and warned her to stay away from Grimm. He made it clear she was already aware Grimm had nearly been killed by father, and he wouldn't allow her to involve the boy in that world again. Rose pleaded with him to at least take the packet in case Grimm's hunger returned, but Yunsu struck it to the ground, warning her not to touch him as he walked away. While distancing himself, Yunsu Park questioned the significance of the packet and whether his father had been responsible for Grimm's condition. He couldn't understand what Rose had meant or why everyone around him seemed to complicate things. Everything had become tangled beyond recognition, and he struck the ground in frustration. He reflected that things had started falling apart after meeting Chea. His once quiet life now felt like it was unraveling, the calm giving way to a storm stirred by her presence. He questioned when this had started. Originally, it had all seemed like a harmless joke, but with each passing day, the situation had snowballed into something much more complex. Now Now he wanted nothing more than to distance himself from it all. Everything had become too noisy, too overwhelming. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to Grim, who appeared both drained and starved. An intense thirst gnawed at him, and he struggled to suppress it. Suddenly, the scent of blood reached him. It seemed to be animal blood. He wondered if that meant it was safe to consume. Succumbing to his instincts, he lunged forward, only to realize that he had grabbed Cheya. Just as Grim prepared to bite into her neck, Yunsu Park abruptly intervened, striking him across the head. Cheya, visibly shaken, questioned what had just occurred. She looked down to see her hands trembling. Meanwhile, Yunsu Park silently questioned his own actions, why he had done that, and why he had gone so far as to save her. Yunsu Park found himself questioning the very act. Why had he saved Cheya again, and why did he keep doing it? This should have been his chance to be free of her. After all, he wasn't capable of killing her himself, yet every time he ended up saving her. As these thoughts circled in his mind, the memory of his last encounter with father resurfaced, leaving him agitated. Suddenly, Grim cried out in distress, asking what he had done and whether he had really tried to bite her. His voice trembled with fear, and seeing Cheya's frightened expression only worsened the guilt. Grim began sobbing, apologizing repeatedly, thinking for a moment that it might have been a dream. Yunsu Park clarified that it had been instinct, nothing more. He reminded Grim that feeding on humans wasn't something he could avoid forever, and deep down, Grim likely knew it. The scene resumed with Grim running through the forest, his thoughts circling around Yunsu's words. It seemed Yunsu Park had been right. If things continued like this, the day would come when he'd inevitably end up drinking human blood. That idea terrified him. He found himself questioning how he had even come to this point and what had gone wrong along the way. Just then, Rose appeared in front of him. Her presence startled him, but she simply stated that she had expected this, expressing relief over not having returned just yet. She admitted to having a feeling he might end up like this. Observing his face, she commented that he looked like someone who had just experienced an incident. She reassured him that it was fine, adding that she wasn't like Yunsu. She wouldn't scold him, and there was no need to be anxious. She then teased about Yunsu Park still being a joke and asked Grim to ease up. However, the atmosphere shifted abruptly as a large shadow loomed over them. Grim cautiously glanced toward it and saw Yunsu's father standing just behind Rose. With a chilling tone, her father remarked that he had suspected something unusual and had just finished off Rose's companion. Turning his attention to Grim, he approached and addressed him mockingly as a little boy, making Rose cry out in protest, calling for her father to stop. Suddenly, Grim's vision faded, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a place he recognized. It was the same place he had been taken to the last time, where Yunsu's father had brought him on that fateful day. Confused, Grim questioned aloud what this place was and why he had been brought here. He remembered being told he would learn who he truly was if he came. Yunsu's father confirmed this, then handed him a goblet filled with blood. Grim hesitated, visibly disturbed. The man explained that if Grim drank it and died, then he had been a vampire. But if he survived, then he was human, and his body had merely been taken over. He asked if Grim would like to take a sip and learn the truth. Grim remembered choosing to drink it. He had accepted the offer and consumed the blood. Afterward, he had come back to life. So what did it mean? Had he originally been human, and now, was he truly a vampire? Suddenly, he heard a voice screaming for someone to let go of her. The voice echoed through the hall, noting that half a day had already passed, and that Yunsu Park would soon realize the boy was missing. The speaker didn't want another encounter with Yunsu Park. Grim, peeking through the narrow space of a door, observed everything quietly. Yunsu's father was present, speaking with Rose. He asked whether Yunsu had recognized her when they met. Rose avoided the question, insisting he stop changing the subject and demanding that he release the boy. Her eyes flicked to Grim briefly, making him flinch. His heart pounded and he instinctively shut the door again, retreating further into the shadows. Rose then begged her father to stop using her blood for his experiments. Grim, listening from behind the door, found himself puzzled by her words. Rose screamed that it was repulsive and accused her father of knowing the exact reasons behind all of this. Her father, unfazed, stated that everything he did was for their benefit. Rose scoffed, accusing him of merely being unable to tolerate a problem he couldn't solve. She criticized his obsession with uncovering why the offspring of vampires and humans remained mortal. He, however, claimed that his only desire was to transform her into a full vampire. He explained that he didn't want her to live a fragile and limited existence, but Rose rejected his reasoning. She had no interest in becoming a full vampire and cared little for immortality, pointing out that all humans died eventually. She urged him to give up, reminding him that everyone he had experimented on had perished. Just to change her nature, he had forced his blood on them, all in vain. Her father admitted that none of them had awakened again like she had. Yet now, there was Grim. He gestured toward the boy and pointed out that it had been a long time since he'd encountered someone who responded the same way Rose once had. For that reason, he insisted that the experiment must continue, emphasizing how rare such opportunities were. Rose refused again, her voice rising in desperation. She shouted that he was bound to fail and would end up killing the boy. Her guilt was already unbearable, and she couldn't stand to watch more suffering. Tearfully, she asked how much more misery he intended to put her through. Taking a breath, her father calmly stated that his only wish was to grant her eternal life. As he moved to open the door, Rose stepped forward, lashing out. She knocked over a wall partition and stood in his path, wielding a broken piece of wood. She slashed at him without hesitation, standing her ground. Observing her defiance, her father remarked that she must truly favor this uncertain life and the inevitability of death. With a menacing expression, he declared that if that was what she desired, then he would show her exactly what her end would look like. If her beliefs were genuine, then the living must die. Those were the rules of this world. With that, he used his powers to pick up a candle holder from the floor. Without a hint of mercy, he hurled it toward Grimm with the clear intent to stab him. Rose screamed in horror as she watched the rod speed toward the boy she was trying to protect. Rose screamed, asking what he thought he was doing. Her father responded coldly, remarking that Grimm was still a vampire and wouldn't die so easily. He pulled out the rod, questioning whether he needed to kill him a second time. Before he could strike again, Rose stepped between them, wrapping her arms around Grimm, begging her father to stop. He shouted at her to move aside, but she refused, insisting nothing more could be done. In an instant, she teleported away with Grimm in her grasp. Later, Rose tried to wake Grimm, who slowly opened his eyes and questioned whether he had survived. She confirmed it, reminding him of his half-vampire nature and how he wouldn't die quickly. She asked if he knew any humans. Grimm nodded in confusion and asked why. Rose clarified her point. She hadn't meant vampires. When he tried to argue, she insisted he go to someone he trusted. She offered to distract her father while Grimm made his way there. He asked what to do once he arrived. Rose urged him to request blood. Grimm hesitated, pointing out her previous warning against drinking from humans, but Rose apologized, explaining no other option remained. If he didn't feed, survival seemed impossible. Elsewhere, Yunsu had been deep in thought. Grimm had left no trace. Even when upset, he would linger nearby. The thought troubled him. Could his father have returned? A sudden notification had flashed across his phone. Upon reading it, his eyes had widened. The message had confirmed his father's return. Without wasting a moment, Yunsu had rushed out. He crossed paths with Chea, who had quickly turned away, disappearing into her apartment. Yunsu Park sprinted past without stopping. Inside, Chea had been trembling. The memory of last night had shaken her. Although no one had died, she felt truly terrified. A lingering fear remained. Yunsu Park had seemed capable of killing her. She collapsed to the floor, overwhelmed by the fear he had instilled. Her mind screamed that his goal wasn't to kill, but to frighten. Through gritted teeth, she cursed him under her breath. Just then, a strange sound had come from outside. Startled, she had turned to the door as a voice pleaded for help. She immediately recognized it as Grimm's. Upon opening the door, she found him slouched and breathing heavily. Alarm had risen in her as she noticed the blood on his shirt. She demanded to know what had happened to his stomach and why it was bleeding. Without waiting for a reply, Grimm stepped inside. She asked if he was okay and whether he was in severe pain. Panic set in as she debated calling for help, though she knew he wasn't human. She begged him to let her see the wound. Her breath had caught as she caught sight of it. She muttered that he needed a hospital, but quickly remembered his body could heal on its own. Still, she had asked again if he was truly all right. Grimm whispered his request. He needed blood. The words had sent a jolt of fear through her. She recoiled, horrified he meant her blood. Grimm reassured her, saying even a little would be enough. Her thoughts had flashed to Yunsu Park, how he had once tasted her blood. A chill crept over her skin. Grimm murmured again. If she refused, he wouldn't survive. The fear settled deep within her. She recalled how Yunsu Park had asked for blood once, and later ended someone's life. Her heart pounded, thinking, would Grimm do the same? He tried to explain, but collapsed before he could say more. She stood frozen, torn by indecision. She questioned if she would really go through with it. Her mind had pictured Yunsu Park's face again, as Grimm was the same as him, a vampire. Then, Grimm dropped completely, unconscious. Despair had filled his face, but suddenly, a scent had reached him. Blood. His eyes opened weakly. In front of him, Chea pressed her hand to his lips, letting a few drops fall into his mouth. Grimm gripped her hand, drawing blood from her finger. Chea started crying, overwhelmed by what she had just done. She hadn't even realized it until it was already happening. She had given her blood to a vampire. As she sank to the floor, Grimm caught her just in time, keeping her from falling completely. As Grimm began to notice his body and hands had completely healed, Chea woke up and suddenly demanded to know who he was. Her confusion turned to alarm as she questioned his presence in her home and his lack of clothing, pulling the blanket away from his face. Grimm, trying to remain composed, introduced himself as Grimm, leaving Chea completely stunned. She paused, her eyes fixed on him, trying to make sense of what he had just said. Then, recalling her earlier suspicions, she hesitantly asked again whether he was truly Grimm. However, she noticed no wound on his stomach, which only added to her doubts. Feeling somewhat awkward, Grimm explained that wounds healed quickly when vampires consumed human blood. He also politely asked if she could lend him some clothes. Chea then got an idea. She decided to sneak into Yunsu Park's apartment. Grimm questioned aloud whether Yunsu Park might still be home, but she quickly reassured him, remembering that she had seen him leave earlier. As they entered the apartment, she noticed the door was unlocked. A part of her found it amusing that Yunsu Park was the kind of person who wouldn't bother locking his door. As they made their way into the room, Chea's thoughts wandered. She wondered if vampires really could heal so quickly from fatal injuries after drinking human blood. Even if that were true, something still didn't add up. Grim appeared older than before, which wasn't something she had ever noticed in Yunsu Park. Suspicion rising, she cornered Grim, questioning his identity once more. He replied, clearly irritated, asking how many times he had to confirm it. Yunsu Park pressed further, demanding to know what had happened while she was unconscious. She also wondered whether Yunsu Park was aware of Grim's current state. Grim admitted that Yunsu Park didn't know and probably hadn't noticed anything yet. He also questioned whether Chea had warned him not to drink human blood because of what it might cause. The air grew heavy with awkwardness. Chea, still unsettled, told him to hurry up and get dressed. They needed to leave before Yunsu Park returned. Grim agreed, albeit with mild irritation, commenting on her impatience. When he stepped out in his borrowed clothes, Chea scoffed, stating he looked even more annoying now. Her discomfort grew as she remarked how much he resembled Yunsu Park, confessing it gave her the creeps. She urged him to leave quickly. As she opened the door, someone stood waiting on the other side. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Yunsu Park, who had just opened his front door and immediately spotted blood on the ground. Alarmed, he questioned whether it belonged to Grim. Before he could gather his thoughts, a sound caught his attention. He turned and saw Rose entering the house. He immediately asked what had happened and demanded to know where Grim was. Rose, overwhelmed and hesitant, tried to explain that their father was responsible. She added that she had lost track of him. Just as Yunsu Park was about to question her further, their father appeared, throwing both Grim and Chea onto the ground before them. Yunsu Park was stunned upon seeing Chea, but even more shocked by the boy beside her. His father coldly asked whether he failed to recognize him, the boy he had once cared for. Yunsu's disbelief grew as he realized it truly was Grim. Their father explained how he had matured just like Rose. It had been a long time, he said, since he had found such a suitable test subject. He announced his plan to take over Grim's body. Turning to Rose, he told her they would be returning to their homeland. Before leaving, he reached for Chea's throat, deciding to silence the witness. Just in time, Yunsu grabbed his hand, warning him to let her go. His father questioned if he had warned him. He had disobeyed him, for which Yunsu Park responded he couldn't take Grim as well. His father remarked it seemed to him he was trying to protect the woman, for which Yunsu paused. His father noted very well, assuming he was trying to protect Grim, but questioned if his actions were truly worthy. He shoved Yunsu Park to throw him out, stating they were worth the cost of his own life, as he raised his foot to kick him, asking if he saw this, showing him a bottle stating it was the boy's blood and he had drawn it last night. He added, to tell him the truth, this much blood was sufficient for him to complete his experiment. He remarked the boy and he could just die there. Suddenly, Rose shoved her father with a chair as her father screamed, asking what she was doing. Rose called out for Yunsu Park to hurry, to take Grim and go, to hurry up. Her father questioned how she could do it as Yunsu Park stood up. Just then, his father kicked Yunsu Park, thrashing him against the wall. His father remarked Rose had been acting this way since they arrived, and he wondered if it was because she was reminded of her former self. Yunsu's father joked Rose had matured after drinking human blood in the house they used to live in with him. Before he had left with Rose, who had grown, he had intended to kill everyone in that house. Still, he stated he had taken pity on him. He had been the only one allowed to leave, and he had taken him in, and yet he had dared to act this way. Yunsu questioned it as he grabbed his collar, asking if taking him in meant murdering everyone in his manor and turning him into a vampire. He questioned his definition of taking him in as he slammed to slap him, remarking not to make him laugh. His father grabbed his fist, but just in time, a vase came flying and smashed on his head. Water dripped down as Yunsu's father became furious, remarking he was a little bastard as he lunged at him, stabbing and penetrating his stomach with his fang, stating even a dog knew who its master was, but he didn't. Remarking he was no better than a dog, Yunsu Park fell unconscious, questioning why they all acted like such fools. As Yunsu's father approached Grim, he grabbed him, but just in time. Chaya grabbed his arm. Yunsu's father remarked he had forgotten about her. She should have just played dead. Why had she woken up now and begged to be killed? Chaya realized he was right. Why had she reached out for Grim, and what could she even do? Just then, Yunsu's father noted he had almost made a mistake. Chaya grew scared as she threw a book at him, warning him not to come any closer and to get away from her. But he moved closer to scare her, questioning what the hell it was. She questioned if she was going to die there as she stumbled upon the bottle, asking why she had to die and why they all kept making her life miserable. She grabbed the bottle and threw it at his face. He remarked what a useless act of defiance it was. Suddenly, the blood seized and burned on his face, making Yunsu's father scream in despair. Yunsu's father screamed as he groaned, questioning what it was and why the blood had ended up out there. He glanced to see Chea dashing through the door, but without missing a beat, he used his powers to slam her back. He questioned how strange it was. His body wasn't healing. In fact, his life force appeared to be draining. He was losing strength rapidly. He wondered what kind of power resided within the boy's blood as he reached out to grab Grim. Suddenly he stumbled, unable to hold himself upright. Chaya witnessed it all and questioned what she was supposed to do. Her body had no strength left. She glanced at Yunsu Pak, asking silently what he was doing lying there. She called out to him to wake up and get up. She hated situations like this. She despised these people so much. Her life had already been turned into a complete mess. She bit her teeth together, lips trembling to make it bleed, and in that moment Yunsu Park opened his eyes. She thought silently he had totally screwed things up. Yunsu Park suddenly appeared before Chaya. Chaya muttered that she really hated him, which made him smile as he replied that he knew it. Chaya thought it was just this one time, cursing him under her breath. Yunsu Park leaned toward her lips but paused midway, choosing instead to kiss her gently, as if to draw strength rather than drink. Chaya urged him to go save Grim, to which he responded with a nod and turned to dash toward his father. He slammed into his father from above, forcing him downward, questioning where he thought he was going. He didn't look too good. Yunsu Park taunted him further, questioning what was wrong. He didn't even have the energy to push him off. He never imagined he would live to see such a day. Ever since he became a vampire, he had always dreamed of the day he would kill this man. Yunsu Park took a firm step forward, declaring his intent, while Rose opened her eyes. Yunsu Park smiled, stating that at long last he could finally do it. Rose screamed at him to wait, asking him to stop, but Yunsu Park stabbed at his father's eyes, declaring this was the day as he slashed them. Rose screamed again, begging Yunsu Park to stop this, warning that if he continued, she would be forced to kill him. She stood nearby, holding Grim hostage. Rose demanded he let go of his father immediately. Yunsu Park questioned her actions, asking if she didn't hate his father as well. Wasn't that the reason she helped them in the first place? But Rose replied the boy was Seon's child. Yunsu Park questioned if she had known all along, and she confirmed. Because she had saved both him and Seon, she had convinced her father to let them live, when he had planned to slaughter everyone in the manor. She admitted she had secretly saved Seon, and in the beginning she was only curious. She wanted to know what Seon's son would be like. She had no idea how deeply she would get involved. She screamed, saying it was like trying to make up for a life she had taken. She demanded he let go of her father. The man had spent hundreds of years by her side, and if anyone had to kill him, it was going to be her. Yunsu Park let go of his father, while Rose dashed over, questioning if he was all right and stating they should leave. Her father huffed as they teleported away. Yunsu Park remained still, thinking he could have ended it. He then turned toward Grim, questioning what on earth had happened. Suddenly his wound cracked open. He felt himself growing weak. He stepped slowly toward Chaya, asking if he could eat. Chaya stood there, quite shocked by his question. As Yunsu Park reached out to kiss her, Yunsu Park sucked on the blood while Cheha stood baffled, questioning what was happening, as she pushed him away, asking what he thought he was trying to do and saying it was enough. But Yunsu Park asked for just a little more, giggling as he remarked he did a good job. Cheha remained frozen in confusion. Before she could react further, Yunsu Park lunged forward again to suck more. At that moment, Grim questioned what the two of them were doing. Seeing him, Chea flushed with embarrassment and pushed Yunsu Park away again, yelling that the kid was watching. Grim stared at them, thinking both of them had completely lost it. Yunsu Park questioned what she meant by kid. He said nothing about Grim looking like a child. The scene shifted to Yunsu Park's mansion as he stepped upstairs, questioning Grim if he had matured after drinking human blood. Grim gave a nod of confirmation. Yunsu Park recalled Rose's words, the ones that mentioned how their blood was different. He stated he didn't believe their father would simply let Grim go, and warned they couldn't afford to let their guard down. Grim agreed silently as they made their way into the room. Yunsu Park pulled the drawer open only to find it empty. He thought he had expected this. He felt certain their father had taken it. He must have used it to feed Grim the blood. He commented on if he had nothing left to pack. Grim questioned if it wouldn't be better to just buy new things once they got there. Yunsu Park nodded, remarking they didn't have much time. Once their father recovered, he would definitely return. He admitted he wasn't sure what had put their father in such a state earlier, but whatever the reason, that moment had been their only window. He added it was unlikely they would be able to defeat him once he was healed. The best course of action, he said, was to leave the place immediately and run. Grim agreed, stating they should leave. He also noted they had to go to the church first, prompting Yunsu Park to question him. Grim replied that he had told Chea to go there. Yunsu Park scoffed, questioning Chea's involvement. Grim scoffed back, asking if Yunsu Park had forgotten that everyone present yesterday was now in danger. If they left her behind, she would die, and so Yunsu Park interrupted, questioning if Grim was suggesting they take her with them. Grim asked if it felt uncomfortable being around her now. He questioned what they were even discussing, while inwardly reflecting on everything those two had done together. He added Chea had saved his life, and they were taking her. Yunsu asked what time he had told her to meet them. Grim replied it was 9 o'clock. Yunsu interrupted, saying if she didn't show up by then they would leave. Grim affirmed they were meeting. At the church church, Yeonsu observed that it would be 9 o'clock soon and questioned again if Grim was sure she had said she would come. Grim admitted she said she would think about it before she previously claimed every vampire deserved to die. Glancing at Grim, he stated he didn't believe she would come, judging from her personality. He added that if Grim really wanted her to appear, he could always try praying. Grim rolled his eyes, remarking as if he would ever do that, though inwardly he hoped she would show up. She had to. Yeonsu glanced over at Grim again, suddenly feeling an illusion of Seon standing in his place. He thought back to the time Seon had questioned him, asking why he didn't consider giving it a chance, why he couldn't come to the church with him just once. Yeonsu had replied that he believed praying brought bad luck to vampires. Seon had laughed, suggesting he might be right, and had asked what it mattered. Yeonsu had questioned what Seon liked so much about that place. Seon had simply replied that it brought him peace. Yeonsu Pog had asked what he prayed for, and Seon had said he prayed for himself. He wanted to forgive himself, though it hadn't been going so well. Yeonsu Park remained silent as the memory faded. Yeonsu Park then questioned why Grim wanted so badly to bring Chae with them in the first place. Grim reminded him she had saved them, and he owed her his life. Yeonsu scoffed, stating Grim had been unconscious during all of that, so what was he even talking about? Suddenly, Yeonsu questioned when Grim had said he had grown from drinking human blood, had he meant Chae? To which Grim confirmed. Yeonsu asked if Chaya had given it willingly, to which Grim confirmed again. Yeonsu then questioned if she had done so without asking for anything in return. Grim, growing irritated, told him to stop asking questions. Yeonsu let it go, but noted inwardly it made him feel strangely sad. At that moment, the door opened slowly, and it was Cha. Earlier, Grim informed Chea that he and Yeonsu are heading out. As Chea questioned about it, Grim confirms the guy is probably going to search for them again. Chea remarks, "It's good news then," stepping out as she mentions she never has to see the guys again and wishes them a nice day, telling them not to run into her again. But Grim grabs her arm, asking her to come with them. Chea appears quite baffled. Grim states he will search for her as well, and when he does, he will kill her. Chea pushes his hand off, asking who he thinks she is. All she wants is for vampires to just die off and get out of her life, and he wants her to come with him? She would rather die, she says, turning around to enter her apartment. Grim mentions he will be waiting for her at the church until 9. Meanwhile, Chea, grounded by the pain, thinks maybe it's because she finally has a chance to breathe, but her whole body suddenly hurts. Suddenly, she gets a phone call from Chaesong. She greets her and mentions she called a few times without getting a response, questioning if something is wrong. Chea bluntly questions the reason. Chaesong states that she was just worried after seeing her like that the other day. Chea demands to know what she wants and tells her to stop beating around the bush and spit it out as she feels tired. Chaesong apologizes, saying her boyfriend, who came to the bar the other day, pleaded she had a request, asking if Chea is still dating. As Chea questions it, Chaesong reveals her boyfriend's uncle asked her to introduce him, making Chea curse. Chaesong explains he is starting a new business and needs an investor. Hearing this, Chaesong slams the phone down and cries out in despair. Jae dreams again that night, thinking the dream from back then is right here, and if she turns in that direction, but she wonders if the noose was always so close as she grabs it. The scene shifts to the present. Grim says she's here and she's coming with them. Chea replies she still hasn't made up her mind and is just here to listen. Grim smells blood, remembering Yeonsu once said he would get used to it at some point, but thinks he must not be there yet, finding it hard to resist. Grim states he will wait outside, making Chea groan. He asks Yeonsu to talk to her and come out soon. Chea questions where he is going, but realizes he already moved out. Chae, glancing at Yeonsu Park, thinks she hates this as she sits at the edge of her seat. Yeonsu Park says he thought she wouldn't come, to which Chae replies, asking what else she was supposed to do. He said she was going to die. Yeonsu Park states her will to live is quite strong, for Chae replies she knows someone who has always wished for her death. She doesn't want to let them get what they want. Yeonsu smirks and says even if she comes with them, he can't promise she will survive, and if she gets in the way, he's going to abandon her immediately. Chaya interrupts, saying she doesn't believe it. She mentions she thought about it, and Grim asks her to come first. She has seen how he acts around her, and believes he won't leave without her. She recalls when Grim ran away from home and came to her, he was running from him. Maybe Grim depends on her more than on him. She wonders what Grim will do if she tells him she won't come because the other won't protect her, making Yeonsu furious. Chea demands a promise from him, not to abandon her or leave her to die. Yeonsu grabs her hand and agrees, but says it's not free, asking her to give him her blood. Chea appears surprised. As Yeonsu explains, whenever he gets hungry, she has to let him drink. Chea scoffs, accusing him of wanting to use her as a blood pack. Yeonsu thinks it's a good deal as they stare at each other. Finally, Chea agrees. She promises and will give him some damn blood, but he has to promise first. first. Yoon-soo Park sighs and stands up, stating he promises. However, if she refuses to give her blood, the promise ends and this is mutual, to which Chae affirms. As they open the door, questions if she isn't coming, to which Chae confirms as they step outside. Chae ponders when she walks out that door, is her life gonna change somehow? She isn't sure but sees no reason to ignore a lifeline someone threw her way. She will use it well, she thinks, as she walks out. Yoon-soo Park closes the door behind them, smiling as he slams the church door shut. The scene shifted toward Chae as she groaned at Yoon-soo Park to quit nagging her. She screamed she would do the dishes later and mentioned she would take care of them all at once after dinner. It was her lifestyle. But Yoon-soo Park warned if she had to let the dishes pile up and do them later, why couldn't she just wash them right after eating? Chae groaned, saying she would clean up on her own. Why was he butting in? Vampires didn't even eat, so they didn't need dishes in the first place. Yoon-soo Park groaned that he drank water and was trying to use a cup, but the disgusting sight made him cringe, and it just couldn't be ignored anymore. Chae rolled her eyes again, wondering why he was so fussy for someone who wasn't even technically human. Yoon-soo Park questioned if she had considered that maybe she was just lazy, which made Grim ask why they were fighting again. Chae turned to Grim and asked him to come over for a minute, which made Grim think he should have just walked by. Now he was trapped in their nonsense. Chae questioned whose side he was on, Yoon-soo Park's or hers. Grim thought their fights were so immature that it hurt his brain. He turned toward Chae, thinking she scared him more than any monster ever could, which made Chae cough and taunt Yoon-soo Park, asking if he saw that. Yoon-soo Park grumbled and asked why Grim took her side. Grim stated his last name wasn't even Park, which made him groan in frustration. Chae reminded him again she would do the dishes after dinner, and told him to keep it in his head if it bothered him that much he could wash them himself. Yoon-soo Park groaned louder and cursed while grabbing the sponge, muttering under his breath about Chae and Grim while doing the dishes. He cursed both of them as Chae was getting ready to leave. Grim called for her, asking if she wanted to go out. Chae turned toward him, and seeing her terrifying face, Grim mentioned she looked like a puffed-up cat who got angry over spilled milk. Chae scoffed, saying Yoon-soo Park really pissed her off. He picked fights with her over everything, and they never agreed on a single thing. Grim stated he bet Yoon-soo Park felt the same way about her and told her to stop worrying about it. They should just go swimming and forget it all. He suggested heading to the beach. It had been 10 days since they arrived at the island. Chae had no idea where she was or what this place even was. There was nothing she had to do and nothing she really did every day. She questioned if it was really okay for her to live so carelessly like this. Chae turned to Grim and asked if Yoon-soo Park had ever told him how long they were planning to stay there. Grim denied it and said he was always in his room and never really ran into him. Chae agreed that was true. Whenever they met, they only fought. Maybe it was better she didn't know anything. She suddenly bumped into a sharp boulder and let out a wince. Grim noticed and stated she was bleeding. He splashed out of the water and shouted that he told her to be careful. Chae questioned what he meant and why everyone always flipped out over her blood. She thought one of them ran away when he saw her and the other one acted like he'd just exploded. She scoffed and questioned if it was really a smart choice to follow them here. She started wondering if she was in even more danger now than before. She thought maybe this was the most dangerous situation she had ever been in. Her thoughts drifted toward the moment she encountered Yoon-soo's father. She recalled throwing blood back then, thinking it had probably been Grim's. In the past, Yoon-soo Park had questioned Chae if she knew what happened to his father's face that night. Chae denied knowing anything, thinking that she kept it a secret. It was information even Yoon-soo Park didn't have, and she thought it was smart to hold on to that card. There was no guarantee Yoon-soo Park would keep their promise, and she couldn't bring herself to trust him yet. Chae had fallen asleep on the boat when Yoon-soo Park appeared and scared her awake. Chae rubbed her eyes and asked how long she had been asleep. Yoon-soo Park said she really knew how to fall asleep just anywhere like a stray dog. Chae asked how he found her, to which Yoon-soo Park said he followed the smell of blood and told her to get up. Chae groaned and affirmed she would, stating it stung a little. Yoon-soo Park asked where she got the scrape. Chae told him not to nag. Was it even that bad? She questioned what his issue was, pointing out his eyes were glowing yellow again. She splashed a large wave of water in his face. Yoon-soo Park tried to say something, but she splashed him again. He groaned and questioned what she was doing. Chae told him to snap out of it. He always lost control when he saw her blood, which made Yoon-soo Park grab her arm tightly and ask if he should just bite her, which startled her. Chae asked if he was actually angry at her. She splashed water on him again, demanding he keep his promise. She reminded him she said she would give him her blood, but only when he was hungry. She never said she would give it to him just any time. She turned away and walked off. Yoon-soo Park remained still, questioning what she meant, thinking about when he was actually hungry. The scene shifted to nighttime as Chae lay in bed. She blinked her eyes open and peeked out to see Yoon-soo sitting silently in her room. She squinted and asked what he was doing there in the middle of the night. Yoon-soo glanced at her, smiling faintly, stating he was there to eat. Chae appeared completely baffled. She jolted awake to see Yoon-soo beside her. He reminded her that she had told him earlier to come to her when he was hungry. Now, he had done just that. As he leaned in and gripped her neck, Cha-A struggled under his hold, gasping as she recalled something Grimm had once said, that vampires only needed to feed once a month. But Yunsu had fed just 10 days ago. Yunsu leaned closer, sniffing near her ear. Alarmed, Cha quickly reached for a knife. She attempted to stab him, but he caught her wrist easily and questioned when she had prepared that. Cha replied sharply, making it clear she wasn't foolish enough to live with 2 vampires and remain unarmed. She demanded to know who he thought he was to barge in while she slept. Yunsu reminded her that she must have known it wouldn't work. If she felt confident, he invited her to go ahead and cut him. Cha groaned in frustration. Yunsu tossed the knife aside, saying they had an agreement. She had promised to offer her blood when he was hungry. His voice carried irritation as he admitted she had been getting on his nerves recently, and maybe now he was just trying to scare her a little. He went on to say that he hadn't even been hungry that morning, but after catching the scent of her blood later in the day, his appetite had returned. Thinking about it now, he figured he was genuinely hungry, which made Cha gasp. Cha realized that he sounded more serious than she expected, and she began questioning what she should do. She had always known this day would come, yet it still felt too soon. Cha asked him to wait, saying she didn't think she could go through with it. She found him too arrogant and too untrustworthy. It didn't make sense for her to hand over her blood to someone like him. What if he lost control and killed her? Yunsu asked whether she was planning to break their promise. Instead of answering directly, Cha demanded alcohol. She reached for him and insisted she couldn't go through with it sober. If he wanted her blood, he'd have to get her drunk first. She called him a son of a B.A.T. and said she'd only let him bite her once she was too numb to care. Afterwards, Yunsu handed her the wine silently. Cha stared at it and muttered in disbelief. She couldn't believe she was about to drink with Yunsu Park. She remarked that he was pouring her wine before feeding on her. He really did know how to set the mood. Yunsu simply said he liked the color. Cha then asked if vampires could get drunk, to which Yunsu shook his head. That made her slam the glass down, frustrated that she'd be the only one intoxicated while he remained fully aware. Yunsu chuckled and admitted he thought it would be dangerous for him to get drunk anyway. Cha agreed. When he asked if she had a high tolerance, she confessed that she had never had wine before, but she was sure it would hit hard. She was certain she'd pass out and suffer the next day. She warned him not to overdo it. She planned to check how much blood he took in the morning, to which Yunsu agreed to her condition. Without another word, Cha downed the wine in one long gulp. Yunsu blinked in surprise, wondering if she was already drunk. Cha groaned at him to go die, prompting a laugh from him. He asked again if she was drunk, noting how long he had waited. Cha looked up at him with narrowed eyes and asked why he had waited. He could have bitten her outright, yet he brought her wine just because she had asked for it. She questioned what he was really up to. It felt odd. He had never gone along with her demands before, and still, he kept letting her off easily. She watched him closely, puzzled by his behavior. Elsewhere, a vampire took a deep sip of wine and commented that the taste was exceptional. He noted that the one who had left it behind must have been deeply upset to abandon it. A voice over the phone cut through his musings, telling him to stop rambling and asking whether he had found the target yet. The vampire sighed, stating it wasn't easy to locate another vampire in hiding. He assured the caller that he would find him eventually. He reminded him of the many vampires he had already eliminated. Then, addressing him as father, he asked him not to keep doubting him. Leo asked his father to place a little faith in him. In response, his father questioned whether Leo could actually find something related to them, considering it had already been 4 days since he arrived there. To that, Leo explained that it seemed they already escaped even before he arrived. Leo then further states that given that how vampires usually operated, they most likely already prepared safe locations to either hide or remain undetected in such situations. He added that locating them would take time, as vampires were known to be exceptionally skilled at vanishing without a trace. His father, who'd been in the middle of shaving, acknowledged Leo's explanation and instructed him to report the moment he found anything. He also emphasized not to keep him waiting too long. Leo replied with agreement, signaling he understood the urgency. As his father finished shaving and looked at himself in the mirror, he turned toward Rose and asked whether she was worried. Rose, who'd been immersed in a book, simply responded in the negative, questioning why she should be concerned. His father reminded her that Leo had been sent to Korea. She replied indifferently, questioning what significance that held. While continuing to shave, he muttered the names Pak Yoon-soo and Gorim, and says he wondered aloud where they might have gone into hiding. He further contemplated what should be done to them once they were caught. Lost in these thoughts, he accidentally cut his face, and a line of blood trickled down his cheek. Rose closed her book and addressed her father, asking if she'd been called in merely to discuss them so he could get some clue about them. She'd then risen from her seat, expressing that she'd grown weary of the topic, and advised her father to concentrate on healing his body instead. She also made it clear she no longer cared about whatever plans he in motion. She firmly stated she held no interest in his intentions, nor in who he intended to kill or let live. He could proceed as he pleased. After voicing that, she exited exited the room and fallen deep into her own thoughts. While walking, she's spoken softly to herself, claiming she truly did not care and that none of it concerned her anymore. Her expression grown vacant, and it seemed she deemed it all meaningless now. Her thoughts returned to a past moment when she held a knife. She realized then, as always, that he slipped through her fingers and there been anything worth worrying about. Meanwhile, in Korea, inside Park Hyun-soo's mansion, Leo pondered over the identity of the individual who influenced his father to such an extent and even managed to injure him. The idea that his seemingly invincible father could be hurt intrigued him. Despite that curiosity, he reminded himself that locating Park Hyun-soo and Gurim remained the priority in order to uncover the full picture. Leo acknowledged Park Hyun-soo's speed and noted how impressive it was, especially considering he appeared to be the only vampire residing in Korea. Leo surveyed the mansion and concluded that Park Hyun-soo had been living quite lavishly. Yet, there'd not been the slightest trace of him, almost as if he was someone prepared to vanish at any given moment. Later, lying on the bed in a loose robe, Leo considered the limited options he left. It seemed apparent that the only viable course of action was to wait for a body to turn up. With some irritation, he murmured that it was all rather troublesome. Leo considered how vampires, even while hiding, still needed to feed. That necessity would eventually force Park Hyun-soo out of hiding. Once hunger took over, bodies would begin to appear, which would lead to chaos. Leo resolved that, regardless of who Park Hyun-soo might be, he would track him down, and he to do so swiftly. With that thought in mind, he decided to get some rest first. Elsewhere, a drunken Chae calls Park Hyun-soo and asks why he kept letting her off easily, catching him entirely off guard. Park Hyun-soo silently wondered why she would think that, mentally defending himself by noting that her presence merely served their purpose. There had been no need for hypnosis or abduction. She was in essence a living source of nourishment. The moment she stepped into that church, he felt sheer joy. For a vampire in hiding, such a person been invaluable. Still intoxicated, Chae asked why Park Hyun-soo had been smiling and what exactly it was that he wanted. Park Hyun-soo simply replied with a vague remark and noted aloud that she seemed to be mumbling and appeared incredibly drunk. Chae's responded sarcastically, asking if he genuinely thought she no idea what was going through his mind. Park Hyun-soo laughed slightly, calling her amusing, and teased her by questioning whether she drunk enough already. He then realized that her tolerance for alcohol must have been rather low. As Chae had taken another sip of her drink, her cheeks began to redden. A few drops of wine spilled down her lips, while Park Hyun-soo, sipping his own glass, watched her in silence. Moments later, Chae stood from her seat, approached Park Hyun-soo and gently called out to him before sitting on his lap. She then told him she was ready, which visibly startled him. As their eyes met, Park Hyun-soo carefully placed his glass aside and inwardly questioned if this was her reaction to that kiss they shared. He assumed she must have been thinking about that moment and concluded that her level of intoxication to be high. With a gentle hand, he caressed her face, drawn her close, and initiated a kiss. The kiss deepened into something passionate, and in the heat of the moment, Chae murmured toward the bed, asking whether they could proceed. Park Hyun-soo responded by pulling her into another kiss. However, she eventually broken free and questioned his actions. She reminded him that she asked him to drink her blood, so what he'd been doing right then instead. Her words left Park Hyun-soo speechless and more bewildered than before. Chae stood from Park Hyun-soo's lap and moved slowly toward the bed, muttering that she felt nauseated. Still dazed, she tried to gather her thoughts, questioning what he'd been doing and what he could have possibly been thinking at that moment. In disbelief, she lowered herself onto the bed, clearly exhausted. Her head spun, and she muttered that she was about to pass out. With slurred words, she called Park Hyun-soo a foolish mosquito and told him to just get it over with. Park Hyun-soo, still frozen in surprise, glanced at her and eventually risen, thinking there truly was no chance, yet realizing he still wanted it. As he leaned over Chae, she asked where he intended to bite. He replied at her neck. Chae commented on whether it would hurt, to which Park Hyun-soo responded with uncertainty. Seeking clarity, Chae asked again, and Park Hyun-soo disclosed, somewhat grimly, that all those he'd bitten ended up dead. The revelation left her shocked, and she quietly closed her eyes. He gazed at her, internally noting that it was likely her blood affecting him, and she had become entertaining to play with. Park Hyun-soo then scratched her neck lightly with his nail, and as the blood touched his lips, he was struck by how good it tasted. Chae visibly flinched, becoming sensitive to the sensation. Park Hyun-soo told himself that it was only because of the blood, and he has no other thoughts. He reminded himself he felt nothing while feeding. Despite Chae telling him to stop, Park Hyun-soo continued to hold her on his lap, drinking her blood. But as he opened his eyes, he suddenly found himself bound by thorny rose branches. The vines wrapped tightly around his legs. Park Hyun-soo was quite startled, questioning internally what it was and why it was happening. The branches begun creeping up, binding his hands, feet, neck, and even face. Then he heard his name clearly. Park Hyun-soo Yeon-soo. Snapping into reality, he realized Chae was speaking and asking him to let go of her. As he backed away, she asked whether he was trying to kill her, clearly drained and out of breath. Confused and disoriented, Park Hyun-soo wondered what the strange illusion was and why he experienced such a vision. Chae called to him again, asking whether he was finished. Park Hyun-soo looked at her, stunned momentarily by how beautiful she looked. Chae noticed his lingering stare and warned him again, asking if he was done, and stating firmly that he could leave since she was about to lose consciousness. She told him he was was welcome to go and passed out shortly after, Park Yoon-soo giving a small smile as a memory drifted into his mind. It seemed like a conversation from long ago. He recalled a moment when someone accused him of trying to save her instead. At that moment, it struck him that this was the exact reason he did not want her too close. The day she unknowingly cast a spell on him. He did not wish to admit it, but as he stood up, he come to a quiet realization. It was not her blood he truly desired. It was her. The following morning, both Chae-ah and Park Hyun-soo stood in front of the bathroom mirror, their reflections staring back as they silently recalled the chaos of the previous night. Each wondered what kind of disaster unfolded. Park Hyun-soo observed his expression while Chae-ah banged her forehead against the mirror. He left the bathroom lost in thought, while Chae-ah continued striking her head, struggling to remember the events. In frustration, she wept, cursing herself while questioning what she had done. Her memory held only fragments, such as the image of her sitting on Park Hyun-soo's lap. The rest have been lost. It felt insane. She began to cry harder, dreading the worst. It seemed unimaginable to her, but she began to believe something happened between them. She remembered his surprised expression, wondering what would be going through his mind. She cursed him silently, assuming he must have enjoyed it and would likely use it against her. She berated herself, declaring that not even the most unhinged individual would sit on a vampire's lap. Flopping dramatically onto her bed, she declared she would never leave her room again. Despite her declaration, she left the room that evening. Just as she stepped out, Greem appeared behind her, startling her with a scolding tone, asking what she had been doing. Cha-ah, shocked by his sudden appearance, questioned whether he is alone. She asked about Park Yoon-soo's whereabouts, and Greem informed her that Park Yoon-soo remained in his room the entire day. Taeya began walking away, relieved to hear that. However, Greem soon noticed a small bandage on Taeya's neck and asked whether she drunk alcohol with him the previous night. Taeya been stunned, unable to hide her shock. Greem remarked casually that she smelled of alcohol. Taeya hesitated before responding vaguely. Just then, Greem shouted in disbelief, asking whether she shared drinks with Park Yoon-soo. Greem remarked sarcastically that it made sense now, explaining why Park Yoon-soo locked himself in his room. Greem commented that it must have been difficult for Park Yoon-soo. When Chae asked for clarification, Greem teased that she always acted like a dog when she drank, causing Chae to cringe in horror. She questioned whether she had done such things before. Since she barely drank, she assumed not. She asked herself why these situations always happened around them. She ended up in Park Yoon-soo's lap again. She clenched herself, questioning what is she going to do if Park Yoon-soo appeared before her. Suddenly, Park Yoon-soo appeared, casually sipping a glass of water, and the sight made Chae burst with embarrassment. Greem then announced that Park Hyun-soo finally come down. Giving a death stare to Greem, Chae asked Greem, reminding him that he told her Park Hyun-soo was still in his room. Greem replied that maybe Park Hyun-soo just gotten thirsty. Park Hyun-soo meanwhile been wondering what the two been whispering about. Greem approached Park Hyun-soo and asked him directly whether he shared drinks with Chae the previous night. He questioned whether anything awkward happened that might have caused Chae to overreact. Park Hyun-soo paused before vaguely remarking on the events of the previous evening. Embarrassed and flustered, Chae asked with urgency what exactly she'd done. Park Hyun-soo realized she had no recollection of the night and, with a composed expression, replied that nothing happened. The moment he said that, a wave of dread hit Chae, making her feel certain something happened. She had no idea what to do. She didn't even want to imagine it. All she wanted was to return to her room, or better yet, disappear completely. Yet, hunger gnawed at her, so she reluctantly chosen to face the situation. With a sigh, she called to Greem, telling him to fetch her some food. Greem promptly refused, claiming he was busy. Chae asked what he was so occupied with, and he told her that sometimes she needed to do things on her own. Chae reminded him that he personally banned her from cooking, gaining a scream from Greem that she might burn down the house. Greem then remarked that Park Hyun-soo should help her instead. Park Hyun-soo protested, questioning why it had to be him. Chae interjected, saying she could manage by herself, but Park Hyun-soo teased her, asking why she was acting so shy. That pushed Chae over the edge. She jumped up and shouted that she had enough. She demanded to know exactly what transpired the previous night. Greem snapped and yelled at both of them to stop their endless arguing. He declared he was fed up with the constant bickering and asked whether they could go even one day without fighting. He then added that since Park Yoon-soo drunk her blood, the least he could do was cook for her out of common decency. Park Yoon-soo muttered under his breath, prompting Chae to glare at him with fury. Greem grumbled again, asking whether he had to listen to this every single day. Chae, now mortified, asked Greem where he was going, asking him to wait. She cursed quietly as Greem made his way upstairs. Park Yoon-soo remained behind, lost in his own thoughts. Greem, now alone, sighed, wondering what was wrong with those two. He asked himself what could have possibly happened the previous night. He decided it was best to leave them to sort it out on their own. After all, it wasn't like they could handle things normally. Right then, what mattered was that he had something to do. Greem entered Park Hyun-soo's room, sat down, opened his computer, typed Rose, and started searching. Eventually, he found what he had been looking for. Greem come across Rose Gay, an artist born on May 20th, 1987. He'd been taken aback at how easily he managed to find her, assuming she might be quite well known due to her profession. While continuing his search under her name as an artist, he discovered that she was a painter and also located some of her artwork. Eventually, he come across her photograph. At that moment, a memory resurfaced in Greem's mind, one in which Rose once spoken about her reluctance to become a full vampire. fire, remarking that everything would perish anyway. It became evident to Gurum that she also a half-blood, just like him. He remembered her warning during one of their past conversations, where she strongly insisted that he must never consume human blood, as she believed he known better. That memory led Gurum to reflect that she might know on the duration for which he has to continue living on animal blood and what consequences might follow if he were to revert to drinking human blood again. With those thoughts growing heavier, he began to understand the urgency of seeking clarity. Feeling the need for answers, he made up his mind to meet her, so he sends her email expressing his wish to meet her downstairs. Meanwhile, Chae-ah finished peeling the potatoes and asked Park Yoon-soo what she should do next. Park Yoon-soo taken a moment to examine the potatoes, which, in his view, turned out poorly. With an irritated tone, he told her to just leave it and not bother him anymore. This response annoyed Chae-ah, prompting her to question why he always to be so unpleasant, even when she'd been helping him. Park Yoon-soo gone on to explain that the potatoes shrunk to almost half their original size, questioning how that could be considered helpful. Chia replied that they not shrunk that much. Park Yoon-soo then told her that if she truly wanted to help, she should simply do the dishes, to which Chia irritatedly agreed. While moving toward the sink, Chia passed rather closely by Park Yoon-soo. It was in that fleeting moment that Park Yoon-soo noticed her hair was tucked behind her ears. Their eyes suddenly met, and both quickly looked away. Chia silently wondered why she even cared, feeling irritated by her own thoughts. Still, she couldn't help but notice how Park Yoon-soo appeared calm and unbothered, causing her to question why he was acting so composed and silent. She reasoned with herself that since nothing really happened, he wouldn't have gotten that close to her otherwise. As she continued to watch Park Yoon-soo focusing on his work, Chae-ah tried to convince herself again that nothing significant taken place the previous night. She felt she needed to stop overthinking. Park Yoon-soo, however, been stealing glances at her while she adjusted her hair, something that unknowingly caught his attention. A quiet awkwardness settled between them. When Chae-ah completed her task, she informed Park Yoon-soo that she was done and would be heading out. While on her way, she accidentally bumped into him and their arms brushed. Without warning, Park Yoon-soo grabbed her, and his eyes shifted to a golden yellow. He questioned his own actions, trying to grasp what he'd been doing and whether such a thing ever happened before. Chae-ah, noticing the change in his eyes, asked him what was wrong. Just then, Gurim entered the kitchen, interrupting the moment and asking whether they finished cooking. Immediately after, Park Yoon-soo left the room without saying nothing. Gurim, surprised by Park Yoon-soo's abrupt exit, asked what was going on with him. Chae-ah, still processing what just occurred, turned to Gurim and asked if he could detect the scent of blood on her. Gurim said no and asked why she would even ask something like that. Chae-ah thought to herself that if it not plus been the scent of blood, then what else could it have been? She then warned Gurim, saying that in her opinion, Park Yoon-soo gone insane. Meanwhile, at her own residence, Rose just stepped out of the shower. She sat at her desk, skimming through her emails while noting how it only been 2 days since she last checked them. Most of what she'd seen were promotional emails. Then, her eyes fallen on one message, and she says to herself how ridiculous it seemed. As Rose checked the email, she'd come across a recommendation related to fairy tales. She replied with a hint of disbelief, calling it silly and wondering aloud why such content been suggested to her. Curious about the sender, she'd looked into the ID and been stunned to see the name Grimm Brothers. She paused, trying to gather her thoughts, finding it hard to believe it could be them. For her, it not felt right. Yet there had been no indication of any official author or publisher linked to the ID, which left her wondering who actually sent that message. She questioned the possibility and began typing, "Who were them?" only to immediately delete it. Instead, she written, "Is it him?" and pressed send. After sending the email, she remained seated in her chair, contemplating that the message had been sent 2 days prior. She hoped that it wasn't him. Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, a sudden knock at the door startled her. Quickly shutting her laptop, she heard Leo's voice from outside, calling her darling and asking whether she missed him. Rising from her chair, she walked toward him and asked when he arrived. Leo replied with a slight grin, expressing that she appeared surprised by his arrival. He noted that it had been quite some time since they last met, yet she hadn't even greeted him properly, which left him somewhat disappointed. As he spoke, he began to unpack a box from his bag. When Rose asked if he'd been in Korea, Leo confirmed he was, but also added that he was no longer there because they were not. Rose, puzzled by his wording, asked if he found them. Leo said that wasn't the case, and questioned her while removing the necklace from around her neck, wanting to know why she would want any leads on them. He then asked if she'd been there too while putting the other necklace back on her. Rose pushed him away slightly, scolding him not to act so foolishly. She reminded him that they only met a few times and that she not cared much even then. Leo, still smiling, replied that he thought the two been close. Rose asked whether their father told him that, to which Leo confirmed and then inquired when they actually met. Sitting herself on the table, Rose replied that their meeting taken place long before Leo even been born, adding that their bond had not been as deep as it might have seemed. She then advised Leo not to involve himself in things he didn't understand. Despite her tone, Leo moved closer again and said she used to be so sweet speak to him. He asked what changed her. Rose admitted that she wasn't sure. Perhaps she never imagined he would grow up to become that. Leo laughed, teasingly asking if she meant that he would grow up to be that handsome. Then he stepped back and thanked her, casually suggesting that they could have dinner together that night, perhaps even treat it like a date. Rose declined, stating clearly that they could never date and mentioning she might be attending a show later in the evening. Leo simply responded that it was fine and that he would see her later, leaving her with whatever she wished. As Rose looked at the necklace he'd given her, she opened her laptop once again, her heart tensed on seeing a reply. The message read, "Yes, it's him, and they should meet." She'd begun wondering what his intentions truly were. Meanwhile, Gyorim risen from his chair and stepped outside, thinking to himself that everything seemed so clear the previous night. Suddenly, Park Yoon-soo appeared and questioned Gyorim about why he'd been in his bedroom, catching Gyorim off guard. Gyorim responded that he discovered something. Park Yoon-soo asked what it was, prompting Gyorim to show him a button, asking if it belonged to his father before he died. The sight of it stunned Park Yeon-soo. Gyorim then said he would be taking it, as Park Yeon-soo was still at the shock. Next morning, as the rain poured outside, Park Hoon-soo thought to himself that entering his room again after what happened last night would be troublesome. He felt like Park Hoon-soo had been watching him. Meanwhile, Gyorim began to suspect whether Park Hoon-soo noticed something. He decided it might be best not to use that laptop again. Yet, he also wondered whether a reply might come in, realizing he still needed to check the email. While lost in thought, Gyorim been considering whether to approach Park Yeon-soo and ask him to step out. Just then, Park Yeon-soo passed by Chaeya and their eyes met. Gyorim doubted that Park Yeon-soo would listen to him. As Park Yeon-soo called out to Chaeya, Gyorim then thought that they'd really be getting into another argument. Then, he noticed a sudden shift in Park Yeon-soo's behavior. Park Yeon-soo moved in close. Without a word, he brushed Chaeya's hair back behind his ear, adjusting it with care, while she kept on complaining. Gyorim noticed Park Yeon-soo behaving flirtatiously with Chaeya, and the sight left him stunned. He questioned internally what was going on between them, wondering when they'd grown so close. As he observed the interaction more carefully, he realized that it was Park Yeon-soo who'd been acting unusually friendly. Chaeya stood up from the sofa, yelling at Park Yeon-soo and insisting that it not been his business, calling him a bastard. She pointed out that she'd been in the middle of eating and no desire to get into a fight. Despite her harsh words, Gyorim noted that Park Yeon-soo appeared oddly pleased by the outburst, even as Chaeya continued cursing at him. Gyorim then notices that Park Yeon-soo used to spend most of his time in his room, but lately he has been spending more time in his room ever since that particular night, a thought that crossed Gyorim's mind at the same time as then Chaeya carried her plate to the sink. Still grumbling about Park Yeon-soo, Chaeya left her plate in the sink and told him that she wouldn't be washing it, flipping him off as she did so. Gyorim silently watches all that, making Gyorim admit that Chaeya had been right all along, that Park Yeon-soo did seem to have lost his mind. As Park Yeon-soo quietly stepped forward and washed Chaeya's dish, Gyorim looked closely and called out to him, wanting to ask a direct question. He asked Park Yeon-soo if he liked Chaeya. Park Yeon-soo remained silent at first, and Gyorim assumed that someone as proud and guarded as Park Yeon-soo wouldn't be willing to admit anything so easily. Yet, to Gyorim's surprise, Park Yeon-soo responded with a simple, "Why?" making Gyorim blink in disbelief. He expected denial, but Park Yeon-soo not even attempted it. Gyorim pressed on, saying that Park Yeon-soo had been unable to keep his hands off her lately, as though he couldn't stop himself. He admitted he didn't even know if he should say it aloud, but it seemed like Park Yeon-soo had been looking at Chaeya with the dazed smile of someone obsessed. When Park Yeon-soo asked if that was what he'd really been doing, Gyorim felt even more shocked. He demanded to know what exactly had been going on with him. Park Yeon-soo simply replied to Gyorim by questioning him. That was he not allowed to do so? Gyorim, stunned, asked Park Yeon-soo was he being serious? To Park Yeon-soo responded by saying that he doesn't need to worry about it and should stay out of his business, then walked away, leaving Gyorim in disbelief. He found it almost amusing how little Park Yeon-soo seemed to care. It had not bothered him at all to be caught, and though Gyorim found the behavior ridiculous, he also noted that it had given him valuable insight. Meanwhile, Chaeya had been thinking to herself how strange Park Yeon-soo had been acting. It felt like she'd been constantly getting into arguments with him, and she muttered that he was a complete jerk. She wondered aloud that if he'd been that bored, he should have just gone to sleep instead of bothering her. Just then, Gyorim approached her from behind and called her name, asking what she really thought of Park Yeon-soo. Chudi replied without hesitation, calling him nothing more than an asshole. When Gyorim asked if Park Yeon-soo got on her nerves constantly, Chudi confirmed that he absolutely did. Living in the same house with him been a headache, though she added that it become bearable only because Gyorim was also there. Gyorim then asked whether staying with someone like Park Yeon-soo made her feel suffocated, and if she ever wanted to leave. Chaeya quickly dismissed the thought, saying that everything except Park Yeon-soo had been perfect. She emphasized that never in her life she imagined living in such a luxurious home, and there was no way she would leave what felt like paradise. At that point, Gyorim placed a hand on her shoulder and gently suggested that he wasn't asking her to leave, but thought maybe she could ask Park Yeon-soo to go out instead. Chaeya looked startled by the idea. Gyorim continued, saying he felt he needed to step outside for a while. Chaeya responded by questioning why he was telling her this, suggesting he should go and tell Park Yeon-soo himself, but Park Yeon-soo wouldn't listen to him. Chaeya retorted, asking if he really thought Park Yeon-soo would listen to her instead. Gyorim known Park Yeon-soo would agree only if she said it. Then he suggested that she should at least try. Chaeya, after a pause, said that if Gyorim has something to say, he should come out with it clearly. Then Gyorim leaned closer, asking if she would really try. Chae responded that she would, but only if he paid her for it. Gilum been caught off guard. Chae said she would ask Park Yoon-soo if she got paid. When Gilum asked what she needed the money for, Chae told him that he didn't need to know, but without payment, she wouldn't do it. Gilum muttered that she was just as crazy as Park Yoon-soo, then asked how much money she wanted. Later, in Park Yoon-soo's room, he had been lying on the sofa when Chae entered, looking around. He immediately asked what was matter. With a calm smile, Chae called his name. Park Yoon-soo repeated his question, what was it, sensing something odd. Chae thought to herself how strange it felt to make such a request to someone like him. It bruised her pride. She then said that they'd been on that island for 4 weeks and that she began feeling stifled. She told him she wanted to go out. Park Yoon-soo refused outright, reminding her that she already knew the risks of going out and that they couldn't afford to take them. Trying to persuade him, she offered to do all the dishes that he always tells her to. Then she added if he agreed she would do that regularly, while as Chae never plans to do so. Then as a final move, she lightly gripped his shoulder and exposed her neck, saying she would even offer him her blood. Upon seeing her neck, Park Yoon-soo blushed visibly. Chae asked him why he turned red suddenly. Flustered, he told her that he understood. Chae questioned what he meant by that. Was he really going to let her go out? Rosewise confirmed that he would, leaving Chae momentarily speechless. She, reminding him not to go back on his word, and exited the room. Meanwhile, Chae also pondered the same thing, unsure what exactly shifted Park Yoon-soo's opinion. The following morning, Gurim knocked on Chae's door, gently informing her that they would be heading out that day. Chae responded with surprise, questioning whether it was really the day they planned. Gurim confirmed it was, urging her to wake up and prepare herself. As Chae opened her door and walked past him, Gurim noticed something unusual in her demeanor. Calling out her name, Gurim tried to stop her, but she ignored him and unintentionally bumped into Park Yoon-soo, who had been taken aback by her behavior. Park Yoon-soo called out to her in concern, but Chae, her face flushed and voice tense, told him that he irritated her more than anyone else. Then, without waiting for a reply, she walked away. Later, after she had been brought back to bed, she attempted to convince them that she was perfectly fine, insisting nothing was wrong with her. Gurim, however, told her that she needed to eat first, as Park Yoon-soo mentioned that they could only go out once she finished her meal. Gurim handed her some medicine, repeating Park Yoon-soo's instruction that she must eat the meal before doing anything else. Chia asked if Park Yoon-soo truly said that, and Gurim affirmed it. Chiaze then thought to herself how ironic it was, considering Park Yoon-soo was the one responsible for her current condition. She complained to Gurim, explaining that the stress Park Yoon-soo been causing her lately made her sick. Gurim, however, silently disagreed, knowing it more to do with the cold winds from the previous night. Chia continued, stating that the stress not just started recently, but been present ever since she first met Park Yoon-soo. Gurim tried to lighten the mood, asking what the point was in bringing up the past when it was just stress and could be left behind. Chia teased him, saying he sounded like a 100-year-old man. Chiaha, undeterred, asked Gurim whether it would really be okay to move out like that, even if Park Yoon-soo disliked the idea. Chia questioned this, wondering aloud whether Park Yoon-soo would allow it. Gurim seemed uncertain for a moment, but said that eventually they would have to go. It wasn't possible to remain in that place forever. Then, with a gentle tone, he helped Chia lie back down and told her she needed to rest and regain her strength because he plans to leave the next day. As she lay in bed, Chia groaned frustrated, wondering why she'd fall ill at such a time. Lost in thought, she'd begun to reflect on her future, realizing she couldn't live there forever either. She pondered how long this would continue, until the man called father gave up searching for them. If that happened, would it all finally be over? She wondered whether she had to return to Korea then, where she'd once been forced into a marriage she not wanted. But the more she thought about it, the more she believed that by the time all this ended, she might already be dead. Her family probably not even noticed her absence, and she concluded bitterly that they would probably feel relieved if they found out she was no longer alive. Drifting into sleep, her mind taking her to a dream of her childhood. She saw her younger self in dream calling Chaseon and heard a tearful voice calling her name. It was her grandmother, Hail Moni, crying and filled with sorrow. While Chia remained asleep, Park Yoon-soo entered her room quietly to check on her. Seeing her trembling slightly, he moved closer to her bed. At that very moment, Chia been dreaming that Hail Moni was choking her, causing her to cry out for help. Park Yoon-soo, witnessing her distress, wondered what kind of dream she might be having. Watching her carefully, he suspected that someone in her dream was choking her, and a grim thought crossed his mind that it might be him. After all, he had once tried to kill her, but then, in her dream, Chia called out not to him, but to Grandmama for help. And it then dawned on Park Yoon-soo that the person hurting her wasn't him, it was her family. As he reached toward her face to comfort her, her nightmare intensified. In it, she screamed no, and cried out that she wanted to live. At that moment, Park Yoon-soo been thrown into his own memory. He saw himself as a child, crying and calling for his mother, as flames surrounded them. His mother urged him to leave, insisting there was no time, but Park Yoon-soo, sobbing, refused, saying he wouldn't go without her. He urges on that they would escape together. He begged her to let them both survive, for which he had begged to his master for a favor. Then Park Yoon-soo reveals to his mother that he has became bloodsucker. His mother been shocked to see that Park Yoon-soo become a vampire. She declared that she wants to be one, as she would not live as a monster and preferred death to a cursed existence. Park Yoon-soo asked what that meant for him. Then Park Yoon-soo asked her what about him, as he only turned himself into a vampire so she could survive, and that saving her been her only intention. Bok Yeon-soo's tears falls down from his eyes as he told her that all he ever wanted was to save her in return, but she remained firm, telling him that he must go on living, even if she wouldn't. With tears falling down her face, she made him promise her that he would survive, no matter what. Back in the present, Chea, still dreaming, unconsciously clung to Park Yoon-soo, holding him close. The following morning, as the three of them stepped outside, Chea appeared visibly startled to find the streets filled with people. It'd been quite some time since she'd ventured out, having lived in isolation on the island, and the sudden sight of a bustling crowd seemed overwhelming to her. A sense of unease crept in as she bumped into a passerby and quickly apologized, her anxiety mounting over her inability to understand the language spoken around her. Meanwhile, Garim and Park Yeon-soo were engaged in quiet conversation when Garim mentioned to Park Yeon-soo that he intended to visit the library, stating that he needed to look something up and also wanted to do some sightseeing. Park Yeon-soo silently pondered what Garim might be searching for, but responded casually, telling him that it sounded fine and they could go ahead. Garim then gestured subtly toward Chaya. Noticing it, Chaya suddenly took hold of Park Yeon-soo's forearm and urged him to follow her, leaving Park Yeon-soo slightly taken aback by her assertiveness. She hesitated briefly before suggesting a place they should visit, still holding on to him, but Park Yeon-soo, appearing confused, resisted and told her that perhaps they should accompany Garim instead. However, to his surprise, Garim already disappeared from sight. Park Yeon-soo then turned to Chea and questioned what exactly was going on. Chea, slightly flustered, asked him what he meant by that. Park Yeon-soo remarked that it seemed to him as though she made some sort of arrangement with Garim. Chea was visibly stunned, realizing that Park Yeon-soo seen through their interaction, as Garim had previously offered her money to stay by Park Yeon-soo's side, to which Chea had demanded an upfront deposit for the Attempting to clarify, she began to say that she didn't fully understand what Park Yeon-soo was referring to. However, he chose to let the matter rest, feeling some comfort in still sensing Garim's presence around. Then, shifting topics, he inquired where that place she wanted to visit actually was. Chaya seemed confused by his question. Park Yeon-soo elaborated, asking where the location was that she in mind. Then, as both of them reaches the spot, Park Yeon-soo then jokingly teased her, pretending to be surprised that she wanted to go on a date with him, and said that she should have mentioned it earlier. Chaya retorted by questioning whether he had lost his mind, expressing discomfort about the place and the way they were sitting. Suddenly, Park Yeon-soo leaned in close, placing his face directly in front of hers, and remarked that he liked the spot since it wasn't too exposed. Internally, Chaya blamed Garim for her situation, thinking to herself that if it not been for the money, she wouldn't have gone through with this, especially since she didn't even enjoy sweet food. Yet, she still to pretend to eat it. After taking a bite, she offered some to Park Yeon-soo, admitting that she didn't think she could finish it all. Their eyes met as Park Yeon-soo declined, saying he didn't eat things like that. Then, his hand moved forward, inching closer to Chaya's lips, where a bit of cake still lingered. Suddenly, he unexpectedly asked her why she needed the money, catching Chaya off guard. She questioned what money he was referring to, but Park Yeon-soo directly mentioned the payment from Garim. He acknowledged that he already known about it. She went on to say that once everything returned to normal, they would be free to leave, and she would need to survive on his own when that time came. This revelation seemed to shock Park Yeon-soo. She added that he wasn't going to provide her with any money, so she had to save up. Then, she pointed out that he should let go of her hand, and asked what was wrong with it. Silently, she wondered how long things would remain that way. Park Yeon-soo, still in shock, admitted to himself that she was right. He silently questioned how long it to remain like this, licking his finger, and asked Chaya what would happen if it never changed. His statement caught Chaya off guard, as she asked him what he meant. Park Yeon-soo repeated his earlier statement. What if he wished to stay that way? Chaya appeared stunned, stating that he couldn't be serious. Just as Park Yeon-soo began to recall painful memories from his past, he softly called out her Chai-che, and asked whether she would ever want to become a vampire. The scene then shifted to Leo, who was playing chess with his father. Leo expressed his understanding for his father's rush, saying that his father mentioned lacking the patience to wait any longer. Leo responded by acknowledging that his father hated wasting time, but pointed out that it wasn't easy to find individuals who'd no desire to be found. He asked his father why he liked this, when he himself is well aware of it. His father, appearing tired, remarked that he'd grown weary of staying indoors. Leo responded by saying he was aware that his father preferred those who were always out and about, but for his health's sake, it was necessary to remain indoors a bit longer. He encouraged him to be patient, placing a pawn beside the king and remarking that they would soon catch their targets. Referring to the boy with Park Yeon-soo, Leo described him as half-blood, like him, and adds that half-blood were fragile, like glass, transparent and weightless. With a chilling tone, he states that a single mistake would cause everything to collapse. At the same moment, inside the library, a glass suddenly slipped from someone's hand, shattering as it hit the ground. The person's hand been injured in the process, and blood trickled from the wound. Leo then ominously stated that they simply needed to wait and collect the scattered shards, while Gurim's overwhelming thirst for blood quietly began to awaken. Park Yeon-soo asked Chaya whether she wished to become a vampire, which left her completely stunned. She seemed to be trying to process what was happening as she looked at him in disbelief, questioning whether he truly meant what he just said. She couldn't understand why such a thought even crossed his mind, and questioned what he hoped to gain gain by asking her something like that? As they stood facing one another, Park Yeon-soo gently placed his hand over her lips, asking her to remain still while slowly leaning in closer. He bit his own lip and appeared as though he intended to press it against hers. Moments later, he bit her lip, to which Chaya reacted by slapping him forcefully. She questioned his behavior, asking whether he lost his mind. She made it clear that he must have been delusional to believe she would ever accept such an offer. She accused him of wanting to turn her into a vampire and reminded him of all that she endured recently because of beings like him. With evident rage, she called him a bastard and declared that she would never allow herself to become a monster like him. While wiping the blood from her lips, Chea glanced at Park Yoon-soo's expression, which appeared to be filled with regret. His face unsettled her, prompting her to question what was wrong. Park Yoon-soo remained silent at first, while Chea asked aloud why he even suggested turning her into a vampire. Looking away, he seemed unable to meet her gaze. She asked again why he looked so agitated, and, after thinking back on his earlier behavior, a suspicion started to form in her mind. Perhaps he truly wished for her to become one of his kind. The thought alarmed her. Still trying to make sense of it, she told him he'd gone mad, and directly asked whether he harbored any feelings for her. Before he could respond, Park Hyun-soo suddenly sensed a surge of bloodthirst coming from Gurim, and immediately rushed off. Elsewhere, Gurim, who lost control inside the library after the incident, appeared deeply shaken. He believed things would remain under control, especially because of Xia's. He assumed he'd grown used to the scent of humans and convinced himself that his thirst could be contained. Yet in the end, he attacked someone and now didn't know how to handle the situation. As his mind raced with confusion and guilt, Park Hyun-soo arrived at the scene, grabbed him roughly, and threw him against the wall. He demanded to know what taken place inside the library, questioned whether Gurim was hurt, and asked whose blood now stained his hands. Tears streamed down Gurim's face as he admitted in a trembling voice that he'd done something to someone. Park Hyun-soo asked if the person been killed. Gurim replied that he dealt, and when asked whether he run from the scene, he nodded. Apologizing repeatedly, Gurim appeared completely overwhelmed. Park Hyun-soo ordered him to stay put, his eyes shifting to a bright yellow, and said he would return shortly. Park Hyun-soo understood that the library to be investigated first, especially to find out if there had been any witnesses, but before that, he needed to follow the scent of the blood that lingered in the air. Just then, Chea appeared, calling Gurim's name and asking what occurred. She followed Park Hyun-soo and, upon seeing Gurim in such a distressed state, demanded to know what happened. Park Hyun-soo was stunned to see Chea arrive at such a critical moment, particularly when he still bore the scratch on his lip from earlier. Without warning, Gurim's bloodthirst surged again, causing him to lunge at Chea. In an instant, Park Hyun-soo moved in, grabbed Gurim from behind, and forcefully knocked him unconscious. As Gurim collapsed, Park Hyun-soo caught him in his arms, while Chea remained on the ground, frozen and still in shock from the sudden assault. Without wasting another moment, Park Hyun-soo told her that they needed to return home immediately. When Gurim regained consciousness, he noticed Park Hyun-soo sitting silently before him. Park Hyun-soo calmly asked whether he was feeling any better. Gurim, still emotionally shaken by the previous day's incident, gave a quiet nod and said that he was. Park Hyun-soo continued to observe him carefully. Gurim then broke the silence by asking Park Hyun-soo whether they now needed to leave because of what happened. Park Hyun-soo confirmed that they no other choice but to leave. Gurim seemed confused for a moment and repeated the word leave, seeking clarity. Park Hyun-soo explained that yes, they to leave that place immediately due to the events of the day before. Gurim, still processing the situation, Park Hyun-soo firmly stated that it had become too dangerous for them to stay. He reminded Gurim that someone might have seen his eyes during the outburst. Gurim admitted that the person indeed seen them and remarked that perhaps he should have killed him right then and there. Park Hyun-soo agreed, noting that the only way their kind managed to survive. Gurim responded with quiet certainty. He thought to himself that he hesitated and failed to do what was necessary when he should have, and that hesitation might now cost them dearly. Park Hyun-soo shared the same thought, that he should have gone back to eliminate everyone who witnessed it. If even one of those people reported what happened, there was a real chance their father could discover their whereabouts. He feared their location might already have been compromised. Perhaps the search would lead to them by tomorrow. Gurim then hesitantly asked about Chea, wanting to know whether she was safe. Park Hyun-soo reassured him that she was fine and there was no need to worry, but Gurim confessed that a troubling thought crossed his mind, that someday he might lose control and end up harming her. He admitted that since they required human blood to survive, and Chea, being human, lived among them, he couldn't always suppress the hunger. He feared that what occurred yesterday could easily happen again. Park Hyun-soo called Gurim's name softly, but Gurim continued speaking. He said everything changed the moment he turned, and that now they were being hunted. He believed it was all because of him. Though Park Hyun-soo attempted to console him, Gurim insisted that the blame rested solely on his shoulders. With tears falling down his cheeks, he repeated that all the problems they were facing been caused by him. Park Hyun-soo gently assured him that it had never been his intention to bring harm. He reflected silently that Gurim hadn't asked for any of this, had been forced upon him. He understood that regret and denial often bred a frightening sense of guilt within people. As Gurim wept in Park Hyun-soo's arms, Park Hyun-soo continued to offer comfort, but at the same time, he came to a painful decision. He realized that everything begun to unravel, but the blame didn't lie solely with Gurim. He himself became the catalyst. If more damage was to be prevented, then Gurim would need to leave. With that resolve, Park Hyun-soo told Gurim not to worry and assured him that everything would be over soon. Elsewhere, Leo received received a phone call. Upon ending it, he remarked that their location finally been discovered. Rose, who was beside him reading a book, asked where he was going. Leo replied simply that he was heading out for the hunt. Rose, looking alarmed and confused, muttered that he might have actually found them. She thought to herself that things might still be manageable since there was time. Rising from her seat, she glanced at the necklace Leo once given her. She spotted a nearby cat, gently placed the necklace around its neck, and whispered that, for today, the little creature would act as her backup. Meanwhile, Cheha, appearing slightly uneasy, asked Pyurkyun-soo where Gurim was. There remained a layer of tension between them due to their recent exchange. Pyurkyun-soo, who'd been slicing meat with a knife, replied calmly that Gurim left. This sudden announcement left Cheha stunned. She demanded to know what he meant. Pyurkyun-soo explained that he instructed him to go first. Pakyun-soo, still reeling from the news, slowly came to the realization that now there were only the two of them left in the house. Hokyun-soo then quietly suggested they begin eating. Pakyun-soo suggested that they eat first, and although Chaya appeared surprised by the sudden calm, she agreed and took her seat. As Pakyun-soo quietly sliced onions and began frying the meat, she sat in silence, patiently waiting. Eventually, Pakyun-soo called her name and she responded gently. She reminded him of the promise she made, that she would offer him her blood, and in return, he would protect her. That was the agreement they made. If either of them failed to uphold their part, the deal would cease to exist. Her words seemed to unsettle Park Hyun-soo, who turned his gaze away from her. She then asked what it was he truly wanted to happen. Park Hyun-soo, avoiding a direct answer, instead asked what she intended to do. She replied that she wished to return to Korea, and he understood from her tone that she longed for the life she left behind. Yet Chaya clarified that he misunderstood. She wasn't inviting him to come along. She simply wanted him to provide her with some money to support her departure. Without a word, Park Hyun-soo placed the finished dish in front of her and followed it by setting down a glass filled with a dark red liquid. He then calmly told her that she could leave if she could drink what was in the glass. Cha-ah stared at the liquid, visibly shocked, and questioned what it was. Realizing that he wasn't joking, she insisted that she was being serious. She picked up the glass and declared that she wouldn't fall for any of his tricks. Without hesitation, she drank the contents, only to exclaim in surprise that it was wine. Park Hyun-soo confirmed it with a strange laugh, admitting that yes, it had only been wine. Then, with a peculiar smile, he stated that she could leave, but only under one condition. Curious and cautious, she asked what that condition was. Park Hyun-soo revealed that they would soon be relocating to another country, and that she would have to travel with him. When she asked why, he stated firmly that she wasn't allowed to ask any questions. That too was part of the condition. After a moment's pause, Chaya agreed and inquired when they would be leaving. Park Hyun-soo simply replied that it would be soon and told her to wait. Outside, the rain began to fall. At the nearby beach, Chaya walked slowly along the shore, her mind swirling with thoughts. She questioned whether she was truly doing the right thing. Was returning home really what she wanted? The calm she experienced here felt genuine, but there was no denying the danger that followed Park Hyun-soo, or the danger that came from being apart from him. Then again, she remembered the recent events and reminded herself that staying might be just as risky. Her thoughts shifted to Gurim. She considered that if she met him one more time before their departure, she would have warned him that his blood could be used against that man. But what puzzled her more was why he left ahead of them. It didn't seem safe for him to be alone. It struck her as strange, since Park Hyun-soo always been overly cautious when it came to Gurim. Why he allowed him to leave by himself. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Park Hyun-soo sat at the piano, lost in thought. His fingers moved over the keys as his mind replayed his recent conversation with Chaya, especially her desire to return to Korea. The thought visibly angered him. He muttered to himself that if that was what she wanted, then so be it. Suddenly, Chaye entered the room and told Park Hyun-soo that they needed to talk. Something she said didn't feel right. She brought up the fact that while Gurim already left, they were still there. She questioned why they remained in a place that was no longer safe. What was Park Hyun-soo waiting for? Didn't he realize they were in danger? Park Hyun-soo, with unsettling calm, asked if she was afraid. His question left her taken aback. When he asked again if she was finished, she demanded to know what he meant by that. Park Hyun-soo, wearing a blank expression, told her she nothing to worry about. She would be safe. Then, he added that even if he told her the truth, she likely wouldn't believe him. She responded sarcastically, pointing out that it was because it was him saying it. Without warning, Park Hyun-soo lifted her off the ground and placed her atop the piano. He told her to say it. A strange, almost devilish smile crossed his face. Chea, startled, asked what he was referring to and whether he would even listen. Park Hyun-soo, now leaning closer, said that she should use her mouth to say it, implying a meaning far deeper than just words. Inside, he felt disappointed. That wasn't the expression he wanted from her. As his frustration built, he shifted into his vampire form, his eyes turning bright yellow. His gaze intensified as he stared at Chea, urging her to say that she wanted him to protect her. He wondered why she couldn't just admit it, why she couldn't ask him to stay. In his heart, he believed that was all he ever wanted to hear. Up to this point, Chea have always exceeded every expectation and now, more than ever, he longed for her to just say those words. Chea looked at him and smirked. She called him crazy and said that she knew exactly what he was thinking. It wasn't her who wanted him to stay. It was him who desperately wanted her to say it. Grabbing him by the collar, she demanded that he say it aloud, that he admit he wanted her to stay. With fierce eyes, she continued to press him, urging him to speak the words words himself. Chaita remarked that Park should beg her to stay with him, and Park remained in silent. Chaita then states that he couldn't even bring himself to say anything, as he would prefer to die rather than expressed how pitiful he appeared, and calls him truly the worst. At that moment, Park Yeon-soo took hold of Chaita's hand and softly asked if he begged could he have her, leaving Chaita then stunned. Then Park Yeon-soo kissed her hand and repeated the same question, asking once more if he could have her. Shocked, Chaeya questioned what he just had done, and asks if it'd been one of his jokes again. She added that if he truly wanted her, he should have treated her better from the beginning. Chaeya then questioned why he was acting that way and stated that it seemed like he was regretting everything now. She pushed Park Yeon-soo back and told him bluntly that he really was a jerk. Pointing at him, she questioned what going on in his mind, stating that he had made her crawl back up from the cliffs and used her as a mere pawn playing with her life. And now suddenly he claimed to like her? She made it clear that it couldn't work like that. Park Yeon-soo pulled Chaeya toward himself and questioned why he couldn't like her now. He stated that even if he had feelings for her, he wouldn't ask her to change, so he didn't see why it was a problem. He mentioned that their separation was inevitable anyway, and that didn't bother him, as he knew she wouldn't return his feelings. Sae called him a bastard and told him to let go, pushing him away forcefully. In the process of pushing him, Park Yeon-soo accidentally scratched Chaeya's face. As she gasped and placed her hand over the wound, she accused him of knowing exactly what he was doing and still going ahead with it. While wiping the blood, she asked how long he planned to keep doing such insane things. Park Yeon-soo, speechless, simply looked at her with those yellow eyes, and Chaeya, with a cold smile, asked what his intention was now. She implied that he wanted her blood, adding that he seemed to love it. Her words clearly startled Park Yeon-soo. She continued, pointing out that he stays calm in front of other people, blood, but goes wild for her blood, that he pretended to be indifferent, but his face always betrayed him. She noted that he appeared to be losing his mind because of it. Even so, she wondered aloud, why did he have to act this way? Suddenly, Park Yeon-soo charged at Chaeya and pushed her back, admitting that yes, it was her blood. He moved as if about to lick the wound, but then stopped himself. He pulled back at the last second and inwardly acknowledged that it was her. In his thoughts, Park Yeon-soo wanted to kiss her, to taste her with his tongue, to push her onto the piano and take her, but Chaeya snapped him out of those thoughts, demanding to know why he'd been holding her like that and telling him to get off. As he gripped her tightly, she shouted at him again, asking him to let go and request him to stop lunging at her every time he saw her blood. She told him to control himself. Park Yeon-soo smiled and replied that she was being ridiculous and no idea how much restraint he had been showing. His words shocked Chaeya, and then moving his hand around the wound, she asked him once more to let her go so they could go their separate ways. Park Yeon-soo responded that if she wished for it to end, they could, and he placed a mark of her blood on her neck, saying that was what he wanted. Without another word, he turned and stepped outside the room. Afterwards, when Leo arrived at Yeon-soo Park's house and found no one there, he thought to himself and remarked what a sneaky little runt Yeon-soo Park was. He caught on quickly, thinking it was the safe haven of an escapee. He considered him a little genius on the run and remarked what a strange man he was. As he walked into the study, he thought the room looked untouched since the day he left. When he moved further and looked at the papers, he became surprised to find a document related to the cruise. He thought Yeon-soo Park had carelessly left a clue in plain sight and realized it must be an invitation meant for him on the cruise. At the cruise, while the rest of the people chattered around, Yeon-soo Park handed Chaeya an ice cream, which she accepted with clear nervousness. She still accepted it, though uneasily. Yeon-soo Park questioned whether she was not going to return to her room since she had probably been tired, but Chaeya refused. She said if she went inside, she would have to be alone with him, which she had no intention of doing. Yeon-soo Park remarked he would not do anything to her. Chaeya responded sharply, saying no one would ever believe that. She then questioned why they were traveling on the ship, as earlier he had said they needed to travel quietly so they did not attract attention. She asked why they came to such a crowded place and what would happen if someone dangerous appeared here. Chaeya fixed her eyes on Yeon-soo Park. Noticing his ignored expression, she brushed it off, saying he would never tell her anything anyway, and moved off toward the stairs while sensing that Yeon-soo Park was following her. She ordered him to stop following her, but Yeon-soo Park chose not to bother, which angered her. She turned toward the ship, seeing the scenery. While she was doing so, she sneaked a glance at him and found his eyes meeting hers. Chaeya quickly averted her gaze while Yeon-soo Park turned his face away. A tense silence grew between them. Afterwards, Chaeya walked forward. Suddenly, from behind, a voice called the name Grim. Chaeya turned quickly but saw no one around. She questioned what it was, where the voice had come from, and why it had called that name. She asked aloud where Yeon-soo Park was, and then Yeon-soo Park appeared from behind, questioning what was wrong with her. Seeing her breathing heavily, it looked as though Chaeya could hardly believe what had just happened. Later, as they reached their destination, Chaeya questioned herself, calling herself a fool. She thought she must have only imagined the voice, getting scared for no reason. She realized the first thing she had done afterward was search for Yeon-soo Park. Yeon-soo Park then called her, bidding farewell, remarking it had been fun. He told her to disappear into the crowd and escape as best as she could. In his own mind, he felt little sorrow watching her leave, since from the very beginning they were never meant to be together. Chaeya looked at him fearfully, saying it had never been fun for her. As she stumbled and nearly fell, she extended her arm toward Yeon-soo Park, but she felt that while her hand remained hanging in the air, he was already gone. She questioned why she even reached out and who she had hoped to reach. Letting out a sigh, she wondered what she had been expecting, telling herself there had never been anyone by her side anyway. She asked herself what she should do now, whether she should just live a proper life with the money Yoon-soo Park had given her. She affirmed that perhaps everything had worked out, yet in the next moment someone seized Chae, pulling her into his shadow. As she struggled in fear, Leo appeared with a sly smile, remarking he had finally caught him. As Chae stepped out, she noticed his eyes glowing yellow. She thought he truly was a vampire, trembling in fear as Leo moved closer, warning her. He questioned what she was asking and whether she was a human. He yanked at her, questioning again. Chae tried to run, but Leo pulled at her, demanding to know what she was running for. Chae cried out, drawing the attention of people nearby and the police. She smacked at him, trying to break free, cursing as she thought those yellow eyes resembled Yoon-soo Park's, convincing her further he was a vampire. Suddenly, she stumbled over something and fell hard to the ground. When she looked behind, there was no one there. She questioned where he had gone and whether he was still following her, wondering why he would do so. Leo appeared in front of her, questioning if she was enjoying herself, startling her even more. He thought she might be the half-blood Yoon-soo Park had been protecting, but upon realizing she was a human, he decided he wanted her instead. Chae attempted to flee again, but Leo seized her by the neck, teleporting with her in his grip. He warned her not to resist, demanding to know where the boy named Grim was. He said he had little time, insisting she should confess. Chae denied knowing anything. Leo warned her again, telling her to stop pretending ignorance, claiming he had seen her with Yoon-soo Park. Chae grabbed a stick and tried swinging it at him, hoping to catch him by surprise, but it subtly grazed him. Leo, shocked by her defiance, thought she was only a human, yet strangely unafraid. It was as though she cared little for her own life. She tried to run once more, but Leo caught her again, slashing at her violently. He stated that he had been lenient, but she kept provoking him. He questioned what kind of human she was, saying she should have stopped while she had the chance. Chae cried out in agony as blood poured from her wound. The scene shifted as Yoon-soo Park felt a sudden jolt. He thought it was the scent of Chae's blood. He realized he had sensed no one following him earlier, which meant someone must have gone after Chae instead. He questioned why they would follow her, since most vampires would immediately know she was human. He wondered what made her different. Without hesitation, he teleported away. When he arrived at the place where bloodstains lay, he panted heavily, realizing this was where it happened. He touched the blood with his hand and questioned what had been done to her. He thought for a moment she might be dead, but then denied it, saying it was impossible. He licked the blood, confirming it was hers. His thoughts darkened as worry consumed him. Meanwhile, Leo was taking a shower. Afterwards, he stepped out, dressed in a bathrobe. Slipping on his glove, he opened the door, entering calmly. He asked if she had slept well. Chae, still half conscious, blinked faintly, struggling to see clearly. In her haze, she heard Yoon-soo Park calling her his love. Chae addressed Yoon-soo Park with uncertainty, questioning what he had just called her as she groaned in pain, feeling dizzy. She wondered where she was and whether she had been sleeping. Yoon-soo Park, though, in reality it was Leo in Yoon-soo Park's appearance, moved closer, asking if she was all right, explaining she had looked tired so he had laid her down and she had fallen asleep right away. Chae affirmed that if that were the case, it explained why she still felt strangely exhausted, admitting she did not feel very well. Leo brushed his hand against her, telling her to rest a little more. He stated he suddenly could not remember something and asked where he had said he was sending Grim, affirming that surely he had told her. Chae instantly grabbed his hand, questioning if he truly was Yoon-soo Park. She stated he always ignored her whenever she asked about Grim, and now he spoke as though he knew nothing, only telling her to follow him without explanation. She questioned what scheme he was plotting this time. Suddenly, sharp pain spread through her body, making her cry out as she wondered what was happening to her, with her head and entire body aching intensely. Leo, observing her reaction, grew surprised, realizing she genuinely did not know anything. He thought she was useless, even if she was supposed to be Yoon-soo Park's lover. Yet he wondered whether they were lovers at all, since her response did not sound like a girlfriend speaking to her boyfriend. Still, he could not dismiss the possibility, as Yoon-soo Park's behavior on the ship had been suspiciously overprotective. Considering this, Leo thought of testing her. He leaned closer to Chae, telling her not to be upset and asking if she was angry, before pressing his lips against her neck. Chae shoved at him with fury, screaming about what was wrong with him and demanding to know what he had just done. She asked why he had been acting so strangely since earlier, saying he seemed like an entirely different person. She muttered she should have realized it when he had spoken nonsense about liking her clearly. He was out of his mind. Leo, surprised by her reaction, flinched back as Chae trembled, shivering throughout her body. In that moment, Leo revealed his true form, transforming back into himself. He remarked that, so this was what it had been. Chae clutched at herself in pain, groaning harshly as blood spilled from her arm. She realized she had just remembered what he had done to her. Leo quickly pulled her jacket off, ordering her to stay still so he could stop the bleeding. He said he could not let her lose too much blood, as the scent would spread too far. Covering the wound, he muttered he could not afford for her blood to attract attention. Meanwhile, Yoon-soo Park was searching desperately for Chae, fearing she might already be dead. He leapt across rooftops, thinking about the strange turn of events. He questioned why the vampire following them had gone after Chae instead of him. Vampires normally sensed each other instantly, and he was certain they would have pursued him once they left the ship. The sudden disappearance of their presence seemed unusual, making him wonder whether they were not ordinary vampires at all. Back inside, Leo restrained Chae, while Chae silently thought how unusual he was. She realized he appeared entirely unaffected by her blood, unlike Yoon-soo Park and Grim, who both reacted sharply to even the smallest drop. She questioned in her thoughts whether Leo was truly a vampire at all. Quietly, she slipped a pair of scissors from her pocket pocket, hoping to use them, but before she could act, Leo overpowered her, throwing her down and shoving her inside a closet which he locked firmly. Leo then retrieved a bucket filled with blood, preparing for what came next. He thought about how he would greet his guest, smearing the blood across the walls deliberately. In his mind, he reflected on vampires' arrogance, saying they only believed in their so-called noble blood while caring nothing for the existence of hers. That, he remarked to himself, was the very reason vampires ended up dying at his hands. At the same time, Yoon-soo Park suddenly caught the scent of Chae's blood drifting from a particular house. He clenched his teeth, realizing it was no coincidence. He questioned aloud if this was meant to be an invitation for him. Very well, he thought to himself. If that was the case, then he would accept the invitation without hesitation. Yoon-soo Park stepped into the house, huffing heavily as the thick scent of Chae's blood overwhelmed him. He thought it was foolish of them to smear it everywhere, questioning where she was. When he reached a corner, he found a body covered in her jacket. As he pulled it, Chae rolled out, drenched and drained of strength. Chae weakly called his name. Yoon-soo Park caught her in his arms, telling her they needed to get out of there immediately, but Chae clutched at him, insisting that Grim was in danger. She said the man who hurt her had gone after Grim, begging him that they had to go now. Yoon-soo Park found it strange, wondering how the man had even located Grim. He realized it was far too dangerous to take Chae with him. Chae tightened her grip, pleading with him not to leave her behind. She asked him if he was going to abandon her again. Yoon-soo Park froze in shock at her words. In his mind, he thought he had never abandoned her and never would. She begged once more that he could not leave her. Yoon-soo Park affirmed her plea, hugging her tightly as Chae wrapped her arms around him in return. Yet, as Yoon-soo Park held her, something felt off. He closed his eyes and realized the truth. He thought if this was meant to be Chae, then the act should have been carried through perfectly because he had almost believed it. The false Chae tried to call him again, but Yoon-soo Park's expression turned grim. He warned not to dare call his name with that face or he would tear him apart. With a violent motion, he slammed the body down, striking the face and demanding to know where the real Chae was. The reek of blood filled the air, but he could only sense one presence. He questioned angrily why this imposter was wearing her clothes. Leo's disguise faltered, his false appearance fading. When Yoon-soo Park caught sight of Chae's tear-filled eyes within the illusion, he was momentarily shaken. Taking advantage of this, Leo lunged and stabbed Yoon-soo Park with a dagger, sneering that he should not have let his guard down. He shoved the blade into his stomach, remarking he had coated it with his own blood. He explained Yoon-soo Park would not die instantly, but would be weakened, unable to use his strength. To Leo's shock, Yoon-soo Park struck him with a single kick, sending him flying. Leo could not believe it. Yoon-soo Park grabbed him by the neck, remarking bitterly how entertaining this was. Before slamming his head against the roof, he demanded to know if Leo had killed Chae. As Leo struggled for breath, Yoon-soo Park stated plainly that if she was dead, then Leo would die as well. Leo gasped, baffled at why Yoon-soo Park was unaffected. He realized if the fight continued, he would be the one to die. In desperation, Leo asked if Yoon-soo Park wanted to know where Chae was. Yoon-soo Park immediately sharpened his focus, demanding to know if she was alive. Leo responded vaguely, saying he did not know, only that she had lost a lot of blood. Yoon-soo Park threw him down with force, ordering him to reveal her location before he killed him. Leo, still choking, raised a hand and offered a bargain. He said he would tell him, but in return, Yoon-soo Park had to make him one promise. Yoon-soo Park, baffled by his condition, muttered what kind of madness he was saying. Leo asked if he realized how much of that girl's blood had been spilled inside the house. Most humans would have been close to death already, and he couldn't afford delays. He said Yoon-soo Park had no time to waste. Chae was huffing, struggling with the scissors in her trembling hands as she tried to cut the bandage. With a snap, the cloth tore. She tried crawling out, pushing toward the closet, only to find it locked tight. She cried out, pleading, cursing what she had done to deserve such torment. Her voice broke as she begged someone to let her out. Yoon-soo Park called for Chae, reminding her that Leo had said she was supposed to be downstairs. He thought if he followed the presence he had been sensing, he would reach her, but soon realized it wasn't her. The one he had been sensing was another girl below. Objects came crashing in his path, thrown aside as Yoon-soo Park couldn't focus with the thick scent of her blood. On top of that, he was losing her trace little by little. His mind burned with memories of the past, and he cursed himself for the thought of being too late. Chae's body weakened. On the edge of fainting, she thought if this was her end, at least the past still clung to her fading mind. She questioned what was wrong with her, why her last thoughts circled around Yoon-soo Park. There was no way he would come here. She believed he had set this up from the start, sacrificing her instead of Grim. Tears streamed down as she admitted she couldn't hold on any longer as her body collapsed. Yoon-soo Park caught her in his arms, calling out desperately. Chae, slipping into delirium, fought him off, begging him not to kill her. She questioned who he really was, demanding why he was doing this to her. Yoon-soo Park tried to explain it was him, but she shook her head, refusing to believe. She said she wouldn't fall for lies again. In her mind, there was no way that man would truly come for her. He had to be deceiving her again. Yoon-soo Park denied it, urging her not to cry. As he leaned close, his lips brushed her blood, tasting the bitter warmth. Chae stirred, her senses snapping back. Shocked, she asked what he was doing. His presence and touch shook her, and for a moment, she questioned if it was truly him after all. Afterwards, Chae was laid in Yoon-soo Park's mansion, the doctor tending her wounds. Yoon-soo Park sat at her side, silently holding her hand. For a while, he stayed still, then rose and stepped away. His steps echoed down the hall until he reached the lower chamber. There, Leo waited, bound by chains. He lifted his head with a grim smile and asked if night had fallen. Yoon-soo Park confirmed it, saying it was a time of day where it didn't matter matter anymore even if he died. But before death came, he suggested they share a final conversation. Leo spoke about how he would even kill him in exchange for being told where the girl was. He promised he would not kill him, yet Yoon-soo Park persisted in asking what if. Leo asked if Yoon-soo Park should talk only after he pulled the dagger out of his stomach, but Yoon-soo Park leaned closer and pushed it deeper, forcing a groan from him. Yoon-soo Park wondered aloud why Leo would not die anyway, while Leo thought this weirdo seemed more unhinged than he had imagined, wondering how he could calm him down. Leo questioned what he even needed to talk about since there was no need for threats and said they should discuss things properly. Yoon-soo Park replied that he was the one who decided how things should go, as he asked if father had been the one to send him. Leo asked why he even bothered to ask when he already knew the answer. Yoon-soo Park demanded to know what father had ordered him to do exactly, whether it was to kill them or bring them back. Panting heavily, Leo stated that father's orders were to kill Yoon-soo Park and bring back Grim, and if bringing him back alive was not possible, then killing him was allowed. Hearing this, Yoon-soo Park lashed out with a kick, making Leo groan louder, realizing that had been the truth. He confirmed to himself that it explained why father had been injured back then, and it must have been connected to Grim. Yoon-soo Park questioned why Leo had taken Chae, stating he had given him more than enough time on the cruise ship to confirm she was human. He wondered why Leo had been foolish enough to mistake Chae, a human, for Grim, who was clearly a vampire. Leo explained it was because he could not distinguish vampires from humans. Though he thought of that reason, he told Yoon-soo Park that father had not provided him with any real information about Grim since there had been doubts that Grim might even be human. He thought that luring him onto a cruise ship, exploiting his inability to teleport on water, had been nothing but a waste of time, since brute strength was the only method he knew. Yoon-soo Park realized he was lying and that Leo had truly believed Chae was a vampire, as his illusions had worked on him, a vampire, and he could conceal his presence. He understood that Leo was not a normal vampire, but still not like him. Yoon-soo Park stepped closer, saying he no longer cared and wondered what he should do with him as his hand reached for the dagger. He questioned whether what Leo had done yesterday was more than just a simple prank. Leo called out for him, asking what would happen if they formed an alliance. He pointed out that if he lost contact with him now, father would begin making his own moves. He reminded him that the girl he had hurt yesterday could not move at the moment. He asked what would happen if father caught both of them while she was unstable, and what if she died then, questioning what Yoon-soo Park would do in such a case, saying it would be a terrible outcome for him. Leo muttered that having a crush on someone was embarrassing since that girl had shown no liking for him. Before he could finish, Yoon-soo Park struck him with a punch, telling him to stop fooling around. Leo remarked on his short temper but insisted he should be released, promising to buy him some time. Yoon-soo Park stated he had no idea what Leo was plotting, but he agreed on one condition, that Leo could never harm Chae. He told him it was now his turn to make a promise. Leo thought Yoon-soo Park was strange for being a vampire who wasted promises like this, yet considered it beneficial for himself and agreed. Yoon-soo Park then yanked the dagger out in one motion and told Leo to break the chains by himself. Leo agreed, saying that was preferable, but Yoon-soo Park grabbed him firmly, warning him that until he and Chae left the house, Leo had better keep father away. He told him that until then he was not allowed to step outside. He warned that, while he might not be able to kill him, he could certainly make him wish for death. Leo gripped his hand and assured him there was no need to worry, saying he would never find anyone more obedient than him. Yoon-soo Park pulled his hand away and stepped back while Leo gave a smile. While Grim thought of how just a few days ago Yoon-soo Park had asked him to run, believing Yoon-soo Park had told him to come there, he wondered who he was supposed to be meeting, if it was safe for him to walk around outside like that, and what would happen if he got caught again by that man. From behind, someone suddenly grabbed Grim, asking if he had been waiting for her. She remarked on how he had grown taller as it was Rose. Grim was surprised to see Rose standing there, and as he tried to run away, she grabbed him, telling him not to go since she had been asked to look after him. Soon after, Grim was brought down to a house. He thought about how Yoon-soo Park had told him to go to England and believed it could never be possible, but now it truly was her. He asked Rose if Yoon-soo Park had contacted her first to ask her to hide him. She confirmed that he had asked for her help, adding that he already knew Grim had sent her that email. Grim was stunned to hear this, realizing Yoon-soo Park had known everything, unable to believe it since he had been caught the moment he reached the door. Rose told him not to stand around and urged him to sit, assuring him it was safe there and he should not worry. Grim thought about the word safe, wondering if he could even trust her. She had helped him in the past, yet she was that man's daughter. He asked Rose why he had to be in England when her father was there and questioned if he would be caught. Rose replied that it would be far more suspicious if she traveled back and forth between countries, saying she doubted her father would ever suspect she dared to hide him in England. Grim agreed there were many countries, and England would not be the place he would expect. Rose offered him a cup of blood, saying he must be hungry and telling him to drink. Grim stared at the cup hesitantly, asking how long he had to stay there. Rose answered that she did not know, saying he would have to wait until Yoon-soo Park came. She asked if Yoon-soo Park had not told him something, but Grim gave no response. Rose muttered that she could not believe that weird guy. She teased him, asking what he was afraid of and if she should buy him a stuffed animal. Grim grew irritated, saying he was not that young. Seeing her smile, Grim thought he never really understood her, as she always seemed warm yet somehow chilling at the same time. Rose told him he had not matured since the last time she saw him, assuming he had not had any human blood since then, as she had expected at least one accident. Grim remembered a past incident, and upon noticing his face, Rose realized he had. She comforted him, saying it was normal and that everyone went through it at first. She mentioned how Yoon-soo Park had been a real headache when younger, constantly biting random people, shocking Grimm. Rose confirmed he had been such a troublemaker, saying it had been exhausting cleaning up after him, laughing as she spoke. She assured him not to be too hard on himself, then said she should leave, since staying out all night could get her caught. Rose suddenly undressed, startling Grimm as his face turned red and he shouted at her about what she was doing. Rose apologized, saying she was in a hurry and surprised herself. She leaned against him, asking if he was shy. Grimm denied it, insisting of course not. She tasted the cup of blood, remarking it was not poisoned, and urged him to drink everything and not leave leftovers. She then bid him farewell and stated she would be back so as to make Grimm think that she was even stranger than Yoon-soo Park himself. The scene shifted to Yoon-soo Park, who sat in the bath smoking as he wondered what he should do next. He thought about Grimm, Chae, and himself before putting on a bathrobe and tossing away the cigarette. On his way out, he encountered Leo, who asked if he was smoking and if it was because of him. Yoon-soo Park ignored the comment and stepped outside, heading upstairs. Leo questioned if he was going to the second floor again, pointing out how he always went there since that girl was there. Yoon-soo Park turned to him, saying it was none of his concern, and ordered him to remain on the first floor. He warned that if Leo dared to step onto the second floor, he would be locked in the basement again. Leo acknowledged it, but added that he knew this was his home. Yoon-soo Park dismissed him and went to Chae's room. He noticed the drip was almost empty and replaced it while thinking about her. As he turned toward her, he saw she had woken up as he softly called her name. As Yoon-soo Park called out for Chae, she remained still, glaring at him. She cursed under her breath, expressing her anger, while Yoon-soo Park paused, asking if she was awake, questioning how she felt, whether she was cold, and if she wanted him to change her blanket. Chae asked what he thought he was doing, ordering him to stop pretending he cared. She said it made her sick because he was shameless and always did this, using her and then acting as if nothing had happened. She questioned why he returned to her, wondering if he felt pity, if he thought he could even save her, and why he had acted this way when he had only intended to use her again. She reminded him that he discarded her when he no longer needed her, using her at his convenience, never caring if she lived or died. She cried out, thinking she could have truly died, and lamented that he had no idea how terrified she had been, wondering aloud what a vampire could possibly understand about fear. Yoon-soo Park called her again, but Chae cursed him, insisting she did not need him either. As he leaned toward her, she asked if he heard her, pointing out she had told him to move away. Instead, he held her and apologized, which took her by surprise. He asked her not to cry, and after a moment she slowly calmed down. She questioned if he did not understand the meaning of get out, but he explained that she had lost a great deal of blood and needed to eat something to regain her strength. Chae insisted he leave it there, saying she would feed herself. She tried to sit up but cried out in pain. Yoon-soo Park knelt beside her, warning that lifting her arm could reopen her wound and offering to hold her up. He leaned close as their ears brushed. Chae hesitated, unsure how to respond to his care, while he smiled gently, asking what troubled her. She told him he had better let her go and asked if he intended to harm her. Afterwards, as he spoon-fed her, he assured her he was not joking. Chae insisted it was unnecessary, claiming she could lift her own arm, but he disagreed. She then asked him to call Grimm, suggesting that Grimm could feed her instead. Yoon-soo Park asked if Grimm was truly allowed to do that, and Chae confirmed. He smiled again, telling her to simply eat while he asked politely, warning that otherwise he would feed her from his own mouth. Chae obeyed, accepting the spoon, though she found the situation strange and questioned how much of it was real. She admitted she did not trust him, and Yoon-soo Park firmly stated that he understood her feelings. Chae said she would abandon him someday, to which he replied that she could do as she pleased. She warned him, saying that she would tell Grimm everything he had done when she saw him again. Yoon-soo Park grew slightly annoyed and pressed the spoon again, causing her to cough. She asked if he had a death wish, but he denied it calmly. Chae swore she would kill him someday. Yoon-soo Park paused, affirming that he would look forward to it, and told her to do her best. Later, Chae wobbled as she tried to stand, thinking about where the bathroom might be and whether Yoon-soo Park had fallen asleep. She stumbled slightly and nearly fell, noticing a foot nearby. A familiar voice called her name, asking if it was her. Leo appeared, asking if she was alright, and she paused, taking in his presence with a mix of fear and shivers. Seeing his face, Chae cried out, baffled that he was here. She shivered and asked why he had come, her voice trembling with confusion and fear. Leo stepped forward toward her, questioning if Yoon-soo Park hadn't told her about him, explaining that he had only come because he was concerned after hearing a loud noise upstairs. Chae screamed at him not to come closer, panic rising in her chest. Yoon-soo Park suddenly appeared between them, blocking Leo and grabbing him by the neck, taking him by surprise. Chae asked what was happening and why that man was here. Leo insisted that this was his house in the first place, explaining that he had come upstairs only out of alarm, not to interfere. Yoon-soo Park ordered him to go downstairs. Leo hesitated, disbelief clear in his expression, but Yoon-soo Park leaned closer, his presence intimidating enough to make Leo retreat, cursing as he stepped back. Once he moved away, Yoon-soo Park turned to Chae, asking if she was alright, but she shouted at him, demanding to know what was going on, what kind of chaos this was, and why that person had even appeared there. She questioned whether Yoon-soo Park had known him all along and whether he had kept this a secret from her. Yoon-soo Park denied having known Leo previously, urging her to calm down. Chae, however, could not contain her anger. She reminded him that Leo had tried to kill her and asked how anyone could remain calm after such a threat. Yoon-soo Park assured her that as long as she remained with him, no harm would come to her. He promised to keep her safe and to hide them from her father until she fully recovered, asking her to hold on until that time. Chae sighed, admitting that she had no idea what he was thinking. Yoon-soo Park reached out toward her face, face, but she pulled away, declaring that she did not trust him. Yoon-soo Park admitted that he understood, acknowledging her doubt. Chae insisted he take full responsibility for ensuring her safety if he claimed she would indeed be safe with him. Afterward, Yoon-soo Park stepped down carefully with Chae on his back. Leo watched in surprise, thinking he could not comprehend what they were doing. He remarked aloud, astonished that Yoon-soo Park was carrying her to prevent her from falling again, even calling it remarkable since no other vampire could match such ability. Yoon-soo Park gave him a deathly glare with a faint smile. At that moment, he sensed Chae stirring, realizing she was awake. Leo, noticing this, asked Chae not to hate him so much, promising that he would not harm her again. Chae, however, defiantly gave him the middle finger. Meanwhile, Leo observed from a distance, realizing that he had no chance of earning her trust. He moved away quietly. Yoon-soo Park glared at Leo, warning with silent intensity. Leo knew immediately that he could not even approach Chae while Yoon-soo Park was present. Yoon-soo Park gently put Chae down on the bed, instructing her to call for him if she needed anything, assuring her that he would come anytime. Chae remained silent, offering no reply. Yoon-soo Park left the room and shut the door behind him. Chae tugged the blanket around herself as Yoon-soo Park lingered outside for a moment, thinking about the situation. He questioned why Leo had gone upstairs in the first place, determined to confront him and demand an explanation. Leo attempted to explain, saying he had heard someone above and assumed it might have been something. He added that he was concerned because Yoon-soo Park and he were friends now and he wanted to make sure she was safe. Yet as soon as he reached the spot, Chae was there, screaming for help. Yoon-soo Park asked if that was all there was to the story. Frustrated, he slapped Leo lightly, prompting him to question whether she knew how two-faced he is. Yoon-soo Park smiled, confirming that she indeed knew very well how to deal with him. Yoon-soo Park, his patience thinning, kicked Leo slightly, issuing a warning not to provoke him by going upstairs again. He threatened that if Leo did, he might grow intolerant of such behavior. Leo nervously asked if Yoon-soo Park would strike him again for amusement, and Yoon-soo Park only smiled, leaving Leo to wonder what was wrong with him. Suddenly, a phone rang, breaking the tension. Leo reached for his phone while Yoon-soo Park demanded to know who it was. Leo smirked, affirming the caller's identity with quiet confidence. He accepted the call, addressing the person as father. Leo picked up the call, answering cautiously, stating that he was not entirely sure of the situation. He explained that he was currently looking for Yoon-soo Park and had found some traces in the area, though he suspected it might be bait and that he needed to keep searching. His father remarked that the search was taking longer than expected. Leo replied that he had told him several times about the progress. The father countered, noting that both his search and the reports were running late. Leo insisted there were definite signs indicating he had been nearby, and he intended to report back after continuing the search a little longer. Leo suggested that he could be somewhere connected to him, urging them to find more concrete clues. He reminded him that he had not been given much information and acknowledged how difficult the task was, expressing frustration at having to constantly rush him. He asked if father had ever seen him dawdle or procrastinate in his work. There was no immediate response, but the father finally affirmed, instructing him to watch his behavior as he ended the call. The father lingered on Leo's words, pondering the implications, while Leo reflected on what he had been told, noting that he had assured him that he would handle everything, and yet he questioned whether he still trusted him. Yoon-soo Park admitted that he had no thoughts of trusting him. He warned himself not to let anything throw him off and resolved to remain vigilant. As he looked closer, he realized how strikingly similar Leo and his father appeared. He questioned whether Leo was his biological child, like Rose. Leo, noticing Yoon-soo Park's stare, asked what he was talking about. He reminded him that father was merely a title. Yoon-soo Park grabbed his mouth, remarking that the resemblance was uncanny. Leo pushed his hand away, asking what had gotten into him and whether he had already forgotten what his father looked like, noting that he was far more handsome. He moved away, declaring that he could not be around someone with such a nasty personality for too long. Exhausted from being beaten earlier, he decided to rest and left the room. Yoon-soo Park sat down, thinking about Chae, subconsciously touching the spot where he had been injured. He suddenly noticed Leo outside again, questioning what he was doing. He grabbed his phone to bid him farewell as he walked out. Yoon-soo Park reflected that Leo had probably seen the stab he had given him and likely assumed that his blood had no effect, prompting him to realize he needed to be careful in the future. The next day, Chae grumbled that she could dress herself. Yoon-soo Park asked what she meant as he began adjusting her hair. Chae pushed him away sharply, warning that he was forbidden from touching her from now on. Yoon-soo Park asked for clarification, but she repeated her warning firmly, insisting he stay away. He denied any wrongdoing, but Chae cursed at him, questioning what kind of creep he was. Yoon-soo Park replied that he had only thought she might not be able to move comfortably yet and was trying to help. Chae insisted that she could put on her clothes and walk by herself, and added pointedly that she could tell when he enjoyed doing this for his own reasons. Yoon-soo Park admitted that he did, which only annoyed Chae further. She ordered him to leave immediately and pushed him out of the room. Carefully opening the door, she continued to warn him to stop touching her ears, calling him a creep once again. Yoon-soo Park stood there, baffled, muttering that he had not even touched them that much, much. The scene shifted toward Rose, who greeted Grim warmly as he called out to her. She asked how he had been and what he was doing now. Grim replied that he was cleaning. Rose reminded him to make sure everything was properly cleaned, joking that it was part of his rent. Grim hesitated before asking if he was allowed to throw something out. Rose, curious, asked what he meant. Grim pointed to some men's underwear, questioning if he should throw it into the laundry. Rose's face immediately turned red with embarrassment. She explained that the items were actually her pajamas. Grim expressed doubt, but Rose insisted, asking him to throw them out since they were old. Grim opened a door, causing Rose to grow nervous. She asked which room he was entering now and whether it had been locked. She hurriedly instructed him to hold on, promising to arrive shortly and warning him not to look at anything in the meantime. She ran to the room, glancing back anxiously, asking if he had seen anything. Grim quickly turned his face away. Rose lectured him, explaining why it was unwise to go into adults' bedrooms, as nobody knew what kind of things people might keep in them. Grim covered his ears, flustered and embarrassed. Rose asked if he understood that he should never enter a room with a closed door again. Grim, annoyed, decided he would never go in there again. Rose then asked who had left his underwear there in the first place. Grim, baffled by her sudden changes in behavior, wondered what kind of person she was as she continued acting oddly. Just then, Rose's phone rang. She answered it, and Leo immediately asked what she was doing and where she was. Rose explained that she was out shopping, teasing him that he must not have been too busy if he had time to call while working. Leo insisted it was not that he was free. He simply wanted to hear her voice. Suddenly, Grim accidentally knocked over one of his buckets, creating a loud crash. Leo, hearing the noise, immediately asked who she was with at that moment. Rose brushed it off, saying she was just busy. Leo, suspicious, asked if she was with a man again. Rose, annoyed, demanded he mind his own business and called for him to call her back later, reiterating that she was busy. Leo reluctantly bid her farewell, grumbling under his breath about what guy she might be with now and why she always acted like this. Meanwhile, Leo heard a commotion behind him. Chae was grumbling at Yoonsu Park, questioning what he was doing and demanding that he let her go. Yoonsu Park calmly explained that she had almost fallen and that he had caught her. Chae continued to complain, asking why he was holding the back of her jacket in such a way. Yoonsu Park smiled, pointing out that he was trying to help without touching her more than necessary, which only made Chae remark that he was incredibly annoying. Observing the scene, Leo wondered if the two of them got along at all. He glanced at Yoonsu Park, realizing he probably would not be able to extract any information from him, while Chae seemed equally oblivious to the larger situation. He pondered what he should do next, suspecting that Yoonsu Park would take the girl and run as soon as she recovered. He also wondered why her healing was progressing so quickly, deciding that he would need to investigate further. Inside the room, Chae called out for Yoonsu Park, requesting something other than porridge. Yoonsu Park denied her request. Chae continued, calling him Mr. Vampire and arguing that he must not be tired of eating the same thing repeatedly. She claimed that just looking at porridge made her lose her appetite. Yoonsu Park explained that she had no other choice, being injured and unable to move properly, which meant she could not digest anything else efficiently. Chae insisted that she could move fine and scolded him for assuming otherwise, adding that he did not even have to buy his own food, so what did he know? Yoonsu Park mentioned that he had cooked for Grim and questioned how she could be a pickier eater than a child. Chae responded that Grim had only eaten cup ramen when he visited her home. Yoonsu Park noted that she must have cooked for him to result in such behavior, which irritated Chae. She clarified that it had been an accident, something she had only thought about in her head. Yoonsu Park teased further, asking whether she had started eating cup ramen before or after he had tried her cooking, making her even angrier. He laughed it off, assuring her not to worry and that he would eat whatever she gave him. Chae retorted with a smirk, stating that the only thing she had for him was her middle finger. They continued to bicker playfully, their voices echoing in the room. Leo, observing from outside, was surprised. He had assumed she knew nothing, yet it seemed she was very familiar with Grim. He stepped back quietly, thinking over the situation. Later at night, Chae walked through the corridor, wondering where Yoonsu Park had gone. He had been following her around all day, and she noticed how peaceful it felt to have a moment without him hovering nearby. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her. She froze, startled, as Leo hushed her, asking her to calm down and indicating that they needed to have a quiet conversation. Chae felt quite scared by the situation, and Leo stated that he was going to remove his hand, asking her not to scream. As he withdrew his hand, Chae screamed, cursing him, and Leo quickly covered her mouth again, urging her not to waste her strength. He explained that he was really just there to talk and mentioned that she did know where Grim was, to which Chae shook her head in denial. Leo then asked if Yoonsu Park had really not told her and insisted that she swear on her life, and Chae nodded. Leo thought to himself that he had expected as much. He glanced at Chae, considering that he might have to use a different method. Leo questioned if she was calling for Yoonsu Park at that moment and wondered if she truly trusted him, as he had assumed the two of them did not get along. To his surprise, she seemed to trust him quite a bit. Chae, baffled, wondered what he was talking about, while Leo suggested that Yoonsu Park had never mentioned that he and she did not know each other, aiming to shock her. He lifted his hand, as Chae's surprise grew at his words. Leo explained that he was saying this only because it seemed she did not know Yoonsu Park well enough, but it was better that she did not trust him too much, as she never truly knew what he was thinking given his quiet nature. He asked her to consider if Yoonsu Park had really never betrayed her. Chae questioned whether she should trust him instead and, as a matter of fact, felt that she would rather trust Yoonsu Park. Leo affirmed that he seemed serious about her and must actually like her for the moment. Chae reflected on the fact that Leo had seen vampires and humans in their relationships countless times, most of which ended poorly. She recalled Yoon-soo Park's moody nature and thought that the minute he grew tired of her, he would probably cast her aside. Leo added that Yoon-soo Park could even be the one to take her life. As Chae remembered Yoon-soo Park killing someone, Leo asked if she thought she should get away from him before that happened. Chae questioned what Leo wanted exactly, and he smiled, asking if she wanted his help. He offered to help her escape the situation for good and asked what she thought of it, framing it as a tempting offer. He added that she could return to her normal human life, and if she was tired of being tossed around by vampires, he could even erase her memories. All he asked in return was for her to get Yoon-soo Park to reveal Grimm's whereabouts. He insisted that it was a good deal, as she had nothing to lose. Chae interrupted, asking him not to rush her, questioning how she could trust him so suddenly. A noise sounded before Leo could respond. He stated that time was up and asked her to give it some thought before leaving. Yoon-soo Park then encountered Leo and asked why he was there. Leo explained that the girl had come looking for him first. Yoon-soo Park turned to Chae, worried about her, and asked if she was alright. Chae glanced at him and reassured him that it was nothing, asking him not to worry. Later, as Chae tried to sleep, she reflected on Leo's words about helping her escape the situation for good. She wondered what kind of scheme he had in mind and how she could possibly trust him. She thought about her distrust for Yoon-soo Park and recalled his words that the moment Yoon-soo Park grew tired of her, he would probably kill her, and she affirmed that she knew this well. Meanwhile, Yoon-soo Park flopped onto his bed, thinking about Chae and wondering what Leo might be scheming now. He considered that if he asked, Leo would likely tell some nonsense. Sighing, he huffed continuously, questioning why Leo behaved in such a way. Hunger gnawed at him, leaving him feeling as though he could eat while sleeping. Yoon-soo Park tried to stand, feeling unusually dizzy and questioning what was happening, as he had never felt like this before, no matter how hungry he had been. The sensation was bizarre, accompanied by a sharp pain around his waist. He lifted his shirt and saw black stains, gasping at the injury and noticing the same mark on his hand. Pain overwhelmed him as black smoke began to envelop his body, and he cried out, glancing around as he attempted to steady himself. He thought the dizziness might be due to his wound, reasoning that he just needed to drink the blood he had been smelling since earlier. Yet, he questioned whose blood it was, but dismissed it, thinking it did not matter. His hunger was unrelenting. He could kill anyone in his path, caring little for the victim, intent only on drinking until they ran dry. His gaze fell on a hand, scratched and stained, and he considered following the scent. Sitting down, he resolved that it did not matter, as his prey had always been a source of sustenance, a gift for which he silently thanked them. Leaning in, he licked the blood, savoring the taste he had longed for, clinging to the neck as though he had waited a lifetime to drink freely. He murmured for them not to run, claiming their blood as his own. Chae watched in horror, unable to move or speak, questioning what was happening and whether this was truly Yoon-soo Park. The piercing ache of teeth sinking into her neck forced a cry from her, calling his name desperately. In that moment, Yoon-soo Park was engulfed in black smoke, regaining consciousness yet remaining disoriented. Chae, trembling, asked if he was trying to kill her. Yoon-soo Park, in his dazed state, felt dizzy and confused, grappling with the realization that he had bitten her. He could not comprehend the act he had just committed, baffled by the sharpness of the sensation and the weight of his own hunger-driven action. Yoon-soo Park tried to explain, but Chae pushed him away, insisting that it was enough. She demanded that he stop immediately, her voice pleading even as he leaned in to kiss her, claiming that this was not who he truly was. Chae, however, insisted that this was the real him, stating that he did not genuinely like her and only craved her blood. She accused herself of having been mistaken all this time. Yoon-soo Park grabbed her again, pressing another kiss as both of them panted heavily, but Chae slashed at him, her movements sharp and deliberate, demanding that he stop treating her like a toy and stop confusing her. She insisted that everything, his moments, his words, his actions, was a lie, including his feelings for her. She told him to leave, asserting that she had nothing left to say to him, especially since he had caused her this scratch. Yoon-soo Park tried to protest, claiming innocence, but Chae refused to listen, stating that she did not care and could walk on her own. She resolved to leave, never wanting him to act this way toward her again. Afterward, Yoon-soo Park confronted Leo, slamming him forcefully and demanding to know what he had done. Leo cried out, asking what the matter was this time. Yoon-soo Park ordered him not to feign ignorance, stating that he had never seen illusions like those until he had met him. Leo, confused, asked what he was talking about and whether Yoon-soo Park had finally lost his mind. Yoon-soo Park attempted to punch him, but Leo blocked the strike, questioning if he had truly never witnessed illusions before. Yoon-soo Park recollected himself and struck instead, his mind racing with thoughts of the scratch on Chae's hand. If she had not caused it herself, and it had not come from him, then it must have been Leo. Leo denied responsibility, claiming that scratches happen all the time. Yoon-soo Park, furious, ordered him to leave, surprising Leo. He emphasized that he did not care whether Leo informed their father of their location. He only had to leave immediately. Leo hesitated, questioning whether the two of them would be okay given Chae's injury, but Yoon-soo Park yanked at him, threatening to kill him if he did not leave at once. Terrified, Leo complied, affirming the warning and wishing him good luck as he departed. Yoon-soo Park stumbled, the injury weighing on him, and recalled Chae's words, rejecting her verdict. He acknowledged that he needed to recover from this wound as he should go for hunt again. Meanwhile, Grimm called out to Rose, questioning what exactly half-bloods were. Rose admitted uncertainty but explained what she knew. Half-bloods were akin to mutants, each possessing possessing unique abilities. She mentioned one half-blood she was aware of, capable of creating strong illusions even on vampires. With sufficient information about a target, the blood could manipulate their emotions, provoking anxiety or intensifying desires before ultimately destroying them. Chae, reviewing her passport, stood up but paused as realization dawned on her. She noticed that Yoon-soo Park had rushed off somewhere and surmised that the other individual had departed after the loud commotion. Recognizing the opportunity, she thought it was the perfect moment to escape. She carefully stepped down the stairs, hoping to move undetected, when a figure suddenly appeared behind her, grabbing her. Startled, Chae turned, and her gaze fell upon the face of the person who had caught her. As the figure reached for Chae, she stumbled backward, crashing to the ground and gasping, questioning what was happening. Her eyes fell upon a withered, beggar-like person approaching her. Just then, Leo appeared, seizing the figure and demanding an explanation. He cursed under his breath, remarking that he had returned because he had left something at home. He questioned the person's presence, asking if he was some vagrant from the area. Grabbing the man by the mouth, he remarked on his audacity for entering his house and asked if he had come to steal food. Yoon-soo Park rushed in, moving to protect Chae, questioning what was happening and whether she had been hurt. Before he could act further, Leo slashed the person's throat, blood spraying across the room. Yoon-soo Park witnessed the scene, momentarily stunned. Leo then threw the figure toward Yoon-soo Park, suggesting he eat it, noting that he appeared hungry, but Yoon-soo Park merely tossed the body aside. Leo approached Chae, warning her that if Yoon-soo Park continued to restrain his hunger, he might bite someone unintentionally. In a low voice, he revealed to her that Yoon-soo Park was a vampire. Yoon-soo Park, gritting his teeth, turned and moved away. Observing Chae, Leo asked if she could stand, noticing she seemed to have injured her leg. Chae attempted to push him away, insisting he mind his own business. Leo, ignoring her protests, lifted her, prompting her to scream for him to put her down immediately. Leo simply remarked that it was a chauffeur service. The scene reminded him of a past memory, when his father had asked if he had cast an illusion on him. Leo admitted he had. His father questioned how he had done it. Leo explained that he had wanted to show him something happy. His father asked if he understood what he had seen. Leo denied it, questioning what his father had actually seen. When asked why he wanted to show him something happy, Leo stated that he had hoped that if his father became a little happier, he might cease his actions. Surrounded by numerous corpses, Leo recalled his father's response, laughing and claiming it was too late, asserting that his own ability had saved him. His father commanded him to use that power for him from that point forward, to prove why he deserved to live. He warned that the day he became even slightly useless would be the day death could not be avoided. Leo affirmed his determination, insisting he would not lower his guard or give up. No matter how miserable or pathetic he became, he would endure, for he still had to kill his father. Returning to the present, Leo placed Chae gently on the bed, explaining that he was leaving, noting that her boyfriend had effectively removed him from the house. Chae, however, asked him to wait, insisting that they needed to talk. Leo asked what she wanted to discuss. Chae brought up the deal he had offered earlier, asking if it remained valid. She inquired whether he would truly let her go if she revealed Grimm's location, and whether he would send her back to her normal life. Leo questioned if she had finally made up her mind, wondering if something had occurred between them, and reminded her that he had warned her not to trust Yoon-soo Park. Chae affirmed her decision, expressing that she was fed up and refused to be hurt any longer, pointing out that she was already covered in scars. Leo confirmed that if she disclosed Grimm's location, he would stop pursuing her and allow her to return to her ordinary life, promising that without fail. Chae held out her hand, indicating her agreement, stating that she would indeed find out where Grimm was. Leo asked Chae where she was going to ask him, but Chae stated that she would tell him later. When Leo questioned how she could simply plan to ask without a proper strategy, wondering how she intended to fool the sly Yoon-soo Park, Chae snapped at him to shut up. She insisted that she would figure it out herself, refusing to waste any more time, confessing inwardly that she was truly fed up with the situation. Leo remarked that she had suffered greatly because of Yoon-soo Park, which made her pause and question what he was referring to, considering he had played a considerable role in her suffering as well. Leo, seemingly indifferent, claimed that it was not his problem, yet he insisted that he was always on her side. He even mentioned having prepared some porridge for her, intending to surprise her in Yoon-soo Park's absence. Chae's shock quickly turned to disbelief as she glared at the burnt porridge in front of her. She questioned whether he was seriously trying to brag after giving her something so inedible, wondering how he had failed to notice the acrid smell. She declared that there was no way she could eat it. Leo, seemingly unfazed, asked her not to be a picky eater, provoking Chae further. She complained that the smell alone made her gag. Leo insisted that it did not taste that bad, even claiming he had eaten it himself. Chae sighed, frustrated, questioning why he always forced her to flinch at such trivial matters. Leo, confused, asked what she meant. Chae pointed at him and suggested that he could simply create an illusion, recalling how he had transformed into Yoon-soo Park previously, and asked her about Grimm. She wondered whether it would not be faster to fool Yoon-soo Park that way. Leo, however, admitted that he was not confident he could completely imitate Yoon-soo Park, reasoning that the bond between the two of them was not ordinary, and he could never dare to replicate it. He then asked if she could do it herself, suggesting that she try drinking with him instead. Chae was taken aback by the idea. Leo explained that he was referring to a drug capable of affecting even vampires. He instructed her to add only a few drops to the drink, which would be sufficient, though she could add more if she wanted, leaving him incapacitated. He noted that the drug had a strong smell, but when mixed with alcohol, it would go undetected. As Leo leaned closer to her, Yoon-soo Park suddenly appeared, questioning why he was still lingering there. Leo Leo, quick to cover, remarked that Chae must be feeling nervous after the events of yesterday and reminded Yunsu Park that Chae had been the one to ask him to stay at home. Chae felt a surge of annoyance at Leo's comments, noticing how he seemed to amuse Yunsu Park. Leo added that Chae had mentioned having something to discuss over drinks later and asked if he could join them. Chae, exasperated, questioned why he would want to come, but Leo insisted that he enjoyed drinking as well. Yunsu Park, unimpressed, told Leo to stop being ridiculous and instructed Chae to come to his room alone later before stepping out. Afterwards, Chae stood in front of Yunsu Park's room, reflecting on the plan she had made with him and recalling Leo's words that she needed to ensure the job was done. Determined, she banged on the door with the bottle in hand. Yunsu Park opened the door and they stared at each other for a moment. He invited her in, and Chae asked if he intended to drink. Yunsu Park, sitting down, remarked that he did not see why not. Chae joined him, and he began pouring wine, commenting that it was nice she was getting along, but teasing her about whether she was becoming too close with Leo. Chae reminded him that Leo had just been saying something similar, prompting Yunsu Park to point out that she had even called him by his name. This surprised Chae, who wondered whether he wanted her to call him by his in return. Yunsu Park asked her what she wanted and inquired about the promise she had made with Leo. Chae swallowed the wine nervously, recalling that Leo had said he would let her go, yet she needed to find out where Grim was. Yunsu Park smiled, realizing that was exactly what he had wanted to know. He stepped closer, leaning toward her, teasingly asking if she wanted the information so badly. As he reflected on past encounters, he leaned in further and asked for a kiss, claiming that if she kissed him right then, he would reveal the answer. Chae was baffled, questioning if he was serious, and pushed him away, demanding why he would say such a thing now after claiming he would let her go. Yunsu Park replied calmly, suggesting that a kiss in exchange for being freed seemed like a fair deal. Chae paused, insisting that it was not a deal she would ever accept if it involved him. Yunsu Park grabbed her hand, asking who else she could possibly do it with. Chae replied firmly that she would not kiss him even if it meant dying. Yunsu Park leaned closer, asking her to pretend she was dead or whether he should help her, insisting there was no issue since it was not the first time he had surprised her. Chae questioned what he was talking about, and Yunsu Park paused, staring intently at her. She asked if he would truly tell her the answer if she kissed him. Yunsu Park countered, asking if she really thought she could go through with it. Chae reached out, moving closer to his face, but Yunsu Park stopped her, asking if she realized these could be her final moments. Chae responded that this was exactly why she was doing it, to see what he would do next. Yunsu Park grabbed her, and Chae, standing her ground, stated that if it meant finally gaining freedom, she did not care what he did to make her comply. Yunsu Park called for her, questioning if she could ever truly like him and whether she had ever trusted him even once. Chae leaned in and kissed him deeply, finally breaking the tension. Afterwards, she pulled back, demanding that he now tell her the truth. Yunsu Park pulled her back closer, stating that the previous kiss did not count, and kissed her again, deeper and more insistently. Chae tried to resist, reminding him that she had said no touching. Yunsu Park raised a hand in response, leaving her uncertain, but both of them were panting heavily. Yunsu Park moved to her neck, aiming to bite, and Chae flinched, recalling the fear of that night. She gasped, begging him to stop, insisting that it was enough. Yunsu Park asked her what she meant by enough, and Chae warned that if they went any further, he would regret it as well. Yunsu Park huffed, pulling her closer and warning her that if she left him, she must never return or he would kill her. He kissed her again, the intensity of his actions pressing against her resolve. Afterwards, Chae moved away from the room, and Leo heard the bedroom door close. He wondered whether Yunsu Park had revealed the location and realized that he had heard anything. Cursing silently at the thought that his wiretapping might have failed, he decided that he would have to ask her directly. Chae, reaching for her neck, retrieved a small slip of paper from her mouth. On it was written that Grim was hiding at Rose's hideout in England, with instructions to inform Leo at 9 p.m. Chae hesitated, questioning the meaning of the message. She wondered what would happen if she revealed Grim's location now, whether he would be in danger once more. Leo encountered Chae shortly afterward, asking if she had discovered Grim's whereabouts. He seized her gently but firmly, noting that she indeed had the information. Chae paused, weighing her options before finally affirming that she had found out. Leo affirmed that he knew Chae would eventually uncover the truth, and he reminded her that it was now time for her to fulfill her promise. Taking a brief pause, she glanced at the clock, noticing it was already 5 minutes future 9. Chae, trying to excuse herself, asked him to wait, saying she needed some water first. Leo, however, revealed a bottle in front of her and ordered her to drink from it. As she reluctantly opened it, he questioned if she was nervous, remarking that she was not using her slippers. He asked if she had left it in Yunsu Park's room and whether Yunsu Park had already passed out, but she gave no response. Growing impatient, Leo screamed at her, demanding why she was hesitating. He claimed he understood she might feel guilty, but reminded her it was too late to undo anything now, as he would not wait much longer. When Chae still did not answer, Leo scratched his head in frustration before pausing, as if realizing something. Narrowing his eyes, he accused her of trying to pull a trick on him. Chae was baffled by the accusation, but Leo quickly apologized, explaining that he had been listening to her entire conversation with Yunsu Park. He stated that Yunsu Park had never revealed where Grim was. Leo then shoved Chae's hand, causing the slip she was holding to fall to the floor. She immediately lunged for it, but Leo stomped on it and mocked her, stating that he had written it down. He crouched toward the paper, thinking what a sly fox he was. At that moment, Chae stopped him and told him to wait. She said that if he was truly certain searching for Grim, he could hurt the man he calls father. Leo, surprised by her words, asked how she knew about that. Chae calmly replied that she knew because she had been there that day. His surprise deepened as he demanded to know if she really understood what had happened. He grabbed her forcefully and ordered her to tell him everything about that day. Chae, panting and huffing, glanced at the clock once more. She noted that the time had come for her to take a side. She asked him why she should tell him anything, deliberately defying him. This enraged Leo, who tossed her aside in anger. He then stated it no longer mattered, as he could simply ask Grim once he captured him. Reading over the slip, Leo expressed surprise that Grim was supposedly at Rose's hideout. He questioned if it could really be true. Chae admitted she did not know either. Leo muttered in disbelief, insisting there was no way Rose would actually be hiding there. Yet, after a pause, he decided it was worth verifying. Since Chae could not even escape with her condition, he declared that she would come along. Without giving her a choice, he grabbed her and teleported them to Rose's hideout. Chae struggled to keep her composure, breathing heavily as they arrived. Once there, Leo frowned and questioned why the place seemed deserted. He laughed mockingly before crouching in front of Chae, telling her that if he searched all the rooms and found nothing, she would vanish as well. He gulped down the alcohol from the bottle before throwing it aside and then stormed through the hideout. He slammed open door after door but found no one inside. Turning back toward Chae, he caught her trying to run away. He seized her roughly, mocking her attempt to escape with her injured leg. He glared at her, demanding why she continued to act this way, and dared to toy with him. But before he could continue, Leo suddenly felt his body swaying. He blinked rapidly, trying to steady himself, and muttered in confusion, asking what was happening to him. His limbs grew weak, his balance faltered, and his movements slowed unnaturally. Just then, Chae launched a swift kick that knocked him backward. Leo, shocked, wondered why his body was refusing to respond to him. Chae stood tall, tossing aside the capsule she had used, and thanked him mockingly for providing it. She struck him again, expressing her frustration, saying she had tried to be civil with him, but he had continued to harass and torment her. Leo, struggling to remain conscious, muttered that she had never truly injured her leg. Chae affirmed with sharp confidence that she had never once claimed she was hurt.